Bam! Okay, welcome everyone to the next episode of Coffee Break. My name is Merrick TV. Very excited to introduce our special guest today. We are basically doing an MMO podcast. You guys have heard me on stream. If you watch me at all, I do a lot of rambling about various games, the systems in the games, various things that compare one MMO to another. I've been playing MMOs since I'm old, a long time. EverQuest was my first ever game. I played basically every major release of MMOs since then, and then eventually Guild Wars 2, which I've played for 9 years. I guess, 9 years is coming up, right, guys? It's crazy. Absolutely insane. Met my wife in Guild Wars 2, and so I love the genre. I love to discuss them, and so this is an MMO podcast, basically to get people that you guys know and who have a lot to say about this kind of stuff together and discuss it. And discuss we will! Oh my gosh, you guys. We had this planned for a while, having no clue that there might actually be some crazy content coming up. I don't even want to call it content. There's some drama. There's some crazy drama that's going on today. So I'm very, very glad to introduce our special guest, Anko63. He needs no introduction from me, but Anko is an awesome guy, a great streamer, and a good friend of mine. Definitely has a lot to say on this topic for sure. So it's really lucky that we happen to have him here today to explain some of what's gone down. If you guys don't know what happened with the drama, don't worry. We'll catch you up. Anko's practiced at discussing this already. He had a podcast literally today that was not this podcast. It was with Guild MM discussing some of this drama. So we got a lot of stuff to get into. He is one of the TP barons. So we know. We got an expert here. The other guest we've got is Bar Down Beef. This is a really good friend of mine. Bar Down is awesome. If you guys have been hanging out on my channel, I'm sure you've seen him a bunch. He hangs out in my stream. I hang out in his. We raid together. Lots of good stuff like that. He is a New World main now, as you can clearly see. I like how he lifted his chin so you can't actually see the words New World. That's awesome. So yeah, welcome guys. This is actually really great. I would like both of you, if you wouldn't mind. I know we've given our introductions before, but Anko and Beef, would you guys mind just sharing what got you into MMOs in the first place and how you ended up coming to Guild Wars 2? What was the first MMO you ever played? Let's start with you, Anko.
Let's see. I guess Diablo 2, I know it's on MMO, led me into it. I was playing that, got to college, couldn't play Diablo 2 on the school network because they blocked Battle.net. And then from there, my roommate started playing City of Heroes. He gave me his account. I started playing that one. City of Heroes was an awesome game.
Yeah,
Ended up paying for 4 accounts for I stopped paying for them when Guild Wars 2 shut down City of Heroes. So I stopped playing the game for 2 or 3 years. I was still paying for it because I like the game that much. But yeah, I was playing 4 accounts. These was simultaneously too. I had 3 keyboards, 3 mice. I was playing them all at the same time, doing leading 4 different teams on the Hammond raids at the end. Fastest power leveler on Freedom server for that one. Then my roommate started playing Guild Wars 1, and then I started playing that, and then he quit. And then I kept playing. He gave me his account on that one too, so I kept playing on his account. Then yeah, just played Guild Wars 1 all the way up. Did a lot of trading in that game too. Did some high-end content in that game with some of the speaker guilds back then. Played at Old Republic in between for a little bit, but it was when Old Republic kind of sucked. So and then Guild Wars 2 came out, and then we've been on this journey since 2012 now.
You started at the beginning, right, with Guild Wars 2?
Yes, I was part of the 3-day head start.
Let's go, Head Start Club, dude. Me too. City of Heroes was a great game, and I often tout games that shut down that people miss terribly. The way that you hear people talk about that game, they were devastated. That's super sad that game is gone. But I got to play it a little bit. It was good. I also did, what was the other one? Champions Online, I want to say. It was the other superhero. The inferior superhero MMO. I did that a little bit.
Champions Online was supposed to be the successor for City of Heroes, because a lot of the original Paragon Studios staff left, and they wanted to get outside of NCSoft's thumb because we
don't blame them for that.
Yeah, they even got shut down for I don't know if people remember the drama from back then. They were talking about here's our roadmap, here's our road for the next 2 years. This is what is coming on the next issue. That's what they call their patch releases because it's a comic book thing. And then like 2 days later, they're like, NCSoft just told us we're shutting down.
Rip.
And it was like, honestly, it coincided with Guild Wars 2 coming out because honestly, I think they needed the server space or something. I don't know. I don't know how that related. I did try Champions Online also. I did not like the art style compared to City of Heroes.
Yeah, I didn't.
It was pretty cool that you can like swap your palette out for your all your powers. So instead of just being like, oh, I have a generic flames, right? You could change the color of your flame standing go on it, which is pretty cool. But
they had cool movement powers.
Kind of as we got the Guild Wars 2.
Yeah, which now is the main theme, except for New World, which brings in Bar Down Beef. What's up, buddy? What about you, man? How did you get into MMOs?
I think he's talking to the stream, but
oh no, I got you. Yeah, I'm still here. What about you, Bar Down Beef? What got you into MMOs?
My first, kind of like Enko, I played a lot of Diablo 2. Loved Diablo 2, and then in like 2008, I got Wrath of the Lich King. Because I was playing, Call of Duty in the middle there after Diablo 2. And then Wrath of the Lich King, Cataclysm. And then I stopped. Went back to FPS. And then I played a lot of Diablo 3 when it came out, like a couple of years of it. And then got bored of it, as we all kind of do. I have other things to say about that game, but and then I was struggling to find a game, and I stumbled across Guild Wars 2 because I bought it actually when it first came out. Probably played a half an hour and then put it down, and then I was cleaning actually up my stream room, and bam, I found Guild Wars 2, started playing it, and since September I've been hooked.
Nice, bro. I did not know that you rated in WoW. I didn't know you played WoW at all. That's crazy.
Oh no, I liked leveling in WoW. That's the only stuff I like doing.
Oh, no rating, just level.
Gathering. No combat, just gathering. Loved it.
Diablo, I see Diablo 2 Resurrected, which is literally, I don't know, maybe the thing I'm most excited about in gaming right now. That is huge. That is huge hype. I cannot wait to play this.
So looking forward to that coming out.
Oh my gosh, I know.
It's gonna be
It might
so
come
good.
out when I'm deployed though, so that could be problematic.
Oh,
That's
that would
sad.
be big sad, dude. Okay, well, that's awesome. The other two people that you see on the panel may need no introduction. They're here for every single coffee break. One in the upper left-hand corner named Cryptic Villain is my wife. Wait, no, hold on. I got this confused. Upper left-hand corner is Cryptic Villain, good friend of mine, and has been playing MMOs for a while. I think you told your story once, but we've been playing Guild Wars 2 together for, God, dude, what has it been like? 2 years?
Yeah, more than that, because Twitch just told me that I've been yeah, it's been at least 2 years. Playing Guild Wars
No
on and
Point
off mostly
Origin just
consistently.
subscribed. Cop
And then before
11
that,
already?
EVE
Almost a
Online
year, man.
And a little bit of Black Desert. Now I'm kind of back into Black Desert, so I've been playing MMOs since like
But why, though?
2013, so 2012, 2013. So
Cool, man. BDO, you say?
yeah, Black Desert is great. If you don't play Black Desert, you should play.
Okay, so
Don't worry about New World. Don't worry about any of these other MMOs.
just
Black Desert's
BDO.
where it's at. Just BDO. Yeah. Leave Guild Wars 2 right now. No.
You know what's messed up? Last time we had a podcast, we were also talking about BDO. I like to tease Cryptic because I think BDO is not really an MMO. I give it a lot of crap. But the last time we had Coffee Break, Sassy Cat was here who also plays BDO. And guess who else among the floating heads you might see right now who plays BDO? Mr. New World over here was just telling me the other day how great Black Desert Online is. In fact, he showed me his character list. Would you like to show us your character list in BDO, Bar Down Beef? Maybe show off your character names?
I have one character, and it's Beef the Great, and that's it. Looks like Gandalf.
Yeah, sure. It's not quite Merrick TV After Dark, so I guess I won't read the name that you have your.
Oh, no.
It's a little spicy. He showed that off stream. I was like, bro, that's not very Bar Down Beef seeming.
You said you were a gatherer and or you liked leveling and gathering in WoW. Is that what you do in BDO? Are you a life skiller?
Sky, I see you, dude.
I'm actually just learning BDO.
Okay.
Yeah, just learning it, having fun with it, because it's a lot. New World adapted a lot of things from it, so.
Yeah, no, BDO has so much content. And if you enjoyed the leveling process, and I mean, I don't want to compare it to WoW, but if you like leveling and you like gathering and stuff like that, BDO has whole systems just dedicated to that. So,
I honest to God, I think Guild Wars 2 has one of the best leveling for me. I've played. I loved it. That's what really got me into it.
You mean just the way in
Story's
which you...
definitely
Wife
one of the
know
best.
about your BDO character list?
Unfortunately, she does. Yep.
Oh no, she lets you have that
Yeah, she
name?
does
I want to
that,
say
buddy.
it so bad.
Yeah.
I'm not going to, but I want to. For shame. For shame, Bar Down Beef. Okay, well that's great. Junie, obviously, this is reversed. I really was pointing to Cryptic when I said my wife. Okay, Junie, who is not over here, she's actually over there. I don't know how that happened. Is my wife, and we met in Guild Wars 2, what, 6 years ago now? So, like, what got you into MMOs?
What was it? December of 2014.
She's good with dates. I'm just gonna say
I'm
yes,
good with
dear.
dates.
That sounds exactly right.
How did I get into MMOs?
Mhm.
I actually played some really not super mainstream MMOs in the beginning. I played Fiesta first. That was technically my first foray into MMOs. And I
Did you
played
play
that
Fly for fun?
No, I didn't. I didn't play Flip. But I played Fiesta for, I want to say, like 6 months, maybe a little bit longer, with my dad. And we used to like sell stuff in the marketplace all the time. And then I played Nine Dragons for like a month.
Oh crap! I remember that.
Yeah,
game.
which was really random. But I didn't actually get into an MMO like legitimately until Guild Wars 2. And that I did start in 2012 when it came out. I wasn't like in the head start, but I bought it, I believe, in October of that first year. And yeah, it's been very interesting ever since. Now I play a lot of Final Fantasy 14.
Yeah, you do. Final Fantasy 14.
Can't believe you left Merrick.
Yeah, I was gonna say. We had a great marriage, and we met in this game, and then she left me.
I tried to get Merrick to come to Final Fantasy 14, but you know.
She did. She continues to try. And I do play occasionally, so we'll talk about that as well. But the first thing we got to talk about is the burning question on everyone's mind. Everyone has heard at least a little bit about this today. I woke up and got like a million messages, and we're like, dude, it's coffee break today. Do you know what's happening? Have you seen the drama? Have you had this link? And I had like 10 posts from this today. For those of you who don't know, there is big drama in the land of Guild Wars 2. This apparently has been going on for a couple of weeks, but for the majority of us, we're finding out about it today, because today was the big drop of the Reddit post that sort of detailed everything with screenshots. Enko, like I said, has been on a podcast already today discussing this kind of stuff. Do you want to, like, what's the deal, man? Can you lay this out for us? Like, what happened, who it was, and how big of an impact this has had on the Guild Wars 2 economy? Hello? Testing.
Sure, I'll go. I heard you on stream, but
Yeah,
you
you're
were
pushing
muted
the
on
wrong push to
Discord.
talk, so
No,
we're
you know
way
what's
behind
weird?
you.
I am pushing the right push to talk, but it's not activating on the thing unless I
Discord.
highlight the Discord window. So I'll make sure that I do that. You guys can hear me in real time now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That was great. Enko was like patiently waiting as it caught up, and now he can reply. Yeah. Go ahead,
Okay.
Enko. What happened?
All right, guys. So the Mystic Coin walls have fallen. So if you guys didn't know, for the past since November, Mystic Coins shot up in price,
Mm-hmm.
mainly because of some market manipulation going on. Now, some of the background of why this happened. So this is going back to some stuff that came up in October. So MM talked about this on his stream too. I will put this on. There we go. Okay, so this is the chart for Mystic Coins. If you go in for just the last 3 days, we had 915,000 buy orders. It dropped down to 470, and it dropped down to 378, and then it dropped down to 150, which is what it should be about at.
Yo.
So the reason why this happened, back in October, Overflow and Exchange, we both don't allow like any RMT trades on there because it's against TOS. On Exchange, which I'm a moderator for, like Dan Days is in charge of that.
Mm-hmm.
We basically have a zero tolerance policy for it. So if you
Could you explain
if
that,
there's
by the
any
way? What
inkling-
kind of trading that is? What did you call it?
So it's the GW2 Exchange subreddit. So /r/GW2 Exchange.
Mhm.
It's basically so people could trade off of the trading post directly to players. And it is to it's basically to try to avoid some of the TP taxes.
The TP
so the trading
fees
post
on large prices, right? Like huge prices.
No, you even see some people trying to sell like Mithril and Elderwood there, and I'm just like, dude, you're trying to save yourself like 5 silver. So, basically, when you list something on Trading Post, you get charged 5% of the price you listed for from your wallet, and then when it sells, the Trading Post takes 10% of the proceeds from that sale, so you lose 15%. 5% upfront when you list it, 10% when you actually get the items back, or the revenue from the item. This happens if you instant buy an item, or like, well, it's only when you list something. So if you instant sell an item to a buy order, you get that 15% just taken out right away. If you list it, you get charged 5%, and then when someone buys it, you lose another 10% there. So a lot of people will trade off the Trading Post directly to players so that you can avoid paying some of those fees. Usually it's like, we usually charge like 90%. Like most people will trade for like 90% of the TP value. So you save 5%.
And if you're selling something like a chalk infusion or something, that's a huge amount of money, right? Like 15% is enormous. So I can see why people would want to.
Yes. So if you're selling a chalk infusion for 20K, which they're not going for now, they're like down to quite a bit less. They're like 8K now, I think. If you're selling them for 20K, 5% of that is 100 gold. So you can basically save yourself 100 gold.
Yeah.
Which adds up if you're doing a lot of these trades. Okay. So Exchange is a subreddit that Dan made. Overflow Trading Company is a Discord led by Guild MM. We both have like rules against RMT. Dan has a no tolerance one. If there's an inkling, he will just ban that person from trading. So on Overflow, they banned a bunch of guilds that were suspected of being affiliated with RMT, like they were actually doing it. And some of those guilds retaliated by saying, what's like, well, you guys got somebody else, like another guild that's involved in this too. And here's screenshots of like on their Discord, they were allowing RMT. So it's not necessarily we knew that this person in question was actually doing RMT, but it was definitely going on and they weren't stopping it. Sure. The staff decided to ban him, and then after discussion later on, they like I got asked about this even though I'm not a staff member there, and it's like basically there wasn't really enough evidence to do that because it's like it happened like a couple of years prior to this, like the screenshots that they had. So it's like, well, was that there when he was there? We don't know. Like, was it when he was in charge? We don't know. So, but while this guy was banned, he decided to screw with the market and put up a buy order for Mystic Coins at 2 gold, which is the giant
spike
jump
on the
here. Okay. And if you look at this, he kept putting more. So at the peak, it was at 1.1 million Mystic Coin buy orders. And if you look at this over time, like there's something going on here. Like this is not normal. There's not that much.
Thank you, Adam.
There's no way there'd be that much demand for Mystic Coins, especially there's going to be that much gold that somebody doesn't know this. So all this is going on. Couple weeks ago, this guy was also streaming too. He was kind of known to be a wealthy guy in game. I know you call I know you say we're TP Barons. I actually don't like that title. I actually don't. It's just everybody.
What? I'll take that title. I wish I could be called a TP Baron.
Well, it's usually used in a derogatory way by most people.
Oh, is it really?
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
oh, interesting.
I didn't know that either, to be honest.
So this guy this guy came up on my radar like over a year ago because people were like, oh, look at this other guy, he's got so much gold. And like I've heard the guy's name before, and I'm like, well, from what I knew, he was a credit card player. Like he purchased a lot of gems converted to gold,
right?
And then he ended up in the high-end flipping market with infusions. And then all of a sudden this past year, he went from like 900,000 and million account value, like liquid gold. And all of a sudden he had like 2 million, and then he had 15 million, and now he's advertising 16 million. It's like, it took me 9 years to get up to like 1.5 million.
Yeah. Okay.
And
So that was the big thing, right? Like the big happening with the screenshots that are being passed around was that this dude accidentally flashed his guild stash full of crap. Now that was one of my big questions, because I don't know if you guys have seen it. Junie, maybe you could find these screenshots. If anybody has these screenshots, if you want to
show you the video.
Yeah, so basically he accidentally showed these tabs right in his guild bank. I know that like Guild Wars 2 efficiency effectively tracks account worth. This is what Anka was talking about just a moment ago, right? So if you had, and just so you guys get some context, the amount of stuff that was shown was staggering, impossible seeming. I mean, like the quantity of the most expensive items in the game in levels and numbers that should never be like accomplishable by anybody. And he showed it, and he deleted the VOD, but the pictures were taken. They've been passed around now. Is it that this stuff was kept in a guild bank specifically to avoid efficiency from tracking account value? Because what would that have shown if it showed all of this stuff?
One thing with the efficiency though, so you have to make your account public for it to show up on there.
I see.
He has his account on efficiency. He just has his account hidden from being shown public because he's flashed it a few times. So here, let me pull the VOD up. So he made a mistake. He went to a BRB stream or a screen on his stream, and when he came back, he had his guild bank open, and by accident, and he like freaked out. Like you could hear him on stream. He just freaked out.
Can you? I've not heard that yet. I would actually love to see that clip. I see Cryptic laughing. Could you imagine?
I haven't seen it, but it must be hilarious.
Oh man.
Well, he doesn't have a camera, but you could like hear it in his voice. I don't know if there's any way I could show this through my Discord feed with audio.
I don't get why people who are doing things that they know can get them in trouble, like want to stream or do anything public.
Well, yo, dude, do you remember that
why
guy?
Not just stay behind the scene.
Yeah, there was this guy like a month ago. I forgot. It's like Call of Duty or CS:GO or something. He was talking. It got really popular. He was a popular streamer. He was literally in a tirade, right? Like he was like ranting about how great he was at this game. So good. He had just finished a match. He's like, honestly, have you ever seen anyone as good as me? I'm the best. And in the background, he had left up his hack window. And the hack window showed like how, like what your accuracy is going to be, how like miss every 3 shots, avoid headshots or guarantee headshots. Everything on this was shown. And he finally realizes it halfway through his speech and stops, and you see his whole world come crashing down while he's talking about this. Like this stuff happens on Twitch. It's insane.
So here's the clip. So he had his be right back screen up, and then went how much farther?
Mel's!
It should be coming.
Did you just bought a t-shirt? Yes, Mel's, you're the best.
And then when he comes off of this thing, he has something up on screen that he did not mean to have. I don't have the audio for this through this stream because I don't have that audio set up on my OBS right now. But he's like, oh crap. He closes it, and then he's just like, I gotta delete the stream. I need to stop streaming. And then for the next hour, he's just trying to play it off.
Is that a YouTube video? Can you drop the link in Twitch?
Not right now.
Okay.
Yeah, so what you can see in there is some extreme stuff, right? Like you can see those sheets and sheets of legendaries. Some of this might be realistic, right? Like you might be able to actually accomplish that many legendaries.
Yeah. But what I saw, what were those? Those were Queen Bee things, right?
Okay. I'll pull up a better picture of it because we have screenshots from the Reddit post that was posted on Exchange and on the Guild Wars 2 subreddit. On the Guild Wars 2 subreddit, that post was immediately locked and deleted.
Really? How? Yes. Why was it locked?
Basically, because we called out the guy's name in the post. And so Teapot even said that, hey, if you guys just take out references his name, they'll allow that post again.
Right, that makes sense.
Okay, so in this one, you guys probably can't see it because it's a little kind of tiny. No, you know what? This link I will post because this is fine. This is on Exchange. So Dan owns that one. So, okay, if he wants to put it. So the issue on here, so the legendaries, that's feasible. I've had this many legendaries on my account until I give them all away. The chalk egg sacks, even though I'm like, okay, maybe, possible. We know there's that many in game. The queen bees, like, maybe.
That many? But aren't those 250 stacks? It's like 1,000 or more.
Yeah, I mean, that's plausible. I'm not saying it's believable, but it's plausible, right? So still nothing, right? Then we get to the Blackline exclusive chest.
Uh-huh.
So
and how many of those?
These 7 stacks in here. So the Blackline exclusive chest. Yeah. The Blackline exclusive chests show up once a year, and it's a super rare drop from Black Lion chests. All right. We got someone in on the trading communities named Xanar who like went like super hardcore trying to like acquire as many of these as he could. He's got 40 of them. Like he spent like a year just trying to buy as many as he could. And then we've got 7 stacks here. And then there's also 2 stacks of Connors in that first guild make. So the Connor Infusion has been out for approximately 670 days by now. For half 500, that would mean one has dropped on average almost every day. And this guy has somehow acquired every single one of them.
So just to give some people some context, another one of the screenshots that was taken and then had like this little appendage given to it. It counted up a gist, like a ballpark range of how much money this one screenshot is worth, and it's in the realm of 33 to 34 million gold, just in this screenshot alone. This is absolutely insane. What in the end, what we have realized has happened is that this person it has not just been doing whatever we were talking about a moment ago with RMT trading, but has been in some way, shape, or form duping items, duplicating falsely items. I think somebody also brought up the list. I watched part of the podcast earlier today with Enko and Guild MM that was detailing the total amount of, I think, Mystic coins sold that he's done, right? Isn't it like, I forgot the raw numbers, but it was just insane. Like no human being could ever accumulate so much. So basically this guy has been accused of and found out to not just be hoarding or selling or trading in some sort of maybe dubious way. It's worse than that. He's been hacking, right? Like actively cheating in this game and skewing the economy in some major way over the course of like God knows how long, right? Is that the gist of this?
Yeah. So when those Mystic coin infusions, Mystic coin walls went up, you can actually look at the other charts with other infusions, like the ones that are at 10K, and you can see orders being filled. So at the same time he did this, he was also instant selling a bunch of like chalks on the trading post, because a lot of people were like, "Hey, I just got a chalk on, and like my order's been up for a year," and like a lot of people were saying they got it. So what was probably happening was he was instant selling these to get the 10K gold, so that then he could then put all these buy orders in. And so gotcha. 200,000 Mystic coins is 400,000 gold. You can only hold 200,000 gold in your wallet. So he was filling the buy order, or he was selling the buy orders, getting the gold, listing it so that he can actually get that because from one account. So the problem with all this is that it made the Mystic coin prices go up. All the infusions went down in price. Like chalks were like 20 to 23K. They're now like, you could buy order them in 8K gold on the trading post right now. Confettis were like 15. Now they're like 6. Connors, he was buying them for 80K. Reasonable people were selling them for like 45, 60K. You could get one now for like 25K.
Don't you guys love the way that Enko says 6K for a confetti infusion as if that's like 50 cents now? It's okay. They're worthless now, guys. Could you guys just send me all
they're still good. They're still good. Now, the thing is, I've always been in the position. Infusions were a bad market to invest in. Because just the way that they're generating game and they never get consumed, because you can put infusion on and you take it off, you can then trade it again. It doesn't get a countdown. And then Mystic coins, from the supply of how they're obtained in the game versus how they're consumed in the game, there's no way that price is going to be sustainable. So I've been harping on this for at least a year that, hey, Mystic coins are a bad idea to invest in. Like, get what you need to make your legendaries, but don't go all in on these things. Yeah. Well, now, and then this happened in November. The bigger concern I had when this first came up a couple weeks ago, we had heard news through the grapevine that what was going to happen was that we have Legendary Armory coming out July 13th. You know, everybody's hyped up about it. People are getting legendaries. We've got all this stuff coming out over the summer with Guild Wars 2. They had the roadmap for the summer. We've got the Living Season episodes coming out again. Yeah. Armory. We've got End of Dragons coming out. They've announced Gen 3 legendaries. They did all this stuff, right?
Yeah, big.
He was planning on crashing the Mystic coin market the day before Armory came out.
On purpose.
On purpose, to troll the game. That is what incredibly pissed me off about this entire thing. Like, if you're just doing this because you want to troll other players, like troll the economy, fine. But to actually destroy the hype that the game's like trying to get back on track. Like Teapot's like, this is the year of 20. Like, this is the year of Guild Wars 2, right?
Yeah. I've
Like
been saying the
to
same thing.
completely derail the hype that people are getting for this. And once we saw like that was a separate issue besides the screenshot now. So now that I know that he can like just make as many legends as he wants, all these infusions that he wants, just imagine what happens that like you guys are all like they announced Legendary Armory a couple months ago now, right? You guys are all out there working on getting your legendaries, getting legendary armor, getting all your weapons, getting Gen 2, Gen 1 weapons. You're doing all this work. You're pushing hard for all this. And it's like, haha, I finally got all these legendaries I wanted. I'll be ready for Armory. And I spent all this time. I spent like 5 months just grinding, trying to do this. Some people might have spent money on gems converted to gold so they could work on this.
Mm-hmm.
And then the day before Armory comes out, somebody dumps Mystic Coin prices down to 5 silver, dumps every single legendary down to 1 gold. And all your hard work for the last 5 months, it's just like, why did I do that? Why did I do all that?
How do we know that he was planning on doing that? Did he say that he was planning on doing
he
that?
told it. Yeah, he told some people.
Wow.
That's dirty.
So he's
Or
duping,
Mystic Coins.
he's influencing the economy in a negative way, and he's just a jerk. I honestly didn't know this guy before today. I never heard this name before. Did the rest of you guys know who this was?
All I knew of him, I thought he was like a nice guy. Like I thought he was a credit card player. And then he started streaming and he's
That's lucky
bragging
you
about
didn't
16 million account value. And I thought that was kind of weird. I'm like, yeah, that's a little off. Maybe somebody spent $2 million on the game. Maybe.
But you hear about those whales, dude. I don't know.
Yeah.
2 million,
So
that's
if you look at all the evidence, it's like pushes against it because we ran the numbers earlier on like live on Guild MM stream, and we also ran these numbers before. But so the way gems work in this game, if you can buy gem cards, so $25 for 2,000 gems, and then you take that and then you go into the in-game gem store and you convert it to gold, the exchange rate for gems to gold will get worse. Okay, and then the gold to gem ratio will get better if you trade a lot of gems for gold. Okay, so if somebody bought enough gem cards to convert gems into gold to buy 16 million worth of stuff, we would have seen that affect the ratios. I actually pay attention to the ratio every day because I convert gold to gems a lot. Gold to gems because I don't need to buy gem cards anymore because I don't need to spend money on this game. But I would have noticed that like gold to gems would have dropped down to like 200 gold for 2,000 gems if somebody was doing that. We haven't seen that. Okay, so there's that. The Mystic Coins just all of a sudden just going from 1 million account value to 16 million account value. Actually, not the account. That's liquid gold. Liquid gold means you have that much in tradable assets. Like my liquid gold is like 400,000. My Guild Wars 250 says I have like 1.5 million account value because I generally put all my stuff into my account. I account bound most of my stuff. So he's saying he has 16 million liquid gold, and it's just like, okay, that'll came up in a year. Like, and plus this guy's bragging about it too. He's always talking about it. So, there's obviously something off. The guy is not somebody that comes off as a good trader. Like I said, I thought he had just credit card his way into the infusion market and was just doing high-end flipping to make gold. But that requires very little thought. You just have to have a lot of revenue to do that. Because whenever you asked him, like on his stream, whenever you talked to him about like trading, how to make gold and stuff, he points you somewhere else. He can't explain it.
Points to you, maybe.
No, he would usually go to
I point to Enko when someone asks me.
So there was a lot of things that like just weren't adding up, and so we had the RMT suspicions. I've been suspicious of this guy for a while. It's like something's weird going on, but it's like I don't actually know. And then he accidentally showed that guild bank on screen, and then
I can't wait to watch the video. I want to hear it.
Zunlai in chat mentioned that supposedly he said he was going to delete everything in his guild bank.
Just delete it? Well, okay, so hold on. We got to touch the next thing. Like I had read a couple of things. He was banned from this community and banned from that community. One of the things that I heard earlier today that you said, Enko, and I think this is an excellent point that I'd like to sort of branch out to, if you guys don't mind, was that this knowledge was figured out not by ArenaNet, but by the community, right? Like we discovered this. So I've got a couple of questions about that. One is I myself have had my account investigated because I was sent like 800 gold over the course of some short period of time. Like, how does somebody, and they said it was suspicious seeming when it wasn't, and it was fine, it ended up getting cleared up. And that's happened to a lot of people. There's obviously metrics to track this kind of stuff. First of all, why isn't there anything that makes a red flag when something like that happens, when someone's account is greatly fluctuating like that? Like you said, you can make a guess that maybe he's just dumping credit card into it. But ArenaNet knows that that's not true, right? They know that he's not. So, like, how does this... Is there nothing that makes them suspicious of account behavior?
So Sam Ageste would be a better person to ask because he's actually more familiar with the inner workings of it. So with mail, I know they track mail because that's if you RMT stuff, that's usually how you'll get it.
Right. I see.
So guild banks are a little more iffy because like usually that's the report. Like they usually just stay away from any issues with guild banks. They actually if someone steals a guild bank from you and stuff like that, or a guild hall, they end up saying, "Oh, that was inter-guild politics." Yeah, that was inter-guild politics. You shouldn't have given that guy permission.
I actually just looked at the guild stuff myself just the other day, and they said, like, when I went to go petition to have the guild name changed, I was renaming my personal guild, and in there they're like, if this has anything to do with anything political, or someone stole all of your guild stuff, or whatever, like, we actually won't help you. you can't petition for that. That is an inner guild politics thing, and we don't get involved in that, which I found pretty interesting. I didn't know.
Yeah. So what that means, so if like you have guild banks and you have stuff in there and you have a member that steals stuff from there, and they weren't supposed to, ANET won't return your items because they're just gonna say it's like, well, it's just you should not give permission to that guy to have access to your bank. As far as the tracking thing, like if I was working at ANET, because like I do spreadsheets a lot, and spreadsheets when you get down to it, they're just databases. That's really what they are. So we know ANET has an API. They have a lot more access to a lot more data than we do. So if I was the economist or someone that had access to that information, I would set up something to flag alerts that, especially on high value items, that's like, and it wouldn't even be because like, oh, I'm worried about duping. That would be a side effect. The reason to be would be so like, hey, I'm the guy that designed the drop rate formulas. I'm the mathematician that designed the drop rate formulas. I want to make sure these drop rates are working correctly. So I'll set up a tracker, I'll set up a little metric that goes like, oh, this will have a little counter of how many Connor boxes are opened, like in total throughout, like since it was introduced. Right. And then I'll have another counter that goes, oh, this is how many Connors dropped from those boxes. And then I'll have another counter that goes, this is how many Connors exist in game, because you might get something that's deleted or thrown in or something like that. And that would just be a method like, okay, one is our drop rate formula correct? Is it actually dropping at a rate we want? And then to be like, this is how many we have in game. Is this what we want? Do we want to keep it this low? I mean, they obviously increased the drop rates a little bit, or they said they did. Right. So I would just have a little tracker for that. And then I would notice I would come into work one day. I'm like,
why are there so many extras?
Why did it jump up 500 in a day? And I would do this for a lot of items. And the reason why that I know they don't do this, or at least they don't do it, they didn't used to do, is because Shadow Behemoth used to have an item, a unique item that an exotic can only get from that one. They kept claiming for like the first year and a half of the game that, oh, it works fine, so it's a super rare drop. And then they found out like, oh crap, we actually screwed it up. The drop rate was 0. they fixed it.
But it took them a year and a half to realize there wasn't a single one in the game ever.
And because people were complaining about it, and then like as soon as they fixed it, the first one that came out, like someone tried listing on the trading post for 200 gold. Within an hour, there was like another 60 listed on the trading post. So I know they don't track this stuff. Like I would set up alerts like that, and it could also help with customer support or like security. Like, might point out some anomalies. So like Sam was saying earlier on MM stream, it's like, well, it's actually a lot more complicated than that. Which data analytics and like processing like that volume of data can be difficult. But it's like, I work in cybersecurity. We have tools that monitor and track every packet that goes in and out
and
around,
they track
around the
right?
world.
Yeah, they do track statistics. They've come out with all those like on the anniversaries or whatever.
Metrics. Yeah,
there's a lot of statistics and metrics being showed there, like interesting things.
So if they can tell us how many scales have been killed.
Exactly.
I'm pretty sure they could tell us how many Connors have dropped from these chests. Right?
Yeah. All this stuff is trackable, and Anko's right. Like spreadsheets are basically databases. I'm a software engineer, so I develop databases all the time, and I can I could say without a shadow of a doubt, they can 100% be tracking these things. And just like Enko described it, you could set it something up very similar to that. You wouldn't run it constantly. You would have it running every time they did a downtime for a patch. And you would collect your statistics then. So every 2 weeks or every month, whatever Guild Wars' wonky patch schedule is, they would get these new statistics. But I mean, I think we'll get into this more later with like the new patch and the balances. But I think this really speaks to the development team really not only being out of touch with their game, but also perhaps being too small for the game that they're trying for an MMO they're trying to maintain, and not really being up to date with current standard practices. It's difficult. It's a little more difficult to track a RMT originator, somebody that's doing the, as the seller, because usually there's alt accounts involved and stuff like that. But it's not that difficult to track people who are buying the RMT stuff. That's pretty straightforward. And it's not that difficult to track someone that's item duping. Those two things are pretty straightforward because you can just see somebody's account statistics go up ridiculously crazy. If somebody has all that stuff in their guild bank, you can see those items just explode in their guild bank. And anybody just paying any attention to a database would see this. Oh, look at this number is really high. Why is there that many conners in the game? That doesn't even require, an automated system tracking statistics. Just somebody, literally a database is just like when you open a spreadsheet, like I said, you can literally visualize them like that. Most databases have a visual interface like that. And just scrolling through, an item database or whatever, you could see the amount in the game, and it should immediately set alarms off for anyone that's doing any kind of maintenance.
So speaking of alarms, and you were talking about maybe the fact that ArenaNet is, you said maybe they're out of touch, but then also you alluded to maybe the fact that they're, I don't know, too small, ill-equipped.
Yeah, ill-equipped.
So that's a good way, I think, to put that. And one of the other things, the next thing that I wanted to sort of segue into is something that Anko said in the stream earlier today, which I found very interesting, which was that it wasn't some sort of counter or statistic or metric or alarm bells that go off on the side of ArenaNet that discovered this was happening. It was actually players that discovered it happening. But then what do you do with it, right? Like one of the interesting things that was discussed earlier was that there wasn't clear infrastructure on how to even report somebody who was blatantly duping. And I wanted to talk about this because I've recently come across a couple of, and Empress, I see Empress is in the chat. I'm sure Empress and her PvP friends have seen people hacking. Like active hacking does happen in PvP. I watched a clip earlier today, I think it was in Empress's Discord actually, of two people that were doing ranked content that are hacking. Like clearly hacking, right? Empress says all the time. So hacking is something that is present in this game. Cheating is something that this is a really big deal in any MMO, right? This is not just in an economy, but in a competitive game mode like PvP. What could be more discouraging? What could make you more want to quit a game than doing a PvP match that is ranked, that is going to, like, I watched this guy, he had a pretty level head about it, Empress. It seemed to me like he is at least used to this enough to not throw his mouse across the screen or across the room. But he was like, oh, okay, like, I'm going to lose now. What could be more discouraging for a new player than to watch their rating go down and someone else's go up just then because they lost a ranked match due to cheating? And what did this guy do? He tried to report them. And you right click and there isn't even an option to report somebody for cheating. Cheating is not an option. That is not a selection. He had to report them for botting. That was the only thing that they could do. Or harassment. So this is something
actually more effective, I think.
Well, exactly. But that's the next thing I wanted to talk about. This made me think because I had this memory. I was like, yeah, but we all have this taste in our mouth, right? Like, back me up on this or correct me if I'm wrong. That reporting somebody feels very empty, like it's not going to do anything and it's not going to work, like it isn't followed up. And it made me think about where I had just seen this. And it was the whole debacle that happened with Wooden Potatoes. Do you guys remember this? Where he got into that big drama. He was like throwing around that really foul language and then defending all that stuff. Turned out when he finally gave his defense to it was that he was in PvP and they were cheating. And he gave this whole speech with his proof and everything about how ArenaNet is not, like, no one responds to the reporting system. The reporting system cannot be trusted to do anything. And So in his mind in that moment, he was thinking, well, this is so untrustworthy that anything's going to come from this, then I'll just start flinging around like obscenities and harsh curse words and whatever other things he said in the hopes that that somehow triggers ArenaNet to notice this is happening. So there wasn't really any infrastructure to report this. And I wonder how people feel about this, right? I think, Enko, you had said that people ended up going to Teapot because they felt like Teapot had a connection or an in where he could directly contact ArenaNet and be like, hey, poke, 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 by the way, this guy's like really cheating in a way that's absolutely affecting the greater player base of the game. How do you guys feel about that? I mean, is there something that could or should be done differently?
Yeah,
you want to go?
yeah.
I'd like to ask you specifically.
I'll go real quick. I think
Thanks
one
for
of
the
the
raid,
biggest
Snap.
things, and I'll reference another game that really solidifies, really presents the community away, because a lot of MMOs you see, people are always concerned about how do I give my feedback? How do I send my feedback to whatever company? It happens in BDO, I'm sure it happens in WoW, it happens in every game that multiplayer game that I've ever played. How do I give feedback to the companies developing my game? And the one MMO that I feel like really has done a good job is EVE Online, because EVE has a player council that is elected each year or each
I've
6
heard of
months or
this.
whatever.
Crazy.
Yep. And those people get flown over to Iceland to the developers every couple of months. They have virtual meetings and stuff every couple of weeks, and they are discussing the issues in the game and planning out. They get insider
That's real?
information. Yeah, that's real.
I
It's
thought
called
that was like a wives' tale. Like that's like
no. It's called the Council of Stellar Management. New people get
Council of
elected.
Stellar management. I love that so much.
New people get elected every year or something like that. I forget how long the terms are. And they interact with developers constantly, and they are part of the development process. The developers don't come to them and say, this is what we're doing. The developers come to them and ask them, what should we be doing? And they help develop the game. And that really is what especially MMOs at least, that would be and it solves the feedback issue, because then when we're complaining about, oh, nobody sees all the people that are cheating, we need a system to improve this. Instead of complaining to the void, I can go talk to Enko or Teapot, and I see he has a direct link to the developers because he talks to them every week, because he's part of this development process. He's part of this team. And that's the way that I can get my feedback, because he'll then go and he can aggregate all this feedback. He can say, look, guys, this is one of the biggest issues we're having. There's no anti-cheat system in the game. There's no, nobody's checking reports for people that are cheating. We need this in the game.
I'll say something. What Enko said before, like about duping and cheating, I haven't experienced anything like that. Nothing. And yeah, I do agree with you, Merrick. When you do report someone, it does feel empty. So people going to Teapot is actually a good thing. It does tell that, to say that the community is together and we do stand up as one. But there's a problem. People go to Teapot, they don't go to ArenaNet. And I think that's a bigger issue. Yeah, maybe Cryptic is right that they are small, and I think they need to fix that. And then putting out the content they put out, I think kind of shows that they are trying, but seeing what I'm seeing, it's very bleak, and I think they need to address it now with everyone being upset.
So you'd like to see more communication directly from them? You'd like a response? Like somebody actually asked a moment ago in chat if ArenaNet has responded to this in any way, shape, or form, and my guess would be no, and my guess is that they won't. I don't know what kind of communication typically comes from Guild Wars 2. But the one thing that I think we can all be pretty sure about is that they are smaller, right? They're reeling. One of the very fascinating things that happened with ArenaNet that I've never seen happen in any MMO ever, right? It's not like we haven't seen giant disasters happen in game studios and things like that, but we were so involved as a community in Guild Wars 2. Like for most of us, I think thought that the game was going really well. There was a lot of support behind it. They had a lot of money, expansions coming, whatever. Like I didn't have any concept that the game may be downsizing or having problems, and then that giant explosion that happened last year was a really big eye-opener. We learned all of a sudden that they were having a lot of internal problems, that the divvying up of resources, time, and responsibility on various projects was maybe being mismanaged in some way. At least that's what was alluded to. There was a big laying off of a drastic amount of people, which then they had a lot of things to say about it. Were we ever going to get another expansion? Is the game going to continue? Like, for some reason, there was great communication. We knew way too much about the negative things that were happening behind closed doors in ArenaNet. We did. We knew too much about that as a community. I always like to say that if you ever want to see a game fail, if you ever want to see a game die, all you need is a few people to say, this game's dead. And that's real. That snowballs. Like, the accusation of it itself breathes it into existence. And when we started to hear all those negative things, all of a sudden I was like, wait, this game that I love, that I've basically dumped like everything into, is doing poorly? Question mark. Like, I had no clue. And now all of a sudden maybe it's disastrous. And then we realized that no, Sky, don't say it. And then we realized that that maybe they're like a lot smaller than we thought. And there's been some concern that there's, you know, enough to keep the game going. I think for most of us, the conversation about ArenaNet and the longevity and success of this franchise has been a depressing one over the last 2 years, maybe, right? Until just recently. It's actually like right now would be the time that I would feel like we're probably all on the uptick in optimism. I know that I myself have been more optimistic about Guild Wars 2 than I have been in years. This is, I agree with what Anko quoted Teapot. I've been saying the same thing for a long time. I think 2021 is going to be the year of Guild Wars 2. It's very exciting. There's a lot of things that are happening, but how they handle things like this, whether or not the greater community trusts in, you know, the management of these really crappy things happening behind closed doors is probably a big issue. I think it speaks well to Teapot, right? Like, our community is pretty cool. I don't know if we're the stellar, what was it? The Stellar Council of 9 or whatever the hell that is.
Council of Stellar Management.
Council of Stellar Management. I don't know if we've got something like that going, but as far as the regular game and MMO community goes, it's pretty awesome that we have people like Teapot that we can go to, but it would be nice if there was a more reliable infrastructure for stuff like that.
Community manager.
Yeah, community manager.
I
That's
was just gonna say
exactly.
we had a community manager, didn't we? Didn't Gail used to
Gail
respond
and
to
then
things?
Regina. And
Right,
then,
and I remember
Gail
a
was
few
great.
years. I remember a few years ago when they put out the mount skins. I was tracking that for a while, and Mara can tell you I was quite taken aback by their decision.
I've
there.
never seen my wife so angry in my entire life. 5 years of marriage, the most she's ever been mad was not at me, but at ArenaNet for making RNG mount boxes. Okay, she stayed up till like 5 o'clock in the morning, angrily. I could hear her from bed, angrily typing. You know the sound of angry typing? She was angry typing gigantic essays to them about how unfair and unjust this was.
I felt it was very wrong. I don't like gambling. I don't like gambling or addictions being promoted toward people or children. However, that aside, they actually did respond to that though.
What?
Right? Like, they did respond. They put out a
I'm shocked.
Well, no,
I'm
so
shocked.
they didn't. I'm not sure if they responded. Actually, no, they did. They actually responded in the threads.
Legitimately responded and put out a statement, and I think maybe it was because at that time there was also a lot of other games that were doing similar things. There were a lot of laws that were trying to be passed, you know, in the United States to
were, in
combat
some
this
way.
stuff. And I think it was so much bigger than just them that they really did have to respond. But I was really impressed that they did, and they did make some minor adjustments.
They
That made it
changed the
feel a little
policy.
less.
No, the way that they did the boxes were changed.
They
Maybe
actually
not to
did
what we wanted.
change
But.
it. So that was a perfect example of them actually communicating properly. Now, the why that happened, how it happened, you know, that aside. But I think that's the last time I felt like a real, actual, like, personal response from them in that regard.
I will say those boxes for the mount skins, they're not RNG if you buy all of them.
No, but that's the change. That's the change because
Now.
it was perfectly 100% RNG. The change was made so that you could spend more to get individual skins. That was not the way that it was on launch. And so that was the victory made by all the angry typers.
They added the one where if you spend more per, you can pick the
That's
skin.
right. That's
Well,
right.
when I say it's not RNG, if you buy all of them, if you bought 16 of the random ones, you could not get the same one twice. So if you bought 16, then you were guaranteed to get all 16 of them. I bought all of them. That's why I say.
I was gonna say,
But,
and speaking from experience.
I agree with Sky in chat. Imagine Junie playing gotcha games. She'd have a heart
Oh
attack.
God, no! I have to keep her away
Junie,
from it.
you're going to hate me for this, but right now I am playing some Raid Shadow Legends.
Raid Shadow Legends. Guys, have you heard about Raid Shadow Legends? Everyone should come. No, I'm just kidding.
I mean,
All right.
the reason
Click the link below.
and
Click the link
here's my skeleton in the closet here that some people know about and some people don't. But I used to play Neopets
This stream has
a
been
lot
sponsored by Raid
back
Shadow
in the
Legends.
day, and they also had a horrible RNG kind of system, and obviously the game was targeted toward children, so again there was a major problem there. So like I had a history of like just not being happy with this kind of a thing.
So as far as Ana's response, so the reason why we went to Teapot was because a lot, like you guys were talking about, the reporting system in this game. You know, Merrick, you've been playing this game for a long time. Junie, you've been playing this game for a long time. Cryptic, you've been playing this game a long time. Beef, I mean, you're relatively new, but there's been a history in this game where if you report somebody for something, you feel like nothing happens because, like, one, you don't get any response back, and especially in PvP World vs. World, you can have hundreds of players report somebody for griefing, for being a toxic word, for hacking, teleport hacking World vs. World, teleport hacking in PvP, speed hacks, all that kind of stuff, and you report them. Your entire Zerg World vs. World says you reported them, and then the next day you still see the guy there. The day after that, you still see the guy there. The day after that, you see him there, and nothing ever happens. So a lot of people have this perspective that the report function in the game does nothing. That's really bad when people feel like that, oh, I can report this, but it won't do anything. Like, imagine this, like you call 911 and you have no expectation the cops will actually come. So at a certain point, you're like, I'm just not going to bother calling anymore. I'm not going to bother reporting someone anymore because there's no response. So when this all came up a couple weeks ago, we were like trying to how do we tell Enid about this? Because like the original plan was to put out a Reddit post on Tuesday. So we gave everything, like we didn't know who to go to. Like I messaged one of the devs that actually plays the game and like, hey, we got a major issue. You know, if I give you some stuff, can you pass it on to somebody at work? And he's like, hey, he'll try, but it's also not in his ballpark. Like that's not part of his job. Like he was just doing because he's another player and we know him. Yep. Gave it to him, and then when I was talking to Guild and them, I'm like, maybe we should pull Teapot into this because I know he's got contacts in the company, so we'll pass it on to him. We didn't even bother submitting an actual official report because the dupe that was being talked about, the gold dupe, we don't know what dupe Cassiano did. It could have been, I shouldn't say that, but we don't know like what actual dupe he did. But it could have been the guild bank thing. We don't know if it's an active dupe, but the gold dupe in particular, that was around a year and a half ago. What people first found out was 2 Winners Days ago when we first got any kind of indicators about it. Mm-hmm. And about a year ago, some people figured out like how it worked, and all the steps and recordings of how to do it were sent into Enid via the reporting system. And the person that sent it in got the canned response back to like, oh, thank you for submitting. We can't tell you what's going to happen with this because yada, yada, yada. Mm-hmm. And then 6 months later, crap, it's still in the game.
That's unbelievable.
This time, we mentioned like, it's like, hey, this isn't related to it, but heads up, this was here and we send it. And so they're like, okay, just send it to us directly. And it's like, okay, it got handed over to the engineers. Maybe it'll actually get fixed. We don't know. Cause like, I kind of understand why it works. And I don't understand why that kind of thing exists as part of how you do it, because you're not bugging the system out. It's actually one of their systems that they put in place to protect players that is then getting abused.
Could you just detail exactly how this is done, maybe step by step?
No, no, and even that, when we got asked to provide that information, they told us like, if you make a recording of it, if you provide a recording of it, because we already had a video of it from like months ago, they said like, make sure you guys take out any identified information because otherwise you guys might just get. So right. I have experience with that because the Guild Wars 1 dupe. So I was a fairly big trader in Guild Wars 1. Most people didn't know because I did the same process I did back then. I traded low value items just in masses. Like it's the exact same thing I do here. But that dupe was starting to affect me because the items I was selling, people started wanting to like buy them for like arm braces and like stacks and stacks of ectos in Guild Wars 1. So I just figured out how to do it. I sat down for like 2 days and I worked it out because it actually followed pretty much the exact same dupe methodology that you duped items in Diablo 2 1.08. And so I'm like, huh, wonder if this works.
Hmm.
Tried it out. It did. I sent in step-by-step instructions to ANET. I got banned.
I know, right, Sky?
Contacted Gil Gray because she was the person that was always active like on Guild Wars Guru. And I got my account unbanned. And they're like, yep, sorry, you got caught up in the ban wave when we just went off and detected everybody that did this. So they were that response, while I was still testing, because I got it to work, and then I was doing other samples with different types to show that this worked with stackable items, worked with weapons, worked with mini pets. While I was doing the third test, like I submitted my ticket, and then they said they wanted more information. So I was getting more information. They fixed it within a day. Like I was in the middle of trying it again, so I could send them like more screenshots, and I got banned right then.
No, did they ban you again?
Like immediately.
Oh, no.
So it happened very, very quickly. This one though, not a word. We didn't hear
Yo,
anything.
Pritch, what's up?
We
buddy?
also, back in Guild Wars 1, you had the Doom guy that, Doom would come out and kill someone or
Yeah,
bring the ban hammer physically.
Oh yeah, that
Yeah.
I've heard about that. That was real then, huh? Someone would
Yeah.
show up, an NPC would show up and ban you.
Yeah,
But-
it was Doom.
Oh, this is perfect timing because Echo just picked up his coffee mug. JC Nuevo sent me a message about where is the coffee in coffee break to lighten the mood.
Where's the coffee? We all have coffee. All two of
Judy,
us.
I would love for this to be the presentation of the special package too. We want to do that.
I think that's a great idea, actually.
Coffee
Yeah, we
break
can
mug.
lighten the mood a little bit, get people smiling.
All right.
No.
Eric, I have something from Enko. Enko
No.
sent this to you. So 1 second.
While Judy's going to...
Hold on. There needs to be some context given. For those of you who don't know, the very first coffee break we ever did, Anko managed to send me, has anyone heard this story? Managed to send giant bags of physical, real life, actual cauliflower to my house the day of coffee break. Junie started marching up these giant bags of cauliflower, and Beef is laughing now, but just wait for your future. But no, I had bag after bag of cauliflower. I didn't even know what to do with it. There's a picture of me somewhere holding it like this, just like
It was
surrounding the whole
amazing.
thing. We didn't even know what to. I couldn't eat it.
In my defense, I didn't know cauliflower heads were that big. Like I thought it was like a head of broccoli.
They're
I thought it'd be like this big. They ended up being this big, and I bought like 15 of them to send to his house. So I thought it was gonna be like a little bag you like would buy at the grocery store. Then he's sitting on stream, and Junie's like, well, here's one, and I'm like, oh crap, that thing's bigger than I thought. And then she just kept piling them on top of him. I was like, oh my gosh, they didn't even have enough space to put in the refrigerator.
No. I was gonna say like 2 days later, we didn't. I was like, maybe we should start thinking about how to like actually cook some cauliflower. And we walked through the kitchen. We're like, what's that? What's that smell? End up googling it. Apparently, cauliflower has to be refrigerated. I had no idea this was a thing. It started to smell bad. I feel awful because it kind of goes against the cauliflower pact. But we ended up having to destroy some real physical real life cauliflower. What have you just put in my lap?
All right,
This
Merrick,
is a gift from Enko. Please open it on stream.
I asked you about what happened to Pink Fluffy Unicorns MTV for the guild name, and then we got
No,
their
Echo,
television.
no, Echo, no. That crosses a line.
Show it. We need to see it.
What have you done? Why does this happen to me? This doesn't happen to anyone else.
Show it.
What even is this? I can't know.
It's amazing. You should show it.
It matches the blue hair.
Yeah, you have to wear it now before you lose all your blue hair. It's beautiful. This
This is the worst thing I've ever seen in my life.
That's like quality. That looks nice. It's a onesie. You're right, Sky, right? I know I've been trying to get Merrick into a onesie for ages. Here we go.
Why does this happen to me? Who's typing that? Bar down beef. Wait, you stop this. No, I'm not. I'm not putting this on. It's not
Put
happening.
it on.
There's
Put
no
it
way.
on.
Chant as much as you want. There's no. I'm not gonna. It's a full body suit. I can't even use my push to talk. It's got
Okay,
freaking hooves.
at least open it and take it out and like look at it.
Head
Like,
on at
show
least.
us. Yeah, put
Yeah,
it on
put
your
the
head
on
at least. Like put your the head on at least. Yeah.
No. I know what this is gonna be like. No, this is gonna be another one of the. My name is Merrick TV, and I'm a confirmed brony things that never dies ever. Like,
Oh
my
no,
second-
no,
Clip it.
Brony.
Clip
Oh,
it.
I just said call you Brony. Merrick. The next step.
What did you just
You're
call me?
lucky we didn't send you the original idea for this.
That's fair. Yes.
What was the original?
Junie, do you
idea?
remember the?
I
the
remember
picture,
it was
the-
like
the
a
items
five.
we
It was
found?
like a $500 to $800 full unicorn mascot outfit, like that you would see at a college campus.
It was like a full-blown unicorn furry suit.
No.
Yeah, it
no.
really was.
I would have
That's
chipped
the
in for
next-
that.
Oh my god, Art, thank you so much for the sub. And also Sloppy said, so how many points we need to spend to have this happen?
A lot. This is gonna be. I don't ever want to wear this in my whole life.
Hey, you said that about the unicorn tiara too.
I know,
You
but
should
True.
this
put
is
that
worse.
on.
And we
Echo.
have
This
that.
is so much
I
worse.
have it right here, actually.
Look at this thing.
I have it wrapped
Look
up
at
so Kat
this.
doesn't get it. That is amazing.
This is the worst thing I've ever seen in my life.
Best stream ever,
No.
and Sean says.
No.
I mean, you got to put it on now.
I do not. This is if ever it's gonna be a sub goal. If dyeing my hair blue requires something, this is gonna last forever. We're not now. This is a serious podcast, okay? This is
How
an
about this?
intellectual stream.
Do a community like a community challenge, or like give your stream like 7 days, and set the community goal to be like 1 million points or something like that. Because you can only put in each viewer can only put in 2,000 points a day, so you would need a lot of viewers like all chipping in to do this.
Oh.
Maybe not a million. A million's like I shouldn't have said a million. Let's go with we'll go with my legendaries.
A million
300,000 points.
A million
300,000
is
points.
good, I think.
$1 million for like a month.
Just turn the channel point amount up though to like unlimited, and then Tiffy can do half of it on her own. She's got like 500,000 channel points.
So
she has more
the
channel
2K
points than
points, it's by Twitch. Like Twitch won't let you change it.
Okay.
'Cause I wanted to put it at like 5K or something like that because like I only streamed like 3 or 4 days. It was only a week goal for me originally, so I decided just like let's just let it run until it runs out until it's achieved now. But for Merrick, we put 500,000 points in a week. He streams every day. Pretty sure we can get 500,000 points
That's
together.
probably true. Yeah, I bet
I've got
it is.
53K.
You can only
Yeah.
do 2K a stream though.
Yeah,
So Merrick,
that's-
this does mean if like your stream cuts out and you have to restart it, we go put in another 2K that day.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's true. Look at that expression.
I'm not doing it. You can't make me. Anyway, okay, so we're going to
okay,
segue
what
to
were we
the
talking
next
about?
topic.
You're not clicking on
Sorry.
Discord anymore.
Yeah, okay. So we're gonna
I got a
segue
question.
to the next topic. You have a question?
Oh.
Is it about ponies? Because if it is, no. The answer is no.
Wait,
I-
before
No.
I haven't even finished my answer for the community thing for the ANET response. We kind of like interrupted it right there.
Yes, but your fault. It's your fault that we did.
Do you want me to finish that one? Like what I think ANET should do with this at least.
Yeah, wrap that up and then we'll move
All right.
to the other.
I think ANET needs to look into getting a community manager, like an actual community manager, where that could be what the partner program actually is, where you have the community players and then you have somebody that's actually taking input from them, so that ANET is listening to the community for issues in the game, like if builds are being overbearing in PvP. Something in World vs. World is just not like it's being super terrible about how it's affecting the community. Like you could jump over doors and stuff like that. In the raid community, frat community, like if a single build like Staff Mirage is super OP right now, it's mainly because of Torment. It mainly is because of Torment. But
Yeah, fixed
we have
torment.
no avenue to do
Mesmerla.
like we have no avenue to do that. I've said that before. Like Teapot is our de facto community manager because if there's issues, people just go to him now because that's the only way we could get it to ANET and get stuff done because the reporting system, the Guild Wars 2 forums are a joke. Like you can't even post anything remotely negative in there because you'll get your account banned.
Yeah.
Like they need to actually have someone that can take input from the community so they can identify problems, and so that they can look at this stuff. Like we may not have good answers, but somebody's have to filter through it. You still have to be open to answers though, and they don't do that. Like they can, this could lead into a lot of things. Twitch, like ANET support on Twitch drops maybe.
Twitch drops? Did you say Twitch drops?
The Twitch or the ANET partner program like really needs to do more than what it is doing right now, because it's like the entire point of that thing was to get involved with the community, and it really doesn't do anything.
Well, no, exactly, and so many people
Any
here are
exclamation
not
point
even
DBs in chat?
partners yet, which makes no sense to me.
Before we
whatever
switch
do you mean?
topics, I just wanted to mention real quick. I think that something gets lost in a lot of this is NCSoft being the publisher. Like a lot of these complaints that people have with Guild Wars 2 and the lack of community interaction, all that stuff has been a consistent complaint with a lot of NCSoft games and a lot of the MMOs that they've killed over the years. So I think leaving NCSoft out of this equation as the publisher is a big thing that people forget about. And it's not something that'll ever really be fixed. I mean, and unless Arena get bought by another company. But yeah, I mean, I've noticed like EVE Online, when they got bought by Pearl Abyss, their community interaction, I felt like ratcheted up and got better. So the publisher can make a big difference, kind of putting pressure on the, giving the developers more resources, but also putting pressure on them to be more involved with,
or make
the
it
community
worse.
they just paid for.
Or make it worse. I've seen a lot of
true.
like small game companies be bought up or change hands, and it's changed in a negative way. I watched it happen as far ago as EverQuest, and no beef, I'm not gonna put it on. So like when you see games change hands, it always makes me nervous. Sometimes, yeah, I guess it does get better, but sometimes it gets worse.
I don't know how much worse it could get than NCSoft.
I was just
though,
gonna
right?
say I've seen NCSoft go badly a
can't-
bunch of times, so I don't know.
I can't blame this on NCSoft completely though, because like the entire thing where ANET employees are not allowed to talk to the community, like they're actually not allowed to talk to the community. They've actually all been muzzled. They're not allowed to. That is completely through ANET. And there's been a lot of reports in the past where like ANET's management style has like kind of crippled content development in it. But that's internal stuff. I'm more focusing on the community manager thing because I think that is something that's doable. We need to have an avenue of being able to provide feedback, reports, and things where we'll actually feel like they'll actually be addressed. Because right now the reporting system does nothing. It actually does
Snap,
nothing.
it's fine.
So
yeah, no, I agree. I think community manager, we've seen it work in the past. We've seen it be good. We've seen it be not so good. Not having one is obviously not working well, right? Like you're right, de facto Mighty Teapot. I say all the time, right? Whether you love watching a stream every day or don't, it doesn't matter because Teapot's influence on the overall game and community of Guild Wars 2 is a really, really positive one. So it's good that we have something like that. It's good that we have someone who is involved and approachable and actually has the ability to, have a dialogue, I guess, with somebody at ArenaNet. That's really good. Should we have to rely on that? Maybe not. It would be nice if we had like a direct community manager. And again, maybe a forum in which that we could express concerns, I guess, without the fear of reprisal or silencing. I guess some people feel that way. I don't think I've ever tried to make a negative post and had it be taken down. I've never done that before, but I guess there's not a good place to do that.
let me see if I can find that screenshot of somebody's response where they were told you're not allowed to post anything negative on Guild Wars 2 forums.
Duh.
I think Bardown had a question, by the way. I didn't want to cut off his question.
It was just to Enko. So you don't like being called the TP Baron. What do you like to be called? Like what is the actual term? Because when I hear of Enko, I
super
hear
rich
Baron.
guy.
So the entire Baron thing, like the reason why I never really use that title for myself is because like the first 6.5 years of me playing this game, all the TP stuff I did it very under the radar because like the goal I had for everything I do on the training post is that nobody should be able to tell what I'm doing. Like people should not be able to see that because I'm not disrupting markets. I'm going along with the supply and demand in the markets. And I'm not doing anything like buying up a ton of legendaries. I'm not doing that. So nobody actually knew that I was making a lot of gold in this game. And I did that intentionally because I was buying things that like, we went over these numbers earlier on MM stream. The average item that I've bought on the trading post is 2 silver, 53 copper.
JC.
It's like 47 million items, and it was like 2 silver, 53 copper average.
I think the official title for Enko has been suggested successfully by a member of our viewership right now. JC Nuevo would like to coin you as the god of Ectos. All in favor? Yeah, okay. All opposed? No? Okay. God of Ectos Enko is official. Thank you, JC Nuevo. I think that's a solid title. That's solid.
Oh, I found that post, by the way.
God of Echoes, Breaker of Dupes.
Breaker of dupes. Oh,
I don't know
there
if
it
you guys
is.
can read that.
Read it for us. Please keep
Oh no, it's a little
discussion
small.
about
Yeah.
ascended
So I'll read it out
gear
loud.
positive.
So this was an action on somebody's, they blocked someone's post, and the moderator
from
goes,
Gail.
"Hi, negative or inflammatory posting will result in an infraction. Thanks for your cooperation." And Gail Gray then responded right after that goes, "Please keep discussion about Ascended Gear positive. Complaints and arguments create a less fun atmosphere on the forums. If you dislike the game edition, please keep it to yourself. Not many others will want to hear it."
Oh crap! I was gonna say it didn't
Wow.
start off so bad, but by the end there, that's not great. That's not good for fostering like an interactive community. That's not great. Maybe not great. And it's sad too from Gail Gray. But you know, that's a bummer.
Yeah.
That's a bummer.
So nope, like, and if you try posting anything on the forums where it's just like it hints at all about that you're complaining about the game or you want to have constructive criticism of the game, even like anything that's possibly could be construed as any kind of criticism, they delete off the forums.
Hmm.
That's why nobody uses it. That's why everybody just goes to Reddit.
Right. Yeah. You want the real drama or the complaining? Go to Reddit.
That's what Reddit was made for.
That's what Reddit was made for, dude. I'm telling you.
I remember making some like complaining posts though, like years ago on the forums, and I guess I just kind of got lucky, or maybe they weren't as like scathing as I thought they were.
I remember like year one. Does anyone remember this back in the day? When I first got into Guild Wars 2, I was so obsessed with it. I loved the game so much. I loved the classes so much. And I used to literally haunt the class-specific forums. And I'd hop from class forum to class forum to class forum, listening to what people had to say. And the Necromancer forum was a cesspool of absolute misery and despair. I mean, people hated it. They hated life. They hated ANET. Every post was about how Necro needed to be buffed. And I made a post at one point trying to be like, I think I was trying to like concisely sum up a lot of the complaints from other people and put it in a constructive way. But it didn't go anywhere. I don't know. I certainly wasn't silenced, but maybe I was just too eloquent in my description about it. But Necro had a rough time for a long time.
Trying to envision Junie writing a scathing post, and it's just like full of cats and hearts and just nice things.
No, she got
Junie's like, oh wait, I gotta add 5 more hearts here. This is too scathing. I'm
When
too-
Junie was talking about the gacha game she was playing, and it's just like, and it's like it was Neopets of all games.
It was
And she's like-
Neopets. It
and she was
was
complaining
Neopets.
for angry letter to the developers.
I was so okay,
Neopets.
yeah, I was very into Neopets back then, and
Yeah,
they
say
have
was
they-
again.
Was it's,
She's
it's
still
a
into
dead
Neopets.
site practically
She's
now.
still
But
doing
anyway,
Neopets.
I check it every once in a while to see how my pets are. But
Your own page.
it's not good. Flash is gone. We're having troubles over there. But anyway, years ago,
She's
like-
involved. She's 100% involved in the community.
I told you.
But, like,
We're
we
having
just listed all the
problems over there,
issues.
she said.
We need
I mean-
flashback. We need.
I mean, I did play like I got back into it for like a couple of weeks, like several months ago when the Flash thing happened. But yeah, so like there are still mystery capsules, and they're like a couple of dollars a piece or whatever. And
Just
you
show.
open them, and they have like really bad odds, and it's like such a mess. Like you end up getting junk items all the time instead of what you want, and there's like a crazy economy over there. And I want to say like 10, 12 years ago when I did play much more, I was very involved, and I was like in like the charter area, which is like for older
Okay.
members who have been there a while and have been paying for the site. And so everybody there was very obsessed with these things, and I started to notice that people were actually getting like majorly addicted. So and I also felt like that pull, although I never really spent that much money. And so I started putting together these, like, because you could make websites. That's actually how I got into web development. was through Neopets.
Which is
And I would
literally what
make-
she does for a career
Which is
now.
what I do
so
for my career. So
Neopets
there you have it.
defined her life decisions.
Pretty much. But there were, so I would make these like web pages through the site that you could make them in the site. And I remember making one that was basically a gambling addiction help service.
She did.
So
She's shown it
I
to me.
put out like suggestions on how to like cut the addiction for buying these things because some people were spending like hundreds and hundreds and thousands of dollars on this. And then I would like, we actually had a little like community of people that would really push along the forums and like share this page to try to get people to like get rid of their gambling addiction. So yeah, that was my story about Neopets.
You guys, like I said, I've been married to this woman for 5 years now. We just celebrated our 5-year wedding anniversary last month. It's crazy and awesome.
Yeah, congratulations.
Oh, yeah,
that's
thank
right.
you.
You guys went on a vacation. That's right. I
We
Is it
did.
a
We went on a little
Neopet themed anniversary?
No.
Is that
You know, absolutely not.
I tried
It was
showing
a My
Mario
Little
Kart.
Pony. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, so
wow,
I mean,
confession
You
live.
now have a onesie that would fit in perfectly for that kind of
See,
celebration.
now we have.
how does this happen on the internet? I don't understand. Anyway, we've been married for 5 years, and I have seen her legitimately angry in that way twice. One was in a previous guild we were in. She wrote a 38-page dissertation on how the management of the guild was handled poorly. And the other one was the gotcha thing for Guild Wars 2. Yeah, I've never seen, I spent years with her, never having seen her mad. Like, you guys think she's just sweet and bubbly and that's just her on stream? That's her in real life. Like, she doesn't get mad, except for the angry typing that has happened just a couple of times. There's no hearts, there's no cat ears, okay? Devil horns and fangs come out when stuff gets serious for Junie.
It's
So
true. I get very. There's
Beware.
not that many things can push me over the edge, but when it does, I get very upset. Like the justice has to happen.
injustice, shake that tiny person fist. Okay, I think this is probably a good segue. Poor Beef has not been able to have that much to say about this topic, but he's gonna have a lot to say about the next topic. There's other drama going on in the MMO sphere. I'm sure you guys have heard about this. New World has been on the horizon for a long time. We've been seeing this game coming for quite a while. Amazon has tried and failed for quite a while to get into the MMO genre. They've been trying a bunch. Some of you guys might have heard that they were trying to do a Lord
gaming
of the
genre
Rings.
in general.
The gaming genre in general.
Yeah,
exactly,
they failed
yes.
just in gaming in general.
Gaming in general. They've had
Crucible.
issue after issue with this, and they just canceled Lord of the Rings Online, the remake, which is what they were planning on doing. I was very excited about that. Last year, they came out with a... How do I say this? Last year, they were planning on actually releasing New World, but didn't. And in fact, instead, decided to have what they consider to be, I guess, an open beta for 10 days or so in lieu of them coming out with this game. We've been looking at it for a long time. Mighty Teapot and basically the majority of Hardstock leadership actually sort of poised themselves in a position to maybe tackle New World very quickly and make that like a big thing that they might look into when the game came out. There was a lot of emphasis about it. There was a lot of hype about it. The whole crew, including myself, went and played it for that 10 days when they did that sort of open beta. Actually, it wasn't open beta. It was like if you had pre-ordered the game, right?
Yeah,
You
we
got
all
to-
pre-ordered it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what happened. You got to play the game for a little while. So this is, for those of you who don't really keep track of the MMO genre too much, and I discuss this a lot, MMOs are in a really weird place. Look at all of the biggest games that are out today. If you look at the top 10 MMOs in the world right now, as in like the games that are being played, most of them are 8, 9, 10 plus years old. That's how insane this is. MMOs are a difficult genre to make, and reinventing the wheel is very difficult. I've talked often about the fact that the genre of MMOs is unique to all gaming in that you are basically dealing with a single pool of players at any given time. If a new MMO comes out, it needs to succeed and steal players from another game. There's not that, unless the IP, unless the intellectual property already contains a bunch of players or people that are enthusiastic about that IP that are not MMO players, right? Which does not happen. If they were to make an MMO of Harry Potter, you might not get a bunch of you might not get a bunch of MMO players necessarily leaving from other games to go and play it. You would get some, but you might actually get an influx of new players that are just Harry Potter fans. That's possible, but for the majority of MMOs, that doesn't work that way. For a new game to come out, it has to specifically sort of steal Yeah, Empress. We just finished watching all 7, so I'm like Harry Potter in the brain. But if this new game comes out, it has to do really well. So for a lot of these games, it has, or a lot of these companies, it's been too risky of an experiment to try to come out with a new one, and anything can make it go awry. It takes a huge amount of effort, a huge amount of manpower, a lot of people, a lot of years to make one of these games. Very expensive, and oftentimes doesn't pay off. So it's this big sort of thing, and things can go wrong. Something just went pretty wrong in the realm of New World. At least got a bunch of drama going on in the circles that have been really following this game. So obviously our resident floating head in the New World wallpaper here is the expert. I'll let him sort of introduce what has happened if you guys haven't heard about it.
Okay, so on the Reddit of New World, there was a post that a person that was testing the game under NDA contract posted about a
Gryffindor for life.
cash shop, and on that cash shop, they're saying there's supposed to be boosts, kind of pay to win. It was very flirtatious in that regard, and Reddit, like, they posted the big May update on the Tuesday, which was May 11th. And then by Thursday, Friday, which is the 13th and 14th, it's been a mess. I've been watching videos constantly, and I have some hot takes on it. I'll let you guys first, because I like the cash shop, and that's what I'll say, and I'll wait.
Yeah, let's explain sort of the gist of it. So basically, they came out with an announcement that said, yes, New World is going to be released with a cash shop. This is not something that we are unfamiliar with. Cash shops are very popular in modern MMOs. They alluded to and specifically called out a few of the kinds of things that they would sell in the cash shop. Some of these things were things we're used to, cosmetic items, maybe convenience items, things that you would not be unaccustomed to seeing in Guild Wars 2, right? A new outfit comes out, a new skin for whatever, maybe a mount, whatever. These kinds of things, a lot of people have feelings about this already, even if that's just the case. But the things that they sort of touched on that I think garnered the most ire from the MMO community was specifically in terms of boosting. So boosting, being able to max level a character. Again, not something unfamiliar to us in Guild Wars 2, even in World of Warcraft, right? A game coming out with a cash shop that allows you to boost a character to max level, buy additional experience modifiers, for example, and then the other was crafting. This game, which is supposed to be pretty crafting heavy, is going to have craft boosts as well, maybe craft experience multipliers that you're buying with real money. So what's the deal with this? Like, does that really make people very upset? And the answer should be it's less about what it is and more about when it is. Do you want to?
Yeah, and I was just saying 2 things you left out was, one, I think one of the big outrages was that this seemed like they were positioning this would be something at release, which all the MMOs that you just listed that have those stuff in it, they're generally catch-up mechanics. So to have it at release is like a huge, like, I can max out everything in a character except maybe gear instantly. That's a huge advantage for people like maybe, let's say, Enko, who says, I'm going to drop $50 on this game right now to max everything out, and then I could be the biggest TP God of Ectos.
God of Ectos.
I could be the biggest God of Ectos before anyone else, you know, then nobody else would have a chance unless they slap that credit card. And then the other thing that I think that is getting lost in this a bit is that they did retraction, right? They said that they were going to, that this was stuff they were testing and that they weren't going to put this on release. I don't believe that, by the way.
Yeah, totally, yes. Actually, I'd like to say something about that too.
Yeah, they pulled a very common, not in MMOs, but a very common tactic in pseudo MMOs. So I'm talking about like Division, Destiny, the Ubisoft games. That is, we're not doing this, trust us. And then they release the game and it is not in the game for release. So the review period comes out and a week or two passes, maybe a month. And then all of a sudden an update comes with all that stuff. All the stuff that they said wouldn't be in there that they took out because people were complaining about it. People, you know, got upset. And it goes right in there after the review period. So now there's reviews from IGN, from all these people giving it, 9 out of 10, 8 out of 10, best MMO ever. But it's not factoring in all this stuff that would have lowered the score. And I think that's a very underhanded tactic that has become very popular in the rest of the gaming industry, especially with pseudo MMOs. And now it's something that Amazon is applying to MMOs, which is scary.
So I
Yeah,
totally
and-
agree, and it's all about, I think, the positioning for when and how they're doing this. First of all, the fact that they need to bring this up before the game comes out is absolute BS. There's no reason to open that door because that door is a scary one to open, unless they were trying to gauge reaction. Because they want to do it, right? This is Amazon. This isn't some like backdoor company that's got nothing. Like by the time anything gets put in one of these press releases, it's not some flunky intern who just happened to shove some haphazard comment about this in the release. That's gone through 32 boardroom meetings. I watched somebody's YouTube video who said exactly that, and it's perfectly stated. This is Amazon. Like if they're gonna say that, they're saying that with intention. They're saying that with purpose, in my opinion. So let's break down what this really is. Boosting is not anything that we're feeling uncomfortable with. I'd say the first time we started seeing that really popularly was probably World of Warcraft, but it's all about the means in which these things are applied. In the beginning, if you use them, this is an advantage. You're buying an advantage. You're buying the ability, as Cryptic said, to speed ahead of everybody else, to get to max level, to trivialize things that are not trivial, instead of what boosts have been classically used for, even in Guild Wars 2 and in World of Warcraft. Cryptic said it perfectly. This is what I said to Junie earlier today. If you have it at first, it's an advantage. When you add it at the end of an expansion cycle, even if the expansion is just the core game, if the core, whatever the cycle is of current content, is at its end, and everyone else is not, you're not getting an advantage anymore because everyone's already been there. Everyone is already max level. Everyone is already a crafter. At that point, you're not buying advantage. You're buying a catch-up mechanic. You're just catching up. You're catching up to everyone else, and no one's going to care because it doesn't impact the game. Why you would launch a game, which is already a scary thing, why you would launch New World, which has already had a failed launch last year, and come out with a press release saying, by the way, we're thinking about selling a bunch of this stuff ahead of time. It seems like a bizarre choice. Does that... I know, Beef, you know a lot more about this than I do, but...
Yeah, and my thought process on this is MMOs nowadays are going to have cash shops. You just have to adapt. It's the way it goes. And the game makes microtransactions. That's where they make their money. To be honest, you could take out a cash shop. I do like it because I would only want it for cosmetics, and that's it. No boosts. And if you have to boost a character, make it at 6 months down the road, or when you can buy the expansion, you get a boost up, kind of like Guild Wars. But
and wow,
if you charge $100 for the game and have it, and you know you're not going to get boosts, and you can have a subscription, I'd buy that game all day. But the unrealistic thing is that, back in 2000, when people played World of Warcraft, you didn't have a cash shop, and you grinded, and you could see that guy with that good set of gear and be like, I want to get that gear, and that guy worked really hard. That's not going to happen anymore. What I think New World should do is have people that can buy cosmetics, and you can earn cosmetics. Kind of like how Guild Wars 2 is play to win. Because if you want legendary gear and you want to look really good, you have to go craft it.
Do you... hold on. Pause on that. Do you actually believe that Guild Wars 2 is a good representative of what you're trying to describe? I would say that most MMO players would consider Guild Wars 2 to be one of the most egregious in this. That most of the things that you get that are very shiny, one of the things that you're really excited about getting, I get messages all the time, and it's such a bummer. People are like, dude, that's so sick. Where did you get that backpack? And I'm like, gem store. And they're like, oh, there's this thing, right? Like most of the time, what you described, Beef, is exactly something that I've been thinking about for a long time, because I come from EverQuest. I come from the realm of time where there was no cash shop. So you looked up to those people who had that flashy stuff because you know where they got it. And they got it from the hardest content in the game. They got it behind raids. And so since I'm a raider and a raid trainer, and a lot of people, come to my stream and they're like, hey, I just came to Guild Wars 2. Like, what's the raid scene like? I give really good descriptions of it, some of which are really positive in the fact that the combat system's amazing, the skill ceiling's really high. But some of the things are is that, like, well, when I walked into raids, after having got every achievement ever, 2,500 plus LI, doing this every single day, I actually left raids with the same gear that I walked into raids with. And did I get the coolest skins in the game from those raid bosses? No, I totally did not. So most of the stuff that I wear on my characters that I think is really cool has come from the gem shop.
Yeah, and I think, yeah, you are right in that sense, but I think they should make, if you're gonna, if you, for example, paraphrasing here, if you craft 100 times in New World, this is just throwing out a number, you get in like a set, or you get like a skin. It's just maybe 10,000 times. You know what I mean? I think working hard for it and getting a cosmetic is great. But like, if I want to get like a Halloween skin for my character for New World, then by all means, go for it. Buy it on the cosmetic shop. But I think that's where it should stand, and then quality of life. And I don't want to open that door yet, but if they're gonna do quality of life, because they did in their response on Twitter, they did say something about a game pass, and if that's like an ESO plus sort of thing, I'm okay with that. But as long as you progress through the game and make it hard and make it for people that want to, actually grind the game,
Make
I
it
think that's a good
rewarding,
thing.
right? Like we
Yeah.
should be rewarded for in-game accomplishment. And it's so funny
Mm-hmm.
because I have recently been playing, some of you guys have probably seen, I've recently gone and played a lot of different MMOs. I've seen perspectives from all these different games and how they feel about their games. And what's so interesting to me is less how they feel about their games, but how other games feel about other games. So like how the player base of another game feels about Guild Wars 2 and how it does things, for example. I would say that World of Warcraft is funny because you'll hear people complain in World of Warcraft about cash shops. Do you know what they sell in the cash shop in World of Warcraft? They sell a couple of like crappy minis, maybe like 5 minis at a time, and then like a couple of mounts. And that's pretty much it. The rest of it is service based, right? And they do a lot of service stuff, like want a name change or a server transfer or all that kind of stuff. They do a lot of that in World of Warcraft. But when you go to another game, it all comes down to how, not just how a game makes its money, but how the community feels about them making that money. So we all know that ArenaNet has had this cash shop from the beginning. Not only that, but this game literally sells gold. You can buy gold, which is crazy, right? That's actually sort of a crazy thing about Guild Wars 2. From day one, you've been able to throw your credit card at this game and buy gold above board. That was actually pretty new 9 years ago when this game came out. It's kind of like a fresh experience there. But I think that some people, I think the big difference is that most people don't actually resent the cash shop in Guild Wars 2 for whatever way, shape, or form. It's probably because of the itemization, right? You actually are buying what Beef said. It's more convenience than it is, I guess, raw advantage, right? And that's the big difference. But the community doesn't resent it. But when you sort of open the door, like, hey, welcome to our game, we're gonna sell all this stuff, people definitely do at least raise an eyebrow. I think in World of Warcraft, most of the gear that you get, the coolest mounts, the coolest skins, and actual power, right? Like your character being stronger and stronger, comes from actually achieving accomplishment in the game, which I actually really like. And that I think this entire discussion is more linked with payment models and how games manage this in the first place, like subscription model versus in-game cash shop, and how people feel about that. When Guild Wars 2 came out, I was thrilled like everyone else that the game was free to play. But now that I'm like an older, grizzled, veteran MMO gamer, if I could throw $15 at a subscription fee every month to the game that I'm playing, that I love, that I dump like freaking 200, 500 hours a month into, whatever, like I would rather them have the content and not feel cash grabby and do a subscription model. In fact, I love, you brought up ESO. Beef. I adore their model. If I could pick any model that I like the most, I think it's probably ESO.
Like,
PoE
their
as
model?
well.
What is ESO's model?
So ESO's model is sort of a weird hybrid. Technically speaking, you do have to buy the game, and then technically speaking, it is free to play, very much like you would do with Guild Wars 2. The exception there is that they have a subscription model that you can decide to pay into if you want to. Now, the subscription model, if you decide to play, gives you such a large influx of features that somebody who would complain about this, in fact, I'm half expecting to see someone come and complain about it in the chat, is that the things that they give you are so impactful and so good that you feel like you kind of have to do that. And to me, that's okay, because not only are you getting every single DLC and expansion basically becomes unlocked for the duration of your subscription, and you get like extra bag space and all this stuff. But what it allows you to do is have the similar experience that you have in Guild Wars 2. And a lot of you guys in chat, you probably can relate to this. If you stop playing World of Warcraft for a long time and you're like, you know what? I'm kind of curious about WoW. I'd like to see how it goes, but do I like it? And do I want to do that enough to actually go sub again? And the answer is probably no. In Guild Wars 2, if you're like, let's go see, like maybe there's something in the gem store. Maybe I just haven't been here in a while. Let's go check out what's going on. You can just log into that game. You don't have to subscribe. You can just come back and check it out. And that's sort of the dynamic that ESO allows you to do. You can play as a casual player for free. And if you decide to no life it or hardcore it or whatever, then you can pay $15 a month, get access to all the content in the game that you've missed. So you don't have to buy all the expansions at once. You can just get access to it while you have the sub. And then here's the best part. If you decide to do this, you get exactly $15 worth of gems in addition to everything else. So it's as if you bought 15 bucks worth of gems, although in that game it's called... Help me out,
Crown
Pete.
coins. Crown coins. I think.
Crowns. That's it. Yeah, crowns. So
Okay.
to me, it feels pretty good. I like the system.
I was gonna say the one game that does cash up the best is PoE in an ARPG.
Oh yeah.
I think it's
all
quality of
aesthetic,
life,
isn't it? Like,
and it's all cosmetics as well.
yeah.
Well, I mean, I was just
Raykar from chat was talking about though what if flashy skins are in raids, like a huge amount of the player base in Guild Wars 2 would probably be very upset about that.
But they were when Raids first came out.
Well, because of legendary armor.
No, they were even upset that they would have to do raids to do storyline, because if you wanted to complete solve the Leska's story, they got so pissed.
And everyone should know that that's so
raids
crazy.
to do that
though.
story.
Yeah, but like how unique is that among MMOs? Like, it's so fascinating to hear that sort of perspective, because I think the rest of every single MMO, like I can think of no other MMO that allows the distinction between good gear, cool skins, and story completion being in raids or not being in raids, right? Like I always give this sort of thing when I talk about this on stream. If you're playing World of Warcraft, you may be a regular average player and you know that Arthas has come to F stuff up. He's ruining everyone's lives, and you can kind of know what's happening in the broader scheme of things, and you get a good feel for that. But if you want to kill Arthas, right? If you want to defeat the big bad guy and get the big completion to the story, that happens behind the raid. But in Guild Wars 2, from day one, we've defeated Zaitan in a single-player story instance, right? This makes Guild Wars 2 entirely different from other MMOs.
Well, I think the big difference is like WoW. So WoW's endgame is kind of raiding, because that's how you get better gear. Like to increase your gear levels, you have to do raids. You have to.
Yep.
Guild Wars 2, you can get the best gear in game by crafting. You don't have to do any content at all. You can just craft it. From my perspective, it's cheap. I was gonna say cheaper, but it's also more fun to go get the stuff in fractals, go get stuff in raids. I mean, you can get it in strikes, which maybe some people think are fun. But
hey, there's great skins behind strikes, though. I
yeah,
really like those skins.
Like going back to the cash shop thing, it's like I think people just got to realize, like, that's just how games are now. Microtransactions are the way companies are making money right now, and they just got to accept that. Is it really scummy if you have a console game you paid $60 for, and then you're like, if you want some cool skin, you have to pay more in it, or pay more money for more kind of like a DLC. I don't know. Oh, Merrick, you probably remember this. Do you remember how much Super Mario RPG Legend of the Seven Stars cost for Super Nintendo?
Dude, Super Mario RPG? I haven't thought about that in a million years. That game was so good. Did anyone else play Super Mario RPG? I don't know about the Legend of the Seven Stars. Is that just the full name of the game?
That's the rest of the name. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So that was such a solid RPG. Like, not only was it like a weird choice for Mario to make, but the RPG was really good. Did you play all of that? Okay.
I don't play it.
You still play it?
I have like ROMs of it.
That game is so
It's one of my favorite games.
Yeah, dude.
But that game, it was crazy. It was one of the cheaper Super Nintendo games you could buy at $100. Because Super Nintendo games were normally $120. And then they even advertised on the box, only $99 on the little Nintendo Gold Star thing. And nowadays we're complaining that was $100 in 1996 dollars.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, so we're complaining about games that cost like $60. And I think for console games it's a legitimate issue, because like Call of Duty, like I usually play the campaigns. Call of Duty's campaigns are like 4 hours, because they expect you to spend most of the time in multiplayer, right?
Yeah.
So 60 hours or $60 for 4 hours of content for me.
And 220 gigabytes of hard drive space.
Yeah. So Guild Wars 2, I spent quite a bit of money on this game like in the first couple of years, and my dollars to hour ratio is still better than console games, which is why the reason why I like MMOs. Yeah. Even like City of Heroes, when I was paying $60 a month for 4 accounts, my dollars per hour ratio was still better than console games. Now we're talking about, New World compared to Guild Wars 2, like how you're monetizing it. So Guild Wars 2, like, where's their income coming from? There's no subscription, so it's only coming from the gem store. That's how their ongoing income is. And like, we can rag on Ain't all we want about it, but the fact is, like, that's their business model. That's how they make gold. The thing that, like, this came up on another stream. Like, is Guild Wars 2 pay to win? And I think that's something we need to look at, because for Arcade, for instance, absolutely pay to win. A lot of gacha games are technically not pay to win, but if you really want to make any progress, you kind of need to. New World, Beef, I don't know if you were considering this boost is making it pay to win, because everybody else will eventually catch up. Does it give it an advantage to people that didn't buy the boost after they played for a little bit? I don't know. So pay to win to me has always been like, you pay money to get better stats that like make your character stronger. So you kill things faster, you could kill things, you hit for more damage, and you only way you could get that is through the cash shop. Or in like, any games that have PvP, to be competitive in it. Like Guild Wars 2 doesn't have that because we all have the same gear stats in PvP, no matter like. But like Arcade, the reason why that was now considered pay to win, even though it's technically really not, is that you could buy the high-end gear through the cash shop, but you can also get that gear through this really convoluted RNG system in the game. So to get like a really good piece of gear can take like 6 months, and like halfway through that, your piece might break and you might have to start all over again. Or you could go to the cash shop and just buy it.
Yeah, that's a way that a lot of companies try to work around feeling like they are pay to win, because like, oh, you can still unlock things other ways, right? But it's total BS.
But
right?
Arcade is absolutely pay to win. If you want to do PvP in the game, you have to pay money nowadays. And Dan got me into that game. I had the Founders Edition for it. I couldn't play the game because it had no Y-axis reversal. It had no invert Y-axis, so I can't play it.
Well, that's actually my question it was going to be for Bar Down, but I guess for everybody, is where do you draw the line? Because we've obviously just pretty much said that MMOs and the game design as a whole is involving cash shops, and there's not really going to be a way around that. Like, mobile games have established that it's going to involve in every game from now on. Bar Down actually likes cash shops, and I think a lot of people, most people do. In some aspects, they like buying cosmetics and stuff. So where do you draw the line for when, I guess it becomes pay to win, or you no longer won't play this game anymore? For me, it's just like exactly what Enko said. Like, that's my line, is when a game like Arcade has a cash shop and I can buy the high end item. I don't want, like, that just ruins the game for me. I can afford to buy the high end item. I could buy the whole, anything I wanted, but that ruins the game for me. Why would I play a game like that? I don't mind convenience. I don't mind VIP systems. I don't mind, like BDO. I can pay to speed up my progression, but I can't pay real money to buy, a pen Black Star. It won't let me. There's no way to do that. I have to earn that in the game. That's my line. I also, again, I'm kind of on Junie with the RNG stuff. I don't mind RNG stuff, but I'm much happier when if there is RNG stuff, it's really bad. Like, BDO has RNG boxes that you can spend, in-game currency on, and sometimes real money on. And 9 out of 10 of those boxes, like most of those boxes, are horrible, and everyone knows they're just horrible, and nobody actually spends their money on them. And I actually like that because it disincentivizes people from getting obsessed with gambling. But anyway, you guys go ahead and answer like where your line is.
My line is no boosts. If it's okay, if like kind of a Game Pass ESO plus model, but as long as if you're giving. I forgot the game. Is it Arc? What is it?
Arcade's the example that, yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't want anything like that. Like Diablo 3 auction house? No. Even though I spent money on that.
You spent money on the real life auction house?
I did, yeah.
Real life auction house.
Did you really?
I did, yeah. I was getting frustrated. Inferno was too hard.
I
gave up
so much. I refused out of principle. I was so mad.
$100. That's all I spent.
Yeah. So
there you go. I added it myself. But yeah, no boosts. Let the neckbeards come out. Let's play the game how it should be played. Convenience is good. Quality of life is good. Cosmetics is good. But don't boost your character. Wait 6 months to a year or expansion where you can have a level X boost, whatever the max level is, because I don't think they've released it, but it's probably going to change. But yeah.
So you're
Question about
you're
that level boost. Does that make your character stronger than somebody else who didn't use a level boost? Like when the other person gets to max level, are you going to be stronger than them because you paid for a level boost?
Probably only because you have been max level for longer, so whatever other progression is
Okay,
at
so
max level.
it's like a head start.
Wait,
It's a head start.
doesn't New World use a stats level progression as well? I mean, don't most MMOs? When you level, you get some stats as you level, or the alternative, I think Guild Wars 2 uses this method. As you level, your the fake stats that you have. I know ESO does this. You get fake stats. So a level 1 character has the same stats as a level 60 character, but they're fake. They're not real. And as you level up, those fake stats go away, and you start getting real attributes added to you. So you open up your sheet, and it looks like you have nothing, but you really have hidden stats that go away as you level up.
So the boost in New World they're talking about, like what's the max level in New World?
Oh no, I don't
know.
We don't know. We don't know yet.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's say it's 50. So does this level boost put you to like max level right away, and then you can start doing like the higher level content before other people if you paid for it? Is that what the deal is?
So the boost logic is in order to like craft better things, you have to solely craft. So the boost would give like a multiplier on it.
Oh, okay. So you can start crafting high-end gear earlier than
Earlier.
Well,
which
no,
would-
you would
which
level up
maintain
your
the advancement.
crafting, like your atlas. For example, when you have like a sword, the more times you hit things, it's like ESO. The more time you hit things, the more the level goes up. So you could put an actual boost on your character during like an hour time span. It is the rumor.
Oh, okay.
just
Is that's
an
the
ex-
rumor?
Yeah, I guess I don't
leaked.
know enough about Arcage's leveling system to really make a
Yeah.
judgment on it, I guess.
It's just like an XP boost in Guild Wars 2, just like a booster right, and correct me if I'm wrong, Beef, it just increases the amount of XP that you would get from doing that task.
100%.
So yeah, so if you're crafting something in New World, you could get to that max level faster than someone that wasn't paying for those boosts. Ubisoft's patented term now, time savers. They're time savers.
Yeah, because like for Guild Wars 2, or I should Beef, are if you have more about New World's pay to win, or
Well, it's just leaked that there's boosts. It hasn't said what it is. The person that put it on the forum, the person that was testing it, it's all speculation. This is all speculation of what it is.
oh,
Well, they
so-
broke an NDA
Yeah,
to leak it, though,
well,
right?
didn't
Yeah,
they
they
just,
broke NDA. Yeah.
didn't they just
Okay.
lift the NDA, or was it just broken? Did they just break it to do
No, that guy broke it. The guy broke it,
Oh,
or
okay.
whoever that person is.
So let's assume, because a lot of it is sort of hearsay. Let's assume that this is exactly what you think it is. I know that you just described what your line is, right? What the line for crossing pay to win or something that's inappropriate. Let's say that it is what that is. Are you still excited to play New World? Obviously, it is a sleazy thing. I think most people can agree these days that kind of stuff feels kind of shady. But game ruining, I don't know. Is that something that would stop you from playing this game you have a giant logo for behind your head?
No, I'd still play it. Like if you think about it, people that play Guild Wars 2 are anywhere from 25 to 40. And like I'm married, I have 2 kids, I have a mortgage to pay, I have a full-time job. So if it's that hard to play, and and I'm struggling and
You're gonna buy
and I don't,
boost.
if it comes time where I'm getting frustrated, I'm in an expedition doing like a CM, it's called Orbs, or forgot the name, it's called Orbs or something like that. I might break down. I broke $100 to go to the auction house in
Yeah, you did.
Diablo 3. So, to me, like if I, for example, if I was married and I didn't have kids and I had all the time in the world, I'd probably be like, no, I am gonna sit on this computer for 16 hours and I'm gonna grind it out. It's a matter of time for me, and I don't have a lot of it. So, but that's just that's me. No one gives a crap about like what I'm doing, but like other people have different lives and everything. So that's kind of my take on it, because other people have a different perspective on what they're doing.
So you'd
Not to get
prefer
too
it to
deep
be a
in it.
different way, but
I
you
prefer it to be
would
a different
play
way,
it
but
this way, and maybe even take advantage of the fact that it's offering you that time saver, as Cryptic likes to call it.
yeah, and I think the core,
Ubisoft.
Cryptisoft has decided to call
Oh.
it time saver.
okay.
I think and like the core game, we don't know about the lore yet. There's been teasers about it. It could be very good. It could be very bad. The PvP seems really good. The crafting seems great. The RNG, sorry, Junie, The RNG with crafting is really good. It's kind of like Diablo 3 in a way, but I think it makes it harder. It's not as silly and cartoony as I like to say, but I'm excited to play the game. I think there's skill behind PvP and there's a lot of cool features that a lot of MMOs aren't doing. That's what makes me excited about it. Cash shop and the Game Pass thing is kind of a kick in the groin, but the
But
core
you're still there for it.
is where I like it, and we don't know. It's still speculation. It is Amazon, so
LOL.
They
that's
want
what I'll
money.
say.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'll say.
So let's see. Somebody said a second ago, Sven says that the end game for Guild Wars 2 is fashion. The best fashion is on the gem store, so it equals pay to win. So one of the things that I was going to say about why I think that Guild Wars 2 doesn't feel like pay to win, even though you literally can buy gold and some of the best skins in the game. A moment ago, Enko had said that for him, pay to win is buying advantage in something that you are directly competing or comparing yourself against with someone else. If you're in PvP and you're able to buy gear that's going to give you some sort of like tangible increase in your ability to defeat another player, that's definitely a pay to win scenario. But in PvP in Guild Wars 2, they equalize everything. Everyone walks into PvP, regardless of your level, with exactly the same gear and exactly the same stats on exactly the same footing. But one could argue, I think what actually saves Guild Wars 2 from being pay to win in any way, shape, or form is that even though that example was given just now for PvP, it's almost in essence the same for PvE, right? Like the way the itemization works in Guild Wars 2 is so completely simplistic. You can get, I often make the joke that at level 80, you could get level 80 super fast just by doing whatever. And if you walked into the trading post with a couple of gold, you could buy exotic gear. And you can walk into a raid that very next day and you can just raid in this exotic gear. Like the concept that is true compared to any other MMO in history is extreme. I think a lot of Guild Wars 2 players don't really realize how unique of a dynamic that is. Because itemization barely even exists in this game. There barely are any items. Items are just based on stat allocation, right? Like a Berserker versus Vipers, but there's only a few tiers of gear and they're all exceptionally accessible. So there's no such thing as not being on the same page as everyone else, regardless of your money or investment.
It's been a long time since I've crafted Ascended gear, but I think with the changes they've made to all the stats being available on the marketplace, and then there was a change like a year before with some of the Ascended stuff. Can you buy Ascended gear? Like, I mean, not the gear itself, but couldn't you buy all the mats to just?
Yes, you can buy all the mats.
Yeah, so all you would have to do is
stone fragment, like that kind of stuff. You got to get that stuff. But
Yeah,
no, but can't you actually just buy the
T7 mats? Yeah, you can. You can.
Well,
even the daily crafting thing you're talking about, the legendary craft or the ascended crafting, the daily.
Or are you talking about just being able to buy a ascended piece of gear?
No, not the gear itself, but like the individual components. There are some gated time stuff, but
yeah, you can buy that stuff.
But there's an intermediate step with the what do you call them? The insignia, and then the leather pieces that the time gated stuff gets built into. You can buy those each on the marketplace. So you could buy the middle step, and then just if you had 500 crafting, just make the ascended gear, skipping the time gate.
If you throw enough money at it, you can skip all the time gate. Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. So if you got the level 80 and then you leveled up crafting, which you could do super quickly and super cheap with just throwing gold at it, you could pay to win your way to having every single stat ascended in one day.
Yeah, but how much win does that get you? Is what my
nothing.
Point is.
I'm just saying.
You're not better than somebody else that also has ascended gear. So
no, I know. I'm just saying that Merrick absolutely right that because gear is so prevalent, it doesn't matter. But if you ignore the fact that gear is prevalent, Guild Wars 2 is probably the most paid. If you just ignore that one major fact.
That's a big ignore.
Yeah, I know, it's a big ignore. But if you do ignore that, Guild Wars 2 is like the most pay to win MMO because you could pay for everything.
The reason why I don't say it's pay to win is because, even if Ascended Gear wasn't as dropped as much as because before we had to grind fractals for it. You could craft it, but it was also really expensive gold wise. No matter how much money you throw at the game, you will not be stronger than somebody else who has the same gear.
Yep.
You can't because the max tier gear we have in this game is Ascended, period. So what would make it pay to win for Guild Wars 2 was on the gem store. Gen 3 legendaries come out, right? Only available in the gem store, and they have higher weapon strength, they have higher armor stats, and they have higher stats like power, precision, ferocity, than ascended tiers do.
Yeah,
So,
and that's my line. If that happens in the expansion, I'm quitting.
But
if you could only get that through the gem store, even though we could trade gold for gems, but you could only get it through the gem store, then that now becomes pay to win because you cannot get those stats via gameplay. Now, people talk about, because this came up on another stream, because Teapot had this big argument about this too. It depends on what you define as pay to win. So some people are like, oh, well, Fashion Wars is the end game for Guild Wars 2, and you can only get skins from the gem store, so that makes it pay to win. Okay, so it depends on how you define pay to win. If pay to win means like, oh, you could get something that people can't get in game, then I guess it is. But again, for me, you have to define these terms first. When Empress had her stream last week, I really liked it that she defined all the terms out so we were all on the same page. We have to lay out, what does pay to win mean? Again, pay to win for me is that you can, if you spend real money, you gain a competitive edge. You get an edge over somebody else that they cannot get otherwise by playing the game.
But does that not include a temporary advantage? Because I think that's what you were talking about just a moment ago, Cryptic. It's funny that you said that, because what you said was, technically speaking, if you throw enough money at it, you can get ascended very quickly. You can bypass a lot of the time gates. You can get ascended gear fast. So technically, Guild Wars 2 is pay to win. All that gear is gettable by someone else later. You're just getting it faster, and this is exactly the dynamic we're talking about with New World, right? It's not.
I don't consider
time
advantage
past
a pay to win.
Yeah, it's just a period of time in which you have an advantage. Now, if you can get to the max level before everyone else because you've paid money, and there is a progression that you get to begin before everyone else, which effectively allows you to maintain that advantage past a certain point, or indefinitely if you never stop playing, does that still count as pay to win? It's at least pay for advantage, right? When we
is it a head start that nobody will ever be able to catch up for, through normal gameplay? Because that's what is an Arcage. You can buy the same items that you can craft in game, except it takes you 6 months to craft one item, or you could just turn around and buy a full set of gear off the cash shop, which means people who are trying to craft their way to victory will never catch up. It's impossible to catch up because there is no max stat. They'll 6 months later, that guy finally gets his one piece of gear and he needs 10 pieces. Someone else 6 months ago bought those 10 pieces. By the time that one guy makes his one piece, another 10 have come out that have kept up with the power creep, and now that guy just buys it. You'll never catch up. So a lot of it's going to depend on New World is this a time saver, quote unquote, time saver that gives you a head start, but people will eventually be able to catch up. You just get to play at a higher level earlier. Because that's kind of what Guild Wars 2 is. If you just buy the ascending gear and craft, you didn't wait for a drop. Yeah, you get those stats greater. And Guild Wars 2 is a little different too, because it's not that big of a deal if you have exotic versus ascendant.
Exactly.
But even if we're comparing best and slot gear though, it's if I got my ascended gear for my Ellie and for my Guardian day one that ascending gear came out, because I just crafted it. Okay. A week later, other people had full sets of ascending gear too. Was that pay to win? No, because it gave me 5% stat more. I just wanted best in slot gear because we don't have a gear treadmill in Guild Wars 2. That's what prevents this from happening. I don't know if New World will always have a gear treadmill. You can always continuously get better gear because that's how WoW is. That's how Arcage is. That's how a lot of MMOs are.
Most MMOs are, yeah.
So if you can buy gear, best in slot gear at that time, it's May right now, and you could buy the best in slot gear. And then 6 months from now, that is no longer best in slot gear, but you could buy, and the normal way of attaining this is through gear grinding in dungeons and raids. 6 months from now, I have to do that all over again, or I could just go to the cash shop to buy the best in slot gear again. Is that pay to win? That's more of a time saver, but let's say they make it that it's so hard to get gear that the 6 months from now, when you finally get one piece of gear, other people have already been clearing this stuff because they just bought full sets off the cash shop, and you can never catch up to somebody just by playing the game. I would say that's pay to win. But we don't have that in Guild Wars 2. We have cosmetics. We have a lot of quality of life stuff. Some people consider the copper feds or the to be a pay to win thing. Some people consider the current extractor to be a pay to win because you get it from Black Lion Key, so you have to pay gems to get it. But in general, everything we get in Guild Wars 2 is cosmetics,
what are you winning,
or it's quality of life things. Get
Well,
more back space. It doesn't make your character stronger.
You're winning, I guess, convenience, which we're pretty comfortable with that, right? Pay for convenience is something that we all feel okay about.
Yeah, I mean, I think you guys are talking about, bringing up Guild Wars' lack of things to win at as one of the key things that makes it not pay to win. But I think if the same system was applied to another MMO, it would be a little more pay to win and a little more frowned upon. I think the real measure of whether it's pay to win or not is what Anko was touching on. It's just like how much time, the time to currency exchange, right? Like as long as there isn't an item that you can buy that makes you immediately, or not immediately, but that nobody else can get. As long as that isn't in the equation, then it's just the time factor of how quickly am I progressing faster than someone else by paying, and that's the like dial that companies have to adjust or adjust with their cash shops to keep it from becoming pay to win. We'll see in New World, like if it's $20 to get some time savers and get level up faster, Beef might be fine with that. And if it's $100 to instantly, or $20 to instantly, level up to 60, that might be something that that he's not okay with. So it's a sliding scale, and finding that right place to kind of fit it in is different with each MMO. And I don't know,
Let's make it tangible. So like a really big thing that's about to happen, for those of you in the chat, you probably know this is true. TBC Classic is around the corner, right? We're like 10 days away from WoW Classic releasing the Burning Crusade. One of the things that people have been really...
TBC.
Yeah, sorry, the Burning Crusade. So for a lot of people, they were really, really nervous about how this was going to be handled. How exactly is Blizzard going to allow this to work? Are you going to be able to keep your character, move from Classic to TBC? And if you do, what about people that are starting right now? Are they going to be like really, really far behind? WoW basically introduced something that a lot of people are feeling split on, right? So one of the things that they're doing is if you spend an extra $40, you get a special edition of TBC, which includes a character boost. Now this boost will go not to max level, which is now raising from 50 to 60 with the expansion, but instead is level, no, it's from 60 to 70, sorry. 60 to 70 is what they're doing, and the boost gets you to 58. So you can have a brand new character today, or the day that the expansion comes out, at level 58, and then that's the exact level that you need to be to go into the expansion content. But in a game like World of Warcraft, what if the boost that they allowed you to get by spending money didn't get you to level 58, but actually got you to 70? What if it immediately boosted you to max level? So you, when everyone else is sort of like chomping at the bit, waiting for the expansion to come out, they're going to race to level up. They're going to start raids. They're going to get that raid gear, which does give you an advantage for going into PvP and other things, because PvP gear is not standardized like it is in Guild Wars 2. Technically speaking, the advantage that you're getting from that boost boosting you to level 70 is a temporary one, but it gives you a big advantage for quite a while. And if you maintain it and never stop raiding, never stop PvPing, you can hold on to that advantage for quite a while. This is, in essence, a boiled down version of what we're potentially talking about in terms of temporary or convenience boosts. If you can put yourself in the position of a WoW player, because I know that neither of you guys play WoW, but if you could imagine what that is, say that when you start, and all of you guys in chat as well, if you were to get a boost that made you exactly level 70 the moment that it came out, and your whole raid team did the same thing, and you guys started raiding, or other people started doing that, and got that advantage, and then were popping into PvP and stuff, like, even though that's a temporary advantage that you're buying for that super extra boost, would you consider that sleazy enough to be considered pay to win and be something that you would want to avoid?
I would
How
want to
long
avoid that.
does it take to level in WoW?
The entire length of the expansion in back then? A while. I mean, it's not something you would do in a day, for sure. It would give you a market advantage, I would say.
How much does
is
that?
it like 2 weeks to get to max level? A month? 2 months? 6 months? A year?
For average player, what would you guys say, chat? Maybe
Playing for 4 hours a day.
One eternity later.
4 hours a day. That's maybe that's not average player, but I would say a few weeks, a month, maybe.
Okay, because I didn't play WoW when it came out for very specific reasons, because I would not have graduated college if I did. So I know only stuff I know about WoW is basically from like memes that people post and from what other people talk about the game. So is it hard to level in WoW?
Hard as in time consuming, or hard as in challenging?
Yeah, well, both actually.
Not
Is it
not
time consuming
challenging.
or
It is a
challenging?
grind. It is a grind.
So
Especially the
it's
farther
basically
into
just a
expansions
time.
you
It's
go.
a time sink to get to level.
That's
to
correct.
get to next level.
Yeah, absolutely.
How much would this
Very
boost
slow.
cost? Or
Well, right now
this
the boost is
instant-
is $40, and that gives you to level 58, which is just the starting of the expansion.
So theoretically, it's what would a 71 cost? What would you?
I think what do actual boosts cost in regular WoW? It's something like 60 bucks, I want to say, for a single character boost or something like
But
that.
you always
Yeah,
get
Tiffy's in chat. Thank you. $60 for a single character max level boost.
but the thing is, you always get a free one with if you buy the expansion, and the
Mhm.
expansion is usually about $60.
But remember that the boost is never to max level. It is always to a previous max level. If you buy an actual solid max level boost after the expansion has been out for a while, that is a $60 investment for a single character. And that does give you an advantage.
Oh,
So-
one other question. Classic WoW, is that basically Blizzard just re-released vanilla WoW with
Yes.
current graphics and quality of life changes, but
no
it's the
quality
original
of
game?
life, no graphic changes. It's basically
So it's basically I want to rewind my life for 20 years and
Yes.
just go play the original again.
yes, and I
Yes.
need to say
And
right
people
now.
bought it?
Well, no, hold on. I can tell. I can tell by your face that you're thinking of something else. It wasn't that Blizzard offered this, and then we were like, well, I guess we'll buy it. It was actually that people demanded it, and there was a really hilarious moment. This is one of the greatest moments that has ever existed in gaming history. People stood up and had been begging for WoW Classic for years, and they finally cornered them at one of the BlizzCons. And they stood up. They said, "We want WoW Classic." And the developer stood up, grabbed the microphone, looked right at the audience, and said, "No, you don't. You think
Wait.
that you do, but you don't," and condescended to the entirety of the whole thing. Everyone freaked out, and we were like, "What do you mean?" And they tried to say it was hard, and you had to run, and the graphics were bad, and you couldn't change your hairstyle. It was like they gave all these reasons. They condescended to the whole community, and we were like, and the whole community was like, "Dude, we want this so bad."
Wait,
and
so-
then it ended
so-
up being successful. So they didn't want to give it to us. The community
But-
went nuts
So
for it.
they,
But
they,
hold
they
on, let me-
wanted people wanted the game before the expansion.
Yeah, but let me
That's what it was.
let me
But now
explain.
they're releasing the expansions to the original game, which they already released.
Yes,
But
so
let me explain.
There's so
Anko,
much
like-
more to this. Okay, yeah, go ahead, Cryptic. I'll
Yeah,
shut up
no,
now.
because WoW is a very old MMO, right? It's the
Yeah,
like
it came out in college for me.
yeah. So like
2003.
yeah, and Eve came out in 2002, I think, or something like that. So they're both very old MMOs. So I don't play WoW, but I've experienced this
content bang.
long shift of almost 20 years now of an MMO going by, and in that 20 years, the game at the end of that is a completely different game.
There you go. So hold on, stop right there. Look at Guild Wars 2. This is why I was trying to think, like, why would this not make sense to Anko? And it's because, would you buy Guild Wars 2 Classic? WTF would that even mean? Like, maybe an old, you get like an old Lion's Arch? That's basically
old LA.
You would have to go buy.
There's
You'd
only
have to go
one
buy your
game.
traits again. You'd have to buy your traits. Remember, you had to go and track them down and
Oh,
buy them
that
to
was
unlock them.
terrible.
There is
Nothing
only
cool
one
was
game
different.
if they re-released the original thing like at launch again that I would buy it and do that, and that's City of Heroes.
City of I knew it.
It's the
dude. I
only
knew
one.
City of
It's the
Heroes.
only one.
But the game is WoW is so old
So
that it's
different.
a completely different game.
Did
That it
they-
actually
does it
makes
include
sense.
the balance
It does make
changes?
sense.
Does it
Yeah,
include,
it's
like,
Yeah.
yeah, they excluded everything. It was just like it was back then. Just bug fixes.
Oh.
That's it.
Hashtag
Everything
no
else.
changes. That's what
So
everyone
all,
always
all
said.
all the raids that people were doing in WoW, everybody
Cowboy,
already knew everything
same,
because it was
same,
just
dude.
how it was when the game first came out.
Yep, but it's the experience that people were looking for, right? Like, if Eve, I would go back and play. If they released Eve Classic, I would. I don't know if it's not. I wouldn't invest like a lot of time in it, but I would absolutely play it just to experience old school Eve again. Like, it was an entirely different game back then, and
No.
without it, I could say it was way harder. Like
Yes,
old school.
Well, that's true
old-
of WoW too. WoW Classic
Yeah.
as well, like 10 times harder. And I would and have gone back and played EverQuest Classic as it was in 1999 because I couldn't go back and play EQ now. It is the most watered down version of the game that has ever existed. For those of us who crave, in fact, Beef really made me think about this when he was talking about like the way that skins used to be, and you'd see someone who's got these badass skins and you're like, whoa, that dude is crazy cool. He must have done all of these great accomplishments, and you like give them some sort of acknowledgement. Like that happened in WoW Classic, that happened in EverQuest because it was bloody hard to do anything, and we've lost a lot of that in the genre of MMOs, period, that everything's so easy. So when you go back to like a game that is hard and challenging and grueling, and your investment and reward kind of means something, there's something attractive about that.
And for any, I don't think we have any Eve players in the chat, but if we do,
we
if
don't,
any of you,
Cryptic.
if any of you think you're playing this super hardcore game, it is probably one of the hardest MMOs out there. But it was nothing like it was on release. On release, it was the hardest of hardcore games. So to go back to that would make you pull your hair out. And it's an experience that I would like to experience again. I remember
Virus
2005, 2007 Eve
Look,
or
you got
whatever.
a
It was
friend.
crazy.
Cryptic, you got a friend. Virus used to play Eve.
Hey, Virus. Yeah, Eve, man.
I've had a lot of people tell me I should play Eve online.
Enko, you are Eve
You would
Online
be-
in a
yeah, you'd
nutshell.
be great
Like,
at it.
you
It's a
should
very
absolutely play
spreadsheet
that.
heavy game from what I hear.
Yeah.
But
Guys, I would like to
Again,
nominate
the-
Enko, the god of Ectos, for Galaxy Organization Squad. What's it called again? The
CSM, Council of
Council
Stellar
of
Management.
Stellar Management. Enko would be the perfect counselor.
No, he would. He would be great at it.
I heard a lot of things with that game that it's like maybe I should go do it. But also like MMOs, MMOs are it's a genre that I can really only play one of. Like I see some people are like,
Kind of
oh, on
changes
Monday
life.
I'm playing Final Fantasy 14, and on Tuesday I'm playing Guild Wars 2, and Wednesday I'm playing. Well, I'm just like, how do you play that many MMOs at the same time?
Poorly.
You don't have to call
poorly,
Merrick
very
out like
badly.
that,
Yeah, I was
but-
gonna say. I can.
I wasn't thinking. I'm just talking.
just bad at all of them, basically.
Like I for me, like I am much more of a completionist player. Like Mass Effect 1 took me a year and a half before I moved on to Mass Effect 2 because I would not move on until I got every single achievement. Same thing with Mass Effect 2, same thing with Mass Effect 3, except for the PvP achievements because I hate achievements of PvP. But it's just like I still have stuff to do in Guild Wars 2. After 34,000 hours in this game, I still have stuff to do every day. And I'm like, I feel like if I went to WoW, I would just be like, I have all this stuff still to do. I need to go back. I can't move on to another game. That's actually one of the problems with MMOs for me is that like because you never really finish the game because they'll just come out with new stuff, right? So
It's fascinating
So
you describe that as a problem when it's probably the iconic element
Yeah,
that
it's the
makes an
best thing.
MMO. This is the thing that people want the most.
I will say, Enko, you would be absolutely perfect for Eve.
Bro.
Eve has a player-driven economy. Almost nothing in the economy. There's very few things in the economy that are touched by the developers tweaking things. Everything is
Why is that
crafted,
Junie lady
dropped,
not
et
talking?
cetera. It is
Since
100%
Jay.
player-driven. And everything in Eve can be permanently destroyed. Nothing that you have in Eve is yours forever. If it dies, if it gets blown up, if the station
she's
is
here to
kept in
read
gets
the
blown
chat
up, whatever
and
the
interact
case,
with
it's
the chat.
gone. It can be just gone depending on how you stored it. So like you looking at like if you wanted to build this ship and then sell it, you want to set up a pipeline for that and do your spreadsheets, like there's a real economy for that because that ship, when somebody buys it and then loses it, is gone forever. So it's really a good system.
I mean, like with Guild Wars 2, like one of the things I like about the same thing with Guild Wars 1 actually, because there's no gear grind, how well you do as a player completely depends on your personal skill level.
Yes.
So there's always room for improvement.
Absolutely.
That's one of the things that I really like about it because like with
The
WoW,
only
it's
improvement
like
you can have.
it's you don't know if like you can't. Well, I guess some people can't tell, but it's like one of the reasons why I always go for best in slot gear and like make sure I have infusions before I bench anything is because I want to make sure that hey, I'm not getting these numbers not because of my gear. It's because of me. It's because I'm not playing well enough. In other games where you have gear progressions, it's just like, am I dying here because I screwed up and just like walked into an attack and got hit by something,
because
or am I
dying?
dying here because my gear sucks?
So
Like-
that's actually a really big and special element about Guild Wars 2. I think you guys who watch the stream a lot, you probably have heard me give that speech before, but I think that's one of the things that really differentiates Guild Wars 2 from every other MMO in general. Like I gave the speech yesterday.
This game's combat system so good too.
Yeah, well, exactly. That's exactly what I was going to say. It's not just about gear. It's also about the skill ceiling for the combat system, right? The example I give with World of Warcraft is that if you have, because World of Warcraft is so gear driven and the combat system has a lower ceiling, if you're a fire mage who's got X level, I level gear, like whatever it is, really, really good geared, and you're a very good player, you've practiced that rotation really well, you've done a lot of raids, you're a very strong player because you've invested time and effort and practice, you're going to do a certain amount of damage. Now, if you're standing next to another fire mage who has the exact same gear as you, and they're only like a mediocre player, right? They're only like a mediocre mage. They haven't put nearly as much time and effort as you. Yeah, you'll do more damage than them, but not that much more damage. You know what I mean? Like Guild Wars 2 is the only progression that exists in Guild Wars 2 is skill progression. It is completely skill. There's really nothing else that you can do past the briefest of moments in the beginning of the game. So then
Like,
at that
you
point, it
you
is
are
practice.
the progression. That's the
Exactly.
thing. That's
And
what
so
I think
and so if you are a grandmaster, like if you are an Anko or fellow Win member, right? If you're a Win member raider and you've put in
I'm like one of
tons,
the worst players to win actually. So
but you're still in Win. I mean, that's that you know, you are the upper echelon of the raiding scene in Guild Wars 2. If you've got a raider who's putting that much effort and is that good, and then you are playing the same class with the same gear as someone else who is a mediocre player, just like the Fire Mage comparison, the difference is going to be astronomical, right? Like the difference between a mediocre player and a really strong player is freaking huge in this game because the skill ceiling is so bloody high. It really allows for that practice, for that improvement constantly. Even though in this game, which is crazy, you could actually defeat every raid boss in the entire game in under 3 hours. In a single day, which is just comical in the land of like World of Warcraft to even think that that's true. Even though that's the case, you still have guilds that practice all day, every day, all the time, getting better and better and better because there's still improvement to be made. I mean, that's one of the things that you really got to hand to Guild Wars 2, right? I raid all the time, and I ran out of things to get from raids a million years ago, but there's still a reward, and that's in personal improvement.
it's because like what I've heard about WoW is that like they are basically developing content expecting people to have all these add-ons that basically tell you what to do. It's like, oh, you need to stand here because this mechanic's coming up in a few seconds. It's like you want to hit like here's a rotation you should be hitting your orders like you should hit all your skills in. And it's just like are you really playing a game at that point where like you're actually good at the game, or is that a lot more like a theme park on rails type game where it's
actually
like
it's actually kind of
to go this way. It's
actually kind of comical to watch like ESO, Final Fantasy, and WoW like rating streams and stuff because the players have all these add-ons and it literally tells them when an ability is happening, when the dodge, when the move here, when
and
to do that.
And takes up 85% of their visual
and
space.
it's just like, what are you doing? What are you playing right now? There's no skill involved in this. You're literally following an instruction manual.
I don't want to leave.
It's like press this key now, and it's like, so you can basically have the add-ons play for you at that point. You know, I'm just like,
well, okay.
could.
So I have to play the devil's advocate here because I've done raiding in some of the other games, and I always try to be fair about this. The performance of your character in Guild Wars 2 is so much harder, and that's where the challenge comes in. The performance of what you need to do in World of Warcraft endgame raiding, the performance of your character isn't where the challenge lies. It is basically coordination. Mechanics in WoW and in Final Fantasy are umpteenth times more complicated, and it requires coordination between team members. The fights last for like literally 4 times the length of the longest bosses in Guild Wars 2. So they're very long. There's huge mechanics. Coordination is enormous. So most of it when I raided back then was like I did what I was supposed to do, and I felt like I did it really well. And then I was just sort of mad that the group couldn't get their stuff together. Like the coordination was really challenging, and you'd go like 20 minutes into a single fight, and some sort of level of coordination would not be met, and you'd have to start over again. So it is just a totally different, in some ways not comparable way that these games are different. Like the challenge just lies in a different place. For a Guild Wars 2 player, we feel like we are a ninja while we're playing, right? Like this game affords you an amazing amount of clutch moments where you're like, I just did something that was freaking awesome. Did you see that, chat? Like that sentence that I just said happens very often in streams in Guild Wars 2, but you almost never hear that in other MMOs because there isn't that level of like OMG, like I just pulled off something super badass, because it's not in the performance of your character at the high level that is the most impressive.
I think the last time I watched someone play WoW, I was like, because this is like one of the first few times I've never actually watched like people play WoW like for a long period of time.
Yeah, no point. That's true.
And I was like, wait, so you have to hit a button and then you just stand there for like 3 seconds while the global cooldown goes down?
Absolutely.
And then you hit another button? And I'm like, in those 3 seconds of Guild Wars 2, I would have probably hit like 7 or 8 skills. I'm like,
the APM
how
is
are people
off the
not
chart.
falling asleep while playing this?
Well, and the worst is Final Fantasy. I mean, the game gets way better later when you get off global cooldown skills, but the global cooldown in Final Fantasy 14 One of the things that I think is really important when you're comparing MMOs is that it's really easy for someone to go in and have a very different experience with the game than someone else because they didn't finish it. And new player experience is such a big part of whether or not a game is successful. Final Fantasy XIV gets better later, but oh my gosh, to start with, it's the hardest game that you could ever play. The global cooldown is even longer than it is in WoW. What is WoW? A second and a half? 1.5 second global cooldown? I think it's 2.5! Or something insane in Final Fantasy XIV. Could you imagine the gap between skill presses when you're doing stuff like that? Yeah, it's 1.5 for WoW. Sky, help me out. What is it in Final Fantasy XIV?
But the thing about Final Fantasy XIV also, like Sky is talking about, is the gameplay at 80 is going to be so different than the gameplay when you're like under level 50. And under level 50 is a huge portion of the game.
No, sorry.
So imagine people who like the combat up to level 50, and then they get like a
changes.
shock
That's so weird.
because at level 80 it's a totally different feeling.
So the thing is
You know,
that, like I said, like that's why I wanted to really differentiate between new player experience and the end game. So what ends up happening is you get a global cooldown that is the length of a millennia, one eternity later, and you're not allowed to cast while moving, right? Unless you're one of a couple of classes. If you're like a spellcaster, you have a spell that has a cast time. Any kind of cast time spell will be interrupted by movement. So when you first come into Final Fantasy XIV, it feels like a very old game because the combat system is so slow. You have to wait 2.5 seconds between casts, and you can't cast while you're moving. Eventually, the game introduces things that are off global cooldown skills that are instant. So that in between the global cooldowns, you're meant to click a off global cooldown skill. At first, you get 1, and you're like, well, I guess I have like 1 extra thing to do. And then you get 2, and then you get a bunch of things that you have to activate. And then it actually impressed me with the theme of each different DPS or each different class having a very interesting combat system that they work around. It's fascinating and it's cool, but my God, does it take a long time to get to. I would have quit the game 50 times over by the time I even got there if I didn't already have friends just begging me like, dude, no, it gets better, just stick with it. But it's tough, dude. New player experience is such an important element, which is why I'm protective of it, which is why I'm worried about New World. Because if you have a new player experience that is somehow thwarted by some issue, I'll quit and go to another one. Like I said, MMOs are weird. You're not, like Enko said, you're not playing a different MMO every day. 99% of MMO gamers play one MMO at a time, which means that if you're going to leave to go to another one, you're going to quit your previous one. And so new player experience is maybe the single most important element of a game doing well before end game longevity, you know?
You guys just made, like, you know what? I'll stick with my single player Final Fantasy games. I love those games. Like X and X2. Freaking 160 hours on Final Fantasy X to like get all the achievements, and I've done that 5 times now.
Can you please tell Junie that she has to play Final Fantasy X? I've been trying to get her to play this.
X is so good. X2, I mean, that kind of depends if you like the magical girl outfit changing stuff.
Excuse me, don't make me break into song, Enko.
But X2, I actually like X2.
Let's start singing the X2 songs.
I don't know. You guys have kind of scared me off from ever trying FF14 or WoW.
Oh no!
Like, some of that crap that you guys just said, I'm like, I just couldn't do it. After coming from Guild Wars 2, and also guess what other MMO never had a global cooldown? City of Heroes. Oh, that was such a good game. Champions Online didn't even have a global cooldown. Oh wait, did it? Oh yeah, no.
Not many MMOs have a global cooldown. STO doesn't have a global cooldown.
Not anymore. Not anymore.
ESO doesn't.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean,
ESO has the resource based as opposed to cooldown based, and I have found that I actually prefer cooldown based rotations rather than the other. So it's the difference for those of you who may not know what I mean. It's like the difference between playing a normal DPS, and then playing a thief. One of the problems with a thief build in Guild Wars 2 is that since it doesn't work on cooldowns and it works on a resource instead, most of the time a build around that sort of playstyle is to identify the single most effective skill and to use it as much as possible. You're just basically spamming that one thing as much as you can. The Deadeye mechanic, which you know, with the thief, you kind of do. What the Deadeye allowed you to do is be forced to sort of use the malice and initiative cycle mechanic that ends up happening, which at least gives you some realm of complexity. But in general, most people look at a thief. Yeah, exactly what Dragons is saying. Like most of the time, you have identified the one skill that does the most damage, and you're basically doing that as much as you can. With the stealth mechanics thrown in. So I tend to, and I think it's even worse in ESO to some degree, except that you're really trying to keep up instead of how they combat that is to try to make it so that you're trying to upkeep like a bajillion effects the whole time. So you're needing to cycle through, not based on cooldowns instead, but instead of like upkeeping these buffs and debuffs that you're trying to do. The combat system is not the worst that I've seen, but I think that any of us who leave Guild Wars 2 to go to another game have a little bit of like a, I don't know.
Except BDO.
Like we're
Except
freaking
BDO.
spoiled, man.
No, BDO combat's great, man.
And if BDO was an MMO, I would absolutely entertain that.
Hey, I'm gonna keep saying this until an MMO.
Wait, BDO. The only thing I've heard about really about BDO is it's. Let me look it up. Let me make sure this is the right.
It
game
is
for
character creation simulator, and at that, it is very good. It's very.
The only thing I'm gonna keep saying this about BDO is that as long as you removed or tweaked the RNG, I still think BDO has the best gear progression system in any MMO because it's not a gear treadmill. It's a MMO that doesn't have a gear treadmill that still has gear progression. And that the gear progression continues with every expansion or every new big content update. Like I don't know,
dude, but I actually love gear progression.
No, that's what I'm saying. It does have gear
It's worth
progression.
that game, but I'm not going to say it here because I know you want to upload this to YouTube, and anything that would prevent that.
Oh,
I know,
Andy
but
John says, Merrick TV, is Guild Wars 2 any different in that regard? Keeping short duration boons and condies going. No, that's true. I would say that boons and conditions, because they're so standardized, like, you know, you might have multiple skills that are just upkeeping bleeding. You're just trying to do as much bleeding as possible, but you're basically identifying the best and most effective, like you're prioritizing the most frequent use of your best skills based on cooldowns. So the cooldowns are really apparent to you. While that's not true, it's all resource based in ESO. You're trying to upkeep things that are not quite as evident to you. So I'm not looking at a cooldown and going, okay, that's almost off cooldown. Like I'm having to look up at this bar that's like keeping a track of like 50 things on there, and I don't really know if it's up. You have to get add-ons to track them to see when that effect is about to fall off, and then you ran out of a resource, so you have to stop and try to get resources back. It's not that it's bad, it's just that Guild Wars 2 has trimmed the fat on a lot of that stuff, and so you don't end up frustrated in the same way, at least for me.
So this is something that a lot of people who are trying to learn a class miss. So how are the rotations designed? The rotations are actually designed to figure out where, like, so when you're making a build, this is more for DPS, because their rotations are a little more concrete than support players are. But the thing that a lot of people are missing when you're trying to learn a new build is that most of the time this is especially for like Dragon Hunter, most of the time what you're trying to do is you're looking at where are all your damage modifiers coming from. Okay, let's get those all on something at the same time and then use all of our burst skills while those damage modifiers are up. So it's not just boons and conditions, you're also looking for like buffs on yourself. And that's actually how the rotations are designed. Like a lot of people miss that, and this is what I talk about for new players when they're learning stuff. It's like, don't just blindly follow the Snowcrest rotation. Actually try to figure out why they're doing it. And what they're doing is they're getting all of their damage modifiers on at the same time and then using as much damage, like their strongest damage skills in that period of time. So yes, cooldowns matter to like make sure they all sync up if you do things right. But that's all those things are doing is to sync up that you're getting all your damage increases on at the same time and then using burst skills. So like for Dragon Hunter, you get a damage modifier when your opponent's in a symbol, you get it when your F1 spear is on it. So like you want to make sure that you have both of those things down, and then you use your big burst skill, which is Great Sword 2. Like the reason why you're putting the Sword of Justice down before is because there's a delay before it starts attacking. So you cast that, you know, you could drop your trap, which also has a delay in casting, and then you drop your symbol, and then you do your F1, and then now those damage powers pick up, the Sword of Justice kicks off, the Procession of Blades kicks off, and then you use your Whirling Wrath in the middle of that. So they're all coming together and hitting when those modifiers are up. That's true with every single DPS thing. You're looking for where your modifier is coming from. You want to get those things up as often as possible, and then you want to get as many skills in that thing as possible. It's not just about boons and like if that's vulnerable or not like that.
But
That's
so-
what a
but
lot of people are
tracking
missing
them-
when they're looking at classes.
Tracking those things is pretty reliable. If you're following your rotation, it should go that way. You should understand how that works, and I like to call it the wombo combo with the Dragon Hunter, because it is that class specifically has so many of those modifiers you're stacking in a row, so you can get that big burst. The difference, I guess, with ESO, like I said, is that like you can't see that effect. Like you have to get add-ons to track that stuff, and I have like a weird resentment for add-ons. Add-ons can be really great, but when they form a necessity, right? When you
Required to use it,
absolutely
yeah.
must have them in order to compete or track certain things, then to me, we're balancing freedom, right? Freedom, which is great. The ability to add add-ons and do things that you like is great. Freedom. And also bad design and necessity. Like if it necessitates these add-ons, then why aren't those things in the game to begin with? And then do I really have to go through like your add-ons are out of date? Where do I go and I download them and I have to have these things? I'd like to start rating. Somebody goes, all right, go and download these 72 add-ons so that you can start rating today. That's actually a reality for a lot of games, including ESO and World of Warcraft. So for me, it's always a little, I actually have a lot of add-ons in ESO, and a lot of them are like convenience based, and a lot of them are really kind of dumb flavor things. They're just kind of like, but in general, like if I'm forced to, if it's a necessity, it can be really unpleasant for me.
I remember being told that WoW develops content expecting the players to have the add-on.
Oh yeah, oh
And
for
so
sure.
does ESO, to be fair. I mean,
ESO does too. Okay.
always had add-ons even when back in the single player days. But Dr. Virus in chat brought up a very good point. We really need to talk about the offline change.
Oh god.
Oh gosh, I'm quitting the gaming.
Yeah, same. We're all quitting. This is actually our farewell. But Enko's gone. He just left.
Oh my god.
Enko.
Why?
Dude, okay, so like I don't even
This
care
is all
about I
fun
don't
too.
care about like grammatical I don't know, like efficiency or whatever. For me it's consistency. I don't know why, like when you have those friends that are like hopping from character to character on their account, right? And they're like they're looking for something. You can always tell they're like looking for something, like so Cryptic is logged off on this character. Cryptic is logged on this character. Cryptic is logged off on
that
that
thing,
character.
yeah.
Cryptic logged on in this character. So what you see is online as one word.
on,
Immediately
guys.
afterwards offline with a hyphen. And then online
was
is
it.
one word.
That was an intern. Give the intern a break. Come on.
On top
It
of that,
just, you know,
it was like that for almost 9 years, and then they
Their
decided to change
response
it.
was
It's-
great.
This is
though.
some-
Their
this is
response was
some-
great.
this is like some 19-year-old in college that just got his first internship. He just made a small change. Come on, give him a
Are they
break.
changing back though?
I
No,
mean,
they're
maybe
not
that'll be
changing
his
back.
next change.
Does anyone have the post? They actually this is what endears me to developer companies. Like the fact that they addressed it, and they addressed it with some comedy, and I don't know, that ended up being a fun community interaction, right? We don't see that all the time, but I actually thought that was kind of cool. Like they are obviously aware enough that their community is like WTF, dude, and they put out an actual response to it. I thought that was funny.
But it's just a little like, why? Like, what was the point?
I don't know.
Bardown, are you in New World? Are you like accepting of add-ons and stuff being a part of it, or is that something that you wanted to stay away from New World? No add-ons.
So actually, the whole World of Warcraft with the add-on thing, Merrick's like, oh, press, it's gonna happen in 3 seconds. Ready, jump. Actually, I don't like that. I like raiding Guild Wars 2, where you have to pay attention, like Sab with the cannons.
It's
That's
funny.
actually kind of fun. Like I don't play
It's
with
funny
Taco,
that you chose
so
that one, because that's literally the only one in the game that has a timer.
Oh, yeah, it has a-
You could have
Yeah.
picked any
Well,
other
yeah.
boss. Like that's the one.
But I think
People
I think
still
it's
can't
fun.
follow the timer in that. God.
I know that's true.
Guilty. But no, if they have add-ons, it all depends on what it is. The expeditions, or like that's the 5-man dungeons. That's what they call them. It's we have to wait and see. Like only people under NDA that haven't spoke up and haven't leaked anything.
Is that you?
Those are the only
Is
people
that-
that know.
is that you,
so we're
Bardabi?
gonna have to wait.
And
But
as far as
I'm-
like
Are you under
I'm
the
acceptive
NDA?
of
Are
it.
you a beta tester?
well, yeah, I mean they're doing closed beta testing. They've been doing that for this whole time.
Yeah. I'm just wondering if he's
waiting
like
for the email.
secretly undercover, like currently secret beta tester.
Oh, bar down is
Yeah,
he?
yeah, Bardo. Yeah.
I wish, man. I really wish.
That's what a secret undercover beta tester would
Would
say.
say,
So
yeah,
I
yeah,
think, yeah.
Yeah, we
I
don't
guess
believe
you
it.
guys
I
will
mean-
never know.
Maybe his NDA requires him to say that.
Exactly.
Mhm, mhm.
So gear progression though, are you against like, or do you want a gear treadmill in New World, or do you want what Guild Wars 2 has, or do you want my favorite, which is BDO, which is like a uphill gear sliding thing?
Don't
like,
ask
it's
him
not
to explain it. It's complicated and it still makes no sense to me. I
Oh
don't,
my God.
video,
Okay.
I don't know what's going on with that.
So okay, in a way, I
Blink
don't like
twice.
that Guild Wars has like every stat is the same on each armor, but it's a two-edged sword for me because then you can actually see who's actually really good at the game with keyboard rotations. So that to me, that's okay. But I like, I like having the drops. I like the big loot drops in the games. Like Diablo 2 was big on that, and
Oh, the
I really
best.
liked the RNG. So, and crafting behind it, that's what I enjoy about it. I like the gathering. I like the crafting. It's just, that's something that I need.
So-
And Guild Wars 2 doesn't do it for me.
Yeah, no, Guild Wars 2, I think it doesn't do it for a lot of
A
us
lot of
in
people,
that
yeah.
regard. But to
Yeah.
sort of re-explain this quickly, since Merrick still does not understand, I'll make it
No.
very brief,
Oh,
very brief.
I'm the one who caused this. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have said anything.
So
Talking about crafting.
BDO obviously has a problem with RNG, as far as RNG being heavily tied into the gear progression. That excluded or tuned down. If you exclude that, the nice thing about BDO, and you'll see this as you're playing, is that BDO has this gradual gear progression, and once you get to a cap with a specific gear item, and cap for a lot of items is like pen, so you've got like a pen black star item, that item is going to be valid for an extremely long period of time. When the new content expansion comes out, it's not going to invalidate that item, or it's not going to validate most of your gear. Your gear will be good. What'll happen is that they will add, because it requires so much effort to get a gear to a max spot. They will have an upgrade for, like, let's say your earrings or your rings or your
Yes.
boots. Like
Awesome,
your
Al.
boots, they'll have a slight upgrade for your boots, and then you'll be working on upgrading your boots to get that better stat. And that's where the gear progression comes from, is upgrades for things, and it can be a whole new item. So you still get drops. It'll be a new boot set that'll drop that you'll go for, and that'll be the thing you're going for. But it's not like, oh, now my entire gear is invalidated. Only a portion of my gear is invalidated, and that old gear is still useful in getting the new gear. Whereas in WoW, that old gear is completely useless. It's not even like in BDO. I can still use my old gear to get the new gear. It's still 100% valid. It's just not as good as the new gear. But in WoW, that old gear is completely useless because the level has changed, and now you have to go get you're going and just getting green gear, like white trash gear that drops from mobs, is better than your top tier raid gear that you worked so hard for. And you can't use that top tier raid gear to get the new gear. If you could use that old raid gear to get the new gear in a relatively effective manner, then I feel like it'd be better. But the fact that it's just completely invalidated and that this trash loot, this trash gear that's dropping from mobs is better, is just totally unacceptable to me. That's what I like about the BDO system, is that it doesn't invalidate your gear completely.
I'd have to look more into that because I'm still new.
Well,
Yeah.
speaking of you being new, the other thing that I wanted to talk about in general for this group, like the last topic that I really wanted to cover, was that I think when I was looking at our roster here for this podcast, the one thing that we all share in common, at least to some degree, are raids, right? Like I know I do a lot of raid streaming. I do a lot of raid training, as you know. Enko, of course, is Enko. He's part of Win, which is pretty awesome. If you guys don't know Win, I don't think I often say the actual name of the guild. We're just gonna call it Win. Win is the premier NA raid speed clear group. Yeah. You know.
Skip the name.
Did you forget what it was? Nobody looks at it.
Nobody
anymore.
ever calls it that.
I know. It's weird.
No.
Okay, so what's cool about this is, you guys know me. I do a lot of raids. I'm really passionate about raids. I think that experience is really awesome. Bardon Beef touched on this a moment ago. I think that raids in Guild Wars 2, because of the mechanics and the combat system, are amazing. But one of the bummers of the thing is the itemization. I think Diablo 3, or Diablo in general, Diablo 2, has always been maybe the pinnacle of itemization. Really exciting items to find. Very exciting to redo the same content in the hopes of getting some sort of really cool epic thing that's really going to change the way you play or you can be very excited about. And so you get that like, oh my gosh, this certain thing dropped. Like you just don't have that happen in Guild Wars 2. But I would say that the one thing that we all share in common is a love for raids, and we all sort of represent a different element of it. Junie used to raid with me a lot back in the day, has probably not seen a lot of the modern raid scene, maybe a little bit out of it. Cryptic used to be a very advanced raider, now I think does mainly just a couple of like medium tier statics throughout the week to hang out with friends. I used to do a lot of really hardcore raid stuff back in the day and have since become very casual. I got into like raid memes and more recently have become much more interested in doing raid trainings for brand new raiders. You guys,
Still the best Plague Dr. Scourge NA, just saying.
Him, not me. He's not talking about me. Yeah, no.
No, I'm talking about me. I'm still the
No,
best
that's
Plague
what I
Dr.
mean.
Scourge
You are,
NA.
yes. Sure. NA though.
NA, obviously NA.
Let's not make any enemies. So I do a lot of raid trainings, and so I have more of an experience of like pugging as a very advanced raider. So I have a very different experience of what raid pugging is like than a brand new raider that's going to come into, the end game of Guild Wars 2 at this point. And goes at very end game stuff and pugging in the same way. And then Bardon Beef, who just recently became a raider, I think maybe just a couple of months ago. For those of you who don't know how I bumped into Bardon Beef in the first place, how I ended up finding Beef was kind of a crazy thing. Subject Pang, who was in the chat earlier, I don't know if he's still here. Subject Pang actually collected 9 other streamers of Guild Wars 2 that do not raid. They're streamers that there were active streamers that never raided, and he collected 9 of them together, put them in a raid group where everyone was streaming, and then tried to teach them raids. The funniest part about this whole story was that they decided to do Slothazar as the first ever raid that they were gonna do. These people who had never walked into the aerodrome ever went to Sloth first, so it was like an absolute, what's the word that everyone uses? Clown fiesta? It's a clown fiesta. It was hilarious. And I was like hopping from streamer to streamer to streamer's perspectives. Finally ended up in Bardon Beef's chat, and I was like, I like this guy. He's nice and personable. And I started to try to give some like advice of like, hey dude, you want to drop poisons like against the wall, like just little stuff. I was just talking to him. And then now if you go and watch Bardon Beef's stream, what's he doing like 50% of the time? He's doing raids. He's in raids all the time, and he's new and learning. So I think that we all sort of get to represent a different aspect or a different perspective on the current raid scene of Guild Wars 2, which is actually pretty cool. And one of the big things that has changed in the raid scene in Guild Wars 2 recently is the fact that we had this gigantic patch that just basically turned everything on its head. For those of you who don't know, we had a huge balance patch in PvE. Does not happen very often. PvP gets balanced regularly with smaller updates. PvE gets all saved together and then has a gigantic patch all at once. And we just had one of those happen. So, Enko, being the big bully that he is, crapped all over my staff Mirage earlier today that I love so much, and I'm so afraid of being nerfed.
Nerf Mirages.
You leave me alone.
On Staff Mirage?
Yes.
I actually like Staff Mirage. I actually like it. I always like Staff Mirage.
Nerf Mirage.
Leave it alone.
Not
No.
Mirage that they need a nerf for.
Okay. I
Torment.
I just did. No. Leave Torment
No,
alone
hey,
because
hey.
I play Renegade. So leave Torment alone.
when they changed the Torment change, every class that utilized Torment went up by like 6 or 7K on the benchmarks. It's overtuned.
I almost
like,
broke it.
That's part of the reason why Staff Mirage.
I almost broke it. I fixed it.
I do agree that Staff Mirage is a little easy to play. It's really easy to keep boons up. They might need to change the alacrity duration on it.
Well, also
I'll
the
take
fact
that.
that it
I'll
can
take
keep those boons up while doing that damage. I mean, I just did SH and like a couple of days ago with Tiffy, who is in chat, and Tiffy's a decent raider. Tiffy's a very good raider.
Very good
but
raider.
I was playing Condi Renegade, and Tiffy generally plays support, and I generally play DPS, and I'm a pretty good Condi Renegade. I can usually top the meters with most groups, and I was doing my best pull was like 36K or something, and Tiffy was SH. And Tiffy was constantly doing 35, 36K regardless of the pool. Like my pool, it would fluctuate from 33, 34, 35, 30, depending on the pool, depending on how things went, depending on how much we moved, obviously. But Tiffy's damage was on Alacrity Mirage, Miracrity or whatever it's called, 35, 36K every single pull. And I don't like. It didn't seem like there was much that, regardless of how the fight went, regardless of how it changed, it was consistent, strong damage. And I mean, that to me just is absurd. Like,
Also keep in mind that SH, because Confusion's not track properly on that, she was getting 35k
Way
on the
higher.
no.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
quoting the self stats. I'm quoting the
Oh,
self
okay,
stats. Yeah.
okay. 'Cause
No, I know how the game works.
I know on SH, I have seen 55k pulls by Staff Mirages.
Mhm.
So,
So Staff Mirage,
yeah.
this is the second time that Staff Mirage has existed. For those of you who don't know, in 2018 there was a weird bug, I guess, that caused the ambush attack of Staff Mirage to multi-hit in a hitbox that was big enough. And so I made Staff Mirage in 2018 and fell in love with this build. It's absolutely fun to play. It's a really fun class to play that is not a normal rotation. It's sort of like a flow and understanding how you best to capitalize on getting ambushed as often as possible. I think it's cool. I think it's fun. I definitely would like to see a nerf, but not in a way that is going to destroy the class as a DPS. What I would be really sad to see is if it got toned down in a way that I could no longer bring this as a DPS build. What should be addressed is what Cryptic said, in my opinion. I think that the problem is that it's able to do really solid damage and be able to upkeep boons with no boon duration. If I had my way, the boons would be wrecked. And the way that you would need to be able to upkeep these boons is to have to drop a lot of Viper's gear and take a lot of boon duration. If you could do that,
Yeah.
leave it so that the DPS exists, right? This would allow for two separate builds to be played. A new cool DPS that's fun, and also a boon duration variant that's going to drop its damage way down. You know, not 40k or whatever the hell, maybe 20k, and upkeep decent boons. And even still, maybe cut the might in half. I mean, the might is just goofy. I mean, why were they giving us so much might? That's just insane.
This video is from 2018 when that first came out, because I was the one that did the benchmarks for it.
You were the one that did the benchmarks for it? No. Oh my gosh, I love that build so much, dude. That was when it was like 40 plus K, right?
Well, it was, the nice thing about it was doing like 35.8k on big hitboxes.
Yeah.
While doing 25 might for 10 man and perma fury 10 man.
Yeah,
So
no
that-
alacrity, but random boons.
Well, so the issue that I see with the build right now is like, yeah, you can keep up boons really easily. but
Serenity
it's
just
also, you
nailed
just get
it.
those boons
Yep.
passively by doing just by playing this class. Like you don't have to do anything special for it. So back then, the things that have changed on Staff Mirage since back then. So the boons that you used to get from the ambush, you had to hit your allies with those projectiles to give them the might and the fury.
now you
it's
just
might
AoE
alacrity.
them around you when you spit it out.
So back then, every ambush you hit someone with, it gave you 2 seconds of might, and then it gave like a second of fury. Actually, no, I didn't even do fury. Fury was on the auto attack actually.
Yeah, the
so that
bouncing
changed too.
on
So to get someone 8 stacks of might, you had to get hit with you and all 3 of your clones. So you actually had to position your clones behind the group, like you had to stack them behind the group, so that they would all get hit by it. Otherwise, they wouldn't get might. Now they changed it so you use an ambush skill when you activate it. You just give might and alacrity and AOE around you. It's super easy now. There's no
Having
position
nothing
you have
to
to
do
worry
with
about.
clones
Nothing.
at all. Yeah.
Yeah, and they took the RNG off of the auto attack too, because before the auto attack did torment or burning, and then when it hit an ally, it did might or fury. Now it gives might and fury, and then it does torment to your first target, and then
And
any
confusion.
subsequent targets does confusion.
Yeah.
So, but if in a group, you're always going to get 2 bounces. It'll hit the boss, bounce to an ally, and then it'll bounce back to the boss. So you're going to hit it twice if there's only one target. So, do they need to change that? Yes, I think they should make it so it's 2 second locker. You have to have boon duration to run it or to maintain it, or make it a trait you have to take. Like maybe
I'm game for that too. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
so put on the Grandmaster for Infinite Horizon, leave that as it is, but on one of the other ones, make it do the staff ambush gives alacrity. So you can't get Infinite Horizon with all your clones doing the ambush too.
Which is where you get so
And
much of your
alacrity.
damage, right?
Yeah.
So that actually
So-
would address the problem.
Yeah. So you either pick that, you either pick high damage, or you get alacrity. And then they would play roughly the same way. You would still get the might and fury because that's part of the staff auto attack, but the ambush, yeah, maybe they should move alacrity to a trait that you have to select and you have to drop in for Horizon. But
Yeah,
honestly, I
I
think the
think both.
first thing they need to do is tone down torment. I think that's really the issue.
The hot button. So I agree. I think they probably should do both. I think that they should make you have to take a lot of boon duration, which will drop the damage quite a bit, and then also make a trade for Infinite Horizon. Actually sounds like a really smart idea. The problem is that Loranity just nailed it. Condi variant of Diviner when, right? Like Condi Diviner is what that build would want, and it's pretty much the only stat selection that I can even think of that we don't have that we really want, right? I think that's probably something that would probably be coming soon, if that's the case. The other thing
I want a Condi version of Berserker.
You mean pure Condi with
damage,
no power?
Expertise, precision.
Yeah, okay.
Condi damage primary, expertise, precision, secondary stats.
I'd be interested to see that too. So I did want to touch on this because this is like a composition thing. Loranity says, I would like to see other 10-man might sources though. It's definitely OP currently, but it would be cool to have more options. So one of the things that is interesting is that there are other variations of 10-man might or might applications. The problem is that it's all the druid. What do you do with the druid? Because if a druid can do 10-man might and also accomplish so many other things, it's the druid that's bullying you out of it. Even if they had a bunch of other classes or a bunch of other builds that could do 10-man might, the only way that you would ever not bring 10-man might is if you could bully the druid out of the group. And then you have to do a lot of interesting swaps that aren't impossible. You could do them. Yeah, Tempest will do 10-man might, but it's the druid that is being the bully. It takes up too much space. It gives spotter, it gives spirits. These are class-specific enhancements that cannot be recreated, that are not from someone that's not a ranger, that we all want desperately no matter what. And that class can be combined, squished into a 5-man fury provider, 10-man might provider, and an enormous healer, all in the same class. I would say
a lot of CC.
And a lot of CC and a great utility, right? Like the Druid has, since the inception of raids, because it was introduced at the inception of raids, has been the backbone of the raid composition. There's never been a time where its position has ever been threatened. Can you get away from Druid if you actively try to? Sure, yeah, you can. You could bring a Spirit Beast instead. You could bring a Soul Beast that brings spirits and spotter, or you could do like a Condi Druid, I guess, that isn't taking whatever. Or you could,
You're really stretching now. You're really...
No, I know, and it's weird because you have to make a lot of swaps to make this happen.
Meta.
Yeah, there's ways to make this happen, but the problem is that you can wrap. Guild Wars 2 composition is all about trying to wrap as many things into single classes as humanly possible to make as much room for DPS and other DPSs. So the fact that like a Tempest can do 10-man might and a bunch of other cool stuff, its DPS is lower, and it's, you know, are people really willing to make those shuffles to make that viable? No. So Loranity, I'm totally with you. I would love to see things spread out, but it would be a weird task. The problem is like it's never about can we do it. It's about is it going to be changed in a way that the community will accept that as the new way to go? Because like I said a moment ago, we all represent different elements of the raid scene in Guild Wars 2, right? And most of us are going to experience raids like you guys are, which is like that. Even though there are different ways to do it, there's a community accepted means in which to handle certain problems. And those things are going to define what is going to be used and not used for 90% of people. If someone like Enko in his team decided to run a different composition on purpose because they have 10 people who can do everything and do everything really well, so they're making big swaps, big changes to try a different strategy or to capitalize on this different thing for this different boss, like that's going to happen in statics that are very organized. But the overall community is such a thing, like the community judgment on things is going to decide 90% of the player experience. So can we get everyone to make the swap to stop bringing Druid? No, that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen in a million years. So that's how raid composition kind of works. Let's see. I recently learned that NA uses a different pillar in Spirit Run stacks than EU. So that's actually true of a lot of things. When I went to EU, I found that there was a lot of different strategies for EU versus NA. The differences in community are enormous. In fact, much bigger than most of you probably think if you haven't played on both. Not just strategies, but expectations, the way in which the community comes together to make groups, how they feel about Condi Scourge or Support Scourge. And I know Cryptic's laughing right now. Support Scourge is quite accepted and appreciated on EU, probably popularized entirely by a single human, which is Mighty Teapot. In NA, it is not so. The way the KP works is totally different. So there's a whole bunch of interesting things that are different between the two. And most of the time, I think most of us here would agree that EU tends to be more efficient. They adapt a more efficient strategy.
There are pros and cons to EU versus NA. Each have their benefits to it. There's a lot of things with EU. Like, I don't like kill proof. I think kill proof is dumb. But
Loranity.
I think there are a
Kinda
higher
not that, yeah.
quantity of higher quality players on EU that are more willing to pug than on NA. I definitely think that's a problem. But yeah, different
that's fair.
strats. EU versus NA. You see this in every game. Like StarCraft 2, NA has a lot different strats than people run in EU versus South Korea. It just happens.
Yeah, I at least when it comes to Guild Wars 2, I don't think the strategies really change too much. Or the strategies are different, but they don't affect the fight too much. Once they've been implemented. The one thing I like about the EU strats is I feel like some of them cover more possibilities, like more variations that can occur in the fight than I feel like NA seems with some of the strats I'm thinking, like in Doom in particular, they expect the fight to go one way, and it's only going to go that way. And if anything changes, it doesn't seem to cover the basis as well. I like the EU start on the opposite side better. It feels like it fits things a little more, and it fits CM better as well because you can just move it to the middle a little easier. So
That's funny. I think most people consider it CM strat on NA.
yeah.
So
I think that depends on the druid and on how they're kiting the messenger. Because I like starting on the right side, but that's also because of how I kite the messengers in the beginning.
That's fair.
Like both sides work. Like you have to change how you tag things a little bit easier, because if you start on right, then the problem is that the reason why E starts on the left is because you start there, you get that enforcer killed first, and then you move to the other side, and then because a messenger spawns at around the same place that enforcer is. So if you start on right, you end up going to that second enforcer when a messenger's there. So whoever's kiting just needs to be aware of that and just move the enforcer away from that spot, or they have to be spot on with attacking it. So starting on the left actually makes it easier on the kiter. That's really what the difference is affecting there. For CM, it's mainly because you're trying to lure the echo or Ender's Echo to go through the center instead of at a messenger or at an enforcer, because too many people tunnel in on killing the enforcer and don't notice this giant guy coming at you to lift you into his arms.
All right, so we were talking a minute ago about the differences between EU and NA, and one of those big differences is KP, right? The KP requirement on EU is quite strict. I would say that the Enko said that the population of more experienced raiders are more likely to do pugs in EU, and I think we have like a really, really big sample in EU, right? There's just more players, there are more raiders, and they populate raids a lot more. So like the overall raid scene and community is bigger. I've noticed a lot of like lower end and a lot of high end people. But what ends up happening is that KP is really defines the raid experience in EU, because we are much more of like a static based thing in NA. So trying to get into pugs is a lot harder to find, but then we're a little bit more free and desperate, right, to fill those pugs. I think in EU, it is, there's a ton of them. You guys ever opened up LFG in EU in their evening time slot? It is insane. You can scroll. You can scroll and scroll to see how many of those actually, how many groups there actually are. And I know that Enko said that he doesn't like KP. It does not successfully reflect the experience or skill of a Guild Wars 2 raider, and I think that's probably fair. Beef, since you have been not only raiding in the last couple of months, just brand new, but have been doing a lot of pugging on your stream, what is your take on KP and how the raid scene works for a new raider in Guild Wars 2?
Okay, so I think Sneb said this, and it was kind of like, flash shattering. It's like when I pug on the days that I'm streaming, it's all streamers. So there's usually it's usually NA is late night is all streamers, and I've recently learned like in the like the last week or so is like if you're pugging and you're going with people that kind of know the fight but kind of don't know the mechanics, you have to put like semi experience. So
Melanie.
People are willing to try a little bit. I always put semi experience now, just so people when they come in they have that mindset of, okay, maybe this one person, doesn't really know the mechanics, or they don't know their keyboard rotations. And I've been guilty of that going into, pugging raids. But I think the best thing you can bring into a raid is attitude and willing to learn, because that's what's really helped me in my raiding journey, you could say. But like, I raided with Pang back in November. I got brought in a couple times, and it's totally changed. I've watched back old VODs. I'm like, what was I doing there? Oh, and still, I could watch back a stream from last week, and I'm still like, oh, I've improved so much. So it's just a good attitude, willing to learn, and watching Merrick TV's training raids. Monday, Wednesdays, and Friday.
Nice plug. I paid him to say that. Thanks. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Thanks.
That's actually shocking to me that it's been that
He's
long.
getting a mug soon.
Yeah. The guests all get a free mug. I'll send you a mug. You get a coffee break mug. I think that's pretty fair. I think that it's funny that you said that, because last night I was in a raid I looked around and there was like 4 or 5 streamers in the same raid. I think that we do that a lot. We sort of hop in each other's streams and help get the raids going, which I think is pretty cool. But in general, the KP expectation and some sort of negativity from groups, like, you guys would be surprised. A lot of you in chat, me, my level of raid experience, and I may not be the best of the best, but I'm not gonna like ruin the fight, and I'll do decent DPS. But I get kicked from pugs on a regular basis because I don't keep KP. KP is a pretty influential thing in the raid scene. When I have new people coming to me, like, the biggest speech that I ever give on stream is when someone says they want to get into raids, and I'm concerned about the way in which they're going to do that. We were talking earlier about how Reddit is just filled with, that's the place to go to complain about Guild Wars 2. And that's absolutely the case, right? Like, I'm afraid of getting another member of the newbies of Guild Wars 2 to come in and try raids in a pug, be treated in some sort of negative way, or at least just have a negative experience, go to Reddit and then post like, I need KP, but I can't get KP because no one will take me, and everyone that I try to go to is mean, and they write this Reddit post, and I've seen dozens and dozens of these Reddit posts over time. So I know that it can be kind of scary to get into the end game scene of Guild Wars 2, especially with the KP, like the world of KP. Do you save your KP now, Beef? Do you have like giant stacks of this stuff that you're holding on to?
Yes, I do. Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Oh, you do? Okay, so you have that to link.
Yeah.
What about you, Enko? Do you have the killproof.me plugin? Do you guys feel like that's a positive thing?
I have that just so I can see what other people have on there, but most people don't use it.
Yeah.
So Killproof, like since I have a bank contract, or a big access contract, I usually just ping a stack of allies, because I don't agree with KP. If they're asking for KP, I don't want to have to get to argue about it. It's kind of a point waste. It's a waste of time, because it's you really need to change things at a bigger scale if you really want to get rid of KP. So why I don't like KP, it doesn't indicate skill, because one, you have chat codes that people can just ping, which a lot of people are like, well, you don't have it, just fake it. You can just fake KP.
A lot of people do.
Yeah, and a lot of people do, so it means nothing now. And also, you have a lot of people that may have gotten their KP by buying raids. You could have 2 or 3 stacks of VG tokens now by just buying raids. So it really doesn't mean anything. What I think is a much better indicator, and I used to do this too, Jackson does this also, is that he'll ask people that when he's commanding group, he'll ask people to ping your chest and your weapon. Or actually your chest and your build. I used to do chest and weapon. But if you ping your chest, you the commander can see it, and it's like, well, he's running the right gear at least. And you ping the build, it's like he's running the right build. If those things are correct, chances are the guy at least has an inkling of what he's supposed to do in his class. That's a much better indicator than if somebody pinged a stack of allies, because I have no idea how they got those allies. I don't know if it's a chat code. I don't know anything about it. And it also gives you a chance to okay, maybe he's running a trait that he had to run for through the boss. It gives you a chance to hey, can you run this other thing that we might need on this fight? If you can see their build. But I think that's a lot more effective in gauging actual skill level. I got kicked from a Doom last week that was asking for KP, said it was experienced. We got to the first Enforcer spawn, and a bomb, whoever was the green there missed it, and we all died. And I got kicked from the group because my damage was too high. So
Your
I was on
damage
a
too high.
I was on a quick brand. I was providing quickness for them. I was at 24k DPS. The next guy was a renegade, was at 12k DPS,
Wait,
and everybody else.
I feel like I'm
lower than
missing
him.
something. Why would you ever be kicked for having too high DPS?
Because
What does that
they
insinuate?
said I could, like, I could. I guess I don't know. They didn't say anything. I'm guessing they just thought I couldn't do quickness with doing that high damage. And it's just like, well, if you look at the log, up to the point we died, we had 100% quickness. So it's like, I don't know what to tell them. But yeah, but it's like that's a
Weird.
group that they don't understand team comps. So just because somebody has KP doesn't mean like you understand comps. Like you were talking about for like new players, like we mentioned, we kind of hit this earlier, but like when I was saying like, you know, how the DPS build rotations are made, you know, you try to style, like people don't understand how comps are created, like why druids always brought, right?
What's up, Elf?
Like why you have specific builds or specific members, and so it's like KP really doesn't mean anything. That's why I don't agree with that as a skill level, as like a gateway to join raids. Like EU relies on heavily on their LFG.
LI.
NA not so much.
Yeah.
And I think that's partly the reason why the EU LFG is actually always so full, because you have plenty of people willing to command and like lead groups on EU, but you also have a lot higher expectation for people to join, and so it's harder to join groups and fill groups. And on NA, you have not enough people willing to lead a group, but they're perfectly willing to join a group. And so
That's
when a
true.
group is posted on an NA, it usually fills up quickly. So
Mhm.
it then clears off the LFG. So it kind of looks like our LFG is always dead, but honestly, a lot of the times I also feel like, because I'll see a post up in NA LFG, and it'll be gone in like 5 seconds. Like if it's 6 of 10 or higher, it'll be gone. Like by the time it takes me like leave an instance so I could try to join that, it's gone. So I do think pugs on NA, it seems like we have a lot less, partially because I think a lot more statics exist on NA. So a
Yeah,
lot
I
of people
agree.
don't pug as much. But yeah, the kill proof, it's dumb. It's dumb.
I agree.
I would much rather you get people and then you do one pull, because Arc DPS is there. You can see on Arc if the DPS guys know what they're doing, and you can see in a fight if people are experienced or not. If like they know the mechanics, if they don't know the mechanics, and it doesn't matter if they got 0 KP or 5 stacks of KP. If they know the fight and they're doing their jobs, I could care less how much KP they have, and you'll spend less time doing one pull on a boss instead of waiting for somebody with your requisite KP to join. If somebody says they're experienced and you join a group, you do a pull, and you see that they're not, just tell them like, hey, sorry, we're going to look for somebody else. You don't have to be a dick about it. You just say, hey, we're going to look for someone else. You know, if you want help, come message me on Discord and we'll help you out. All right. Like I think a much better new player experience for raids. I don't really say new player because you're trying to raids, you aren't really a new player at that point. I think for a
Unless you're Sky
newbies to
TV.
raids, a much better experience would be done like that if people would just let people go in groups, and if you know what you're doing because you prepped, like you've worked in rotation on the golem, you've gone to training runs, you've seen the boss a few times, you've seen some videos, and then you try it out, then it can work out. But if you can't even get in groups because you're you have less kills than somebody else, and you don't even get a shot, a lot of people won't even try.
Yeah, that's really true, and I think that like you just kind of hit the nail on the head. This is the little rant that I go on sometimes about pugs. I think that being PMA, we're trying to like be a decent person in raids does not necessitate you allowing anyone and everyone into your group. It's not that if somebody's inexperienced, you have to let them in your group. Having to kick somebody is an unfortunate reality that we all sort of have to, deal with. Every once in a while, somebody joins a group that you think that is experienced and isn't experienced, and it's going to hold back the group as a whole. It's not fair to everyone when that's the case. So I think the real difference is just that single line of communication, right? Like what Enko just said a moment ago was like, hey, we're looking for a specific level of experience here. If you need help or you need to be directed to other resources, I can help with that. But I think the problem is like somebody calling you a noob or being like, this is supposed to be EXP and you're super bad, or like, why is this person awful? Or nobody likes a random load screen. You know what I mean? Like when you're just sitting there going along and all of a sudden you're loading back to the aerodrome without a word. Those kinds of things. I guess that's where I sort of draw the line. I think it's really easy to just send a single message to someone. They can take that or leave that. They can even respond and be a jerk. And that has no bearing on you and how you're handling that in any way, right? Like for you, just the one thing that you can do is just try to be a decent person to be like, hey, buddy, we're looking for something just a little bit more than you've got. If I can help you later, that's great. Or if you want to go into Raid Academy, this is a great place to learn, or whatever it is. You can pass them along to a resource. You know, go to twitch.tv/bardownbeef and learn how to raid from watching him. You know, there's a lot of things that you can give that just could be a single sentence and not have to actually kick somebody. I think the raid. What makes raiding super weird, I think Enko touched on it a moment ago when he said that if you're getting into raids, you're probably not a new player. And in Guild Wars 2, it is actually bizarre because some of the raiders that have come in that are new raiders now have been playing this game for 8 years. Like, people can put off raiding for forever because they have these expectations about what it's going to be, what it's not going to be. And again, the itemization and reward for raiding is bizarre. It's completely superfluous to what you actually need. There's no progression there. Right, so you don't even need to go into raids to get legendary armor. You're going in there to get specifically raid legendary armor. I guess if you want to get, what is it, Conflux? Is that the one? The actual raid legendary, the trinket or whatever? I don't have it. What is it? You guys know? Whatever that one is. I guess you have to go into raids for that. But in general, Coalescence. Thank you, Tiffy. You do not need to go into raids. So it's so funny when I talk with a lot of new raiders as they come in. A lot of times, like I said, they're like veteran Guild Wars 2 players who have just put this off for a long time, and they come into this with certain expectations and they just don't really know where to start. So I think Beef is right. I think like the raid scene in NA is really like streamer heavy, and part of the benefit of that is that we can genuinely impact the way in which the raid scene goes. Like I don't know if you guys could comment to this, but if you want my perspective, I feel like the raid scene, at least in NA, has gotten better over the last even just year. I think that
it's gotten worse.
For me, there's a lot of people that are out there that you can go and follow or watch. I join Pugs, I see people being a little bit nicer, or at least like there's a lot of streamers now that are hosting raid trainings in a positive way. So like,
oh, as far as temperament, yes, that's gotten better. It's gotten less toxic.
That's what I mean.
Population-wise, it's gotten a lot worse.
Yeah, I would say that like the overall attitude of raiders, I think, has increased and it's or like improved, and it's a very bizarre element because this is a strange game to try to decide to be like super hardcore and elitist in. Like this is like if you want to be a hardcore elitist raider, and you want to demand really good things out of everyone that joins your groups, you're rewarded in Guild Wars 2 a lot less than you are in any other MMO, right? Like, this is just a weekly farm that we're doing. If we get the boss down, that's all that matters. And the difference between a really good DPS and a mediocre DPS is a minute. You know, it's not like it's a huge difference here. So I've always been of the mindset that, you know, if we want raids to succeed in Guild Wars 2, especially because of the community that we have here that is so not raid-centric, and a game that is really casual and doesn't really reward hardcore play styles as much as other MMOs. It's always been like this strange, bizarre dynamic for me to watch hardcore raiders complain that we're not given enough in the way of like raid rewards or additional raid wings or whatever. And then you look statistically speaking, like 10% of all raiders ever, or all 10% of all Guild Wars 2 players actually raid. It's so low. It's so low. We're like this tiny pocket in the land of Guild Wars 2. It seems to me like we should be trying to get as many raiders and as many new players or casual raiders to at least try raids in some sort of positive way instead of scaring them away and being super toxic. So that's my take on that. I don't know.
I mean, I personally don't feel like the toxicity is what scares players away. I mean, I'm sure there's a subset of players that are scared away from that, but I just don't feel like Guild Wars 2 is the game that lends itself. The game itself, its casual nature is anti the combat system and how they've set up raids. Like raids and the combat system are an extremely high skill capped area in the game. It's the only, that and PvP are the only high skill capped areas in the game. And I mean, you know, the toxicity comes with the territory. It's you know, in any highly competitive area, people are, it's just, you know, being a competitive individual brings out toxicity in general. And I just think you don't have a player base to support the competitiveness. Just like the esports scene in Guild Wars 2 died with their PvP, because there isn't a community to support that. The toxicity aside, just that's not the major contributor to people not playing the game mode. The community is not interested in that game mode. They are interested in, you know, other aspects of the game. That is why I feel like the game is, you know, successful. It is catering to a community that is looking for a more casual experience. And you know, that community doesn't lend itself to competitiveness.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
like a
when
really
I joined-
iconic thing about Guild Wars 2. I think that most players that play this game are incredibly casual. I think the divide between endgame and the content that the vast majority of Guild Wars 2 players enjoy is huge. Like, there's this giant divide between the average player and the hardcore player, as well as a giant divide in, like you said, Cryptic, I think you said it really well, like the combat system and the expectation. What the combat system requires of you to succeed on an even playing field with other hardcore players in PvP and in raids is enormously higher than it is in any other element of the game. And I see this a lot, and I don't mean to sound toxic at all, but you talk to like casual Guild Wars 2 players who do not raid or do not PvP, don't do high-end fractals or whatever. I've seen this happen in guilds where like somebody will ask in a guild like, hey, anybody got a good build for whatever? And they'll be like, oh, I've got the best build. I am so good. I tackle everything perfectly. It is amazing. You've got to try this build. I know what I'm talking about. I succeed everywhere I go. I do tons of damage. And they give like the goofiest build you've ever seen in your life. And you're like, well, for this guy and the content that he does, I'm sure that's fine. Like, I guess I don't want to dog on him for it. But in the end game scene, like there's this really jarring experience. This really like unpleasant awakening that you have when you're like, okay, I've tackled everything that Tyria's got to offer. I have slayed elder dragons. I am the Pact Commander. I have done every meta. I have defeated every solo story instance with ease. And then you walk into raids and you're like, holy crap. I had no idea that the player's skill cap was so much higher above me than it has, that I had no clue that it was there the whole time. Like, I've been fine down here. I've done everything that I've ever needed to do by playing right down here. And I've never looked up. You know, I never looked up to see how high the ceiling was. And then you come into raids and you're like, not only is the ceiling super high, but all the players that are there are like, they have distilled this experience. They've been doing this for years, and that's all they've been doing. And they have really high expectations of other people to do those kinds of things with that level of skill. So that there's this moment where you're like, holy crap.
So yeah, I don't know about Beef and Enko, but I'm sure me and Merrick, me and Merrick are a lot similar. So I can pretty much I could probably pinpoint the point when Guild Wars 2 became like a really serious MMO for Merrick, and that was when you started raiding and when you realized that the skill cap was so high. And like that's the moment where the game completely changes for you, right? That's when it becomes a serious MMO that you're actually focused on, you know, serious progression and, you know, honing your skills, just like you would if you were, you know, casually playing Overwatch, and then you're like, you know what, I kind of want to play ranked in Overwatch, and I want to get really competitive in Overwatch. That's when it becomes a whole different game for you. And I just think that, you know, like you said earlier, and you know, like we've been mentioning this whole time, the fact that the expectations are so drastically different that you play 90% of the game one way, and then you get into a small subset of the community and the game that's like this last 10%, and it's just so drastically different. There's no prep work at all. There's nothing in the game that gets you ready for this, that leads you into this path, that lets you know that, you know,
Strike missions,
this
what?
part of the game. Well, you know, so it's BDO, for example, not to go back to BDO, but even EVE Online, like the difficulty is expressed from the moment that you're put into the game. No. Like in EVE Online, I can blow up your stuff the moment that you spawn into the game. Like as soon as you get out of that new player system and you go to the, you know, leave and go do anything else, I can go kill you, and you'll feel bad, you'll lose your stuff, and you'll realize how tough EVE is.
So
I'll sink your battleship.
No, you sunk my battleship.
But and in BDO, right? As soon as you get past the what is it, 58, 59, whatever the soft cap and the level cap, I can kill you in PvP. I can flag up and kill you, and you can realize that this is a PvP based game, and there is, there are challenges involved with that, and there's a high skill cap and a high ceiling in that, because my gear can be terrible, but you're a new player, I can just school on you all day. And that's something that there's no indications in Guild Wars 2 that exists. There's no indications that, oh, look at this high skill cap in PvP, look at the high skill cap in raids and fractals to a certain extent. Look at how much work goes into improving your own personal skills as a player. There's just nothing that indicates that until you get to that point. And you could say strikes, but I mean, we know strikes was kind of like a failed attempt at setting that up. So
It was an attempt.
Well, I mean, I
They
think
made an
that
attempt.
like that kind of stuff was in the game. It's just that it was more player driven. So like dungeons, there was nothing that pushed you to do dungeons quickly. It was more because players wanted that challenge for themselves, so they did it themselves.
yeah,
Same
Like,
as
when
true
raids
for
came
raids.
out. Well, when raids came out though, they flat out said that when Wing 1 was like when they first started doing raids, it was like raids were supposed to be intended for the hardcore players. It wasn't for everybody. It wasn't supposed to be for everybody. It was supposed to be for the players that wanted that challenge. And somewhere along the way, ANET decided to like, oh no, raids are supposed to be for everybody. Like when Wing 1 was actually really difficult when it came out. Like
Yeah,
Wing
it was.
VG, Merciful Sabbath, that took forever to kill. It was
Scary.
hard. And a lot of us had seen Veil Guardian in the preview event for it. But it was also new to 10-man things. The reason why though that like raids are so easy to kill like quickly is because there's no gear progression in the game, which I like, but they have to realize that, and they have to realize that people are going into new raids gear ready already. It's not like WoW where it's like, oh, new raid comes out, well guess what? All your gear, you're at like the minimal level to be able to do it. You have to figure it out. While with Guild Wars 2, new raid one comes out, we've already got best in slot gear, and then you like for progression, you kind of just cheese your way through with heal screen. Right? But
The flip side of that is that the same day that raid win comes out, we've defeated it, and that's not the case
but
for progression in some.
a
of the
lot
other
of
raids.
a lot of that is because we have best in slot gear, because we already have comp set up for it, because heal screw like one of the partially the reasons why Wing 7 and 6 were like kind of so easy is because you could cheese a lot of it with the heals. Like Wing 5, Doom was actually the first boss since Wing 1 that was not killed. No, actually Matthias wasn't killed on the first day either. But yeah, between Matthias and Doom, it was the first time the raid wing was not completed the first day.
That makes sense. I believe
So, and a lot of that is because we do have some very good players that want to clear this content really fast. Like when Wing 4 came out, my guild, everybody took time off of work to play it on that day, and then a snowstorm hit ANET and it got delayed,
No.
and then we couldn't take another day off of work, so
Rip.
we didn't get a chance for like day one progression. But it's like people need to realize though that raids aren't meant for everybody. And so like the complaints about like, oh well, they need to, it needs to be more open to players and more welcoming. Like you got to also realize that this is also supposed to be the hardest content in the game. It shouldn't be something that someone could walk into day one and be able to beat.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
It should
I
take some
agree.
prep work. It should take some like you need to know how to play your class. Like if you're going in a progression group, granted I was already in an established speaker guild when Guild Wars 2 started because my guild from Guild Wars 1 came over and we were a very established speaker guild in that game. So I already had a group to play dungeons with, I already had a group to play fractals with, and like we came on with raids too. But it's just like we also made sure like people knew how to play their classes. We also made sure that people could listen to constructive criticism to improve their stuff. Did we have some douchebags in that guild? Yes. Like it actually was partially why that guild fell apart. But we had some good players in it. And like I don't think that people should expect that, oh, I'm level 80 now. I copied the build from Snow Crows, I'm ready to raid. It's just like, no, you gotta like new players for myself, and I mean like my housemate's a testament to that. She has caught on to the game very quickly. The thing is, like, if you
Shout out
look
to
at this
Melody.
game and you take things step by step for raids and for fractals and for dungeons and for all this other stuff, it's just like this is what I was actually going to mention when we were talking about the level boost earlier, right? I don't recommend people use that level 80 boost on the first character because there are so
don't
many
either.
fundamental basic things you learn about this game from leveling to 80 or first character.
Agreed.
And so the thing with all this is that like do that, learn your class, learn your traits, read the tooltips for everything. This is what I tell everybody who's new that's like trying to get into raids. Read the tooltips for everything, not just the traits that Snowcross tells you and Lucky Noobs tells you. Learn all your traits, all what they do. Try out all your weapons. Try out all your utility skills. Know your downstate skills. Know your underwater stuff. Know what works underwater versus not underwater.
Oh crap! I gotta know
Like,
my
learn all
underwater
this
stuff.
Like, actually learn your class. Don't learn a build. Don't learn a rotation. Learn your class.
Feels bad,
Okay,
man.
now-
I don't know my underwater stuff. I'm
Hey,
in
you might
trouble,
need a
guys.
friend of dragons.
Yeah,
You
I
might
know,
need a
right?
friend of dragons. So then go to like, okay, let's see what the meta stuff is. If you actually understand your class, when you look at the build, like when Staff Rush first got announced the changes, I like, okay, let's put a build together like on stream, like when the patch launched. When Snowcross came out with, or when people were posting the benchmarks for it, I'm like, yeah, that build looks exactly like the thing I made, because you can read the tools, you can understand what you should bring on it. And then you can understand, like, okay, like how do these skills work? Because I'm familiar with this stuff. I had already done Staff Rush. I already knew what all they did. I didn't have to learn the weapon, right?
Yep.
So once you know your class, look at the Snowcross build, go to the Golem, try out the rotation, try to get 90% of the goal, at least that, because I don't think that's hard to get if you're actually trying to learn the build, the class, and the rotation, not just blindly following their write-up. And then go into raids. Find a training guild. Find somebody who can show you raids, or find a group that wants to do progression. Like, so you can learn with them.
For the
And
new
you're not
player
just, like-
experience, like you were saying a moment ago, that a lot of the sort of challenge, Cryptic has said that there isn't really a lot of that challenge that leads you up to that, and it's sort of jarring. And Anko, you had said that that's sort of player driven, right? And raids is so much still that way. Like it's pretty comical. You hear Pang rant a lot about this. People that focus on DPS instead of mechanics, because technically speaking, I heard him talking about this last night, that you could just auto attack a boss as long as you do mechanics well enough, and the damage is fine with the current power creep, that you would be totally fine. I wanted to read what Elf on a Shelf said in chat. He said, I think a lot of new players get so intimidated by seeing benchmarks posted all over and psych themselves out and be all like, wow, I can't even hope to get those numbers, so why bother? But my argument is that anyone can. Mechanics before anything. The DPS will slowly get there, and anyone is welcome to try out raids. And at the end of the day, we'll get kills for people who never really thought it would be possible. So in terms of like raids being gated by that DPS, I mean, like Anko said that Wing 1 was really challenging when the Wing first came out. Yes, it was because we had to coordinate in a 10-man way that we'd never done before. We had to do compositions in a way that we weren't ready for. We didn't have group roles. We weren't used to group roles like healers and tanks, etc. But some of it was because the power creep had not been a thing. The fights required a lot more damage, and so we had to do mechanics in a totally different way, a lot longer lasting. For example, one of the things that we deal with when we do Gorseval, boss 2 of Wing 1. The strategy now is that you try to DPS as fast as possible, and that you try to stretch out the CC phase or the Tantrum phase based on the amount of DPS that you have. If you have really high DPS, you instantly break and you don't take an updraft. If you have really slow DPS, you have to drag that phase out, and then you try to leave it in Tantrum as long as possible, overheal, and then still not take an updraft. Back then, damage was so low that the strategies were completely different. The goal was, and not only that, but like the healing was low. So the goal was to break it as fast as possible, to not have people die to the retail from the Tantra phase, and then guarantee that no matter what your DPS was, you had to take every updraft. Nowadays, the raid scene has totally changed, and some of those expectations that we put on new raiders is based on a world that isn't actually necessary. We do not need to do even a fifth of the damage that we want to see, or like that modern raiders expect to see in raids to get a kill. Technically speaking, Elf is right. Mechanically, we just have to do mechanics and we can win by auto-attacking. That's not actually going to stop us from winning. So a lot of this is self-imposed by the community that has distilled itself on fighting the same 7 wings every day for years and years now. It actually isn't required of us to be at that level.
So, I mean, this also goes back to what I said earlier about why I like always go for best in slot gear when I'm benchmarking, because I want to make sure the reason why I'm not doing what I should be getting is because of me, not because of my gear. Mm-hmm. Same mentality applies with raids, right? Like, this is not about gear. This is more about when you're learning raids. I see a lot of people in training runs they'll go to Snowcrows, they'll put the build on, they'll put the gear on, and then they go straight into raids. They won't even try out their class on the golem to like get an idea of what the rotation is. So now you're trying to figure out what all your abilities do, and like how to deal damage, how to attack, while you're also trying to learn the mechanics of raid boss that you've never seen before.
I know.
So
Virus.
the problem with that for new players is
Big
that
oof.
it's like, okay, are you dying because you don't know how you play your class? Or are you dying because of the mechanics are killing you because you don't know them? Or are you dying because of both? You don't know. So that's why I'm saying it's like, go to the golem, try to get 90%, because like 90%, if you could get that, that probably means you have an idea of what the build does.
A good idea.
And like, don't blindly follow the rotation. Actually learn why are they doing this in the rotation. Because I have also seen people go, well, I had a dodge, or I got teleported on VG and I don't know where I am in the rotation. So I'm going to sit here and auto attack until all my skills are off cooldown, and then I'll start over again. Like I've seen people do that because they don't know how to recover, like where to, like how to get back on track, because they don't actually know what the priority of their skills are. That's really what you're looking for in learning rotations, is the priority of build, or a priority of skills to use.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, get familiar with your class and your build first, and then go raids. Do it step by step. Like take things one at a time.
Agreed.
Like, you talk about the benchmarks where it's like, oh, people are like, oh, I can't do those numbers. It's like, again, those people didn't just magically do one poll.
Auto attack
pulled out
on
this huge
P-Chrono
number.
was 20k.
Like, every single one of those benchmark videos had hours and hours
20,
and hours of
almost
grinding
21K.
before it so that they could present a product. You guys got to realize that those
Yeah,
benchmark videos
so
are
true.
a product. Record videos are a product. It's not something that just happened randomly. It's like, it was a lot of work and
Heavily
planning that
farmed.
went into that thing. It's not something that you're going to get in like 5 minutes. Like, it takes some time and effort. So you got to look at it from this perspective where you need
Oops.
to take things step by step. Like, the way I teach people, like, we go over every single trait in your class, not just to build the class. And we look at the build, we look at the rotation video, we explain the rotation, we have them get the numbers on there, and then we finally progress, like, let's look at the raid mechanics. Here's some videos, let's show you how to do this stuff. Now let's go to a raid boss, and now you could actually do it, experience it, and you're not struggling with trying to figure out your rotation because you have a general idea of what it is. And then once you learn the mechanics, now you're trying to line up your rotation with the mechanics, right?
Yep.
So, but that's actually the problem a lot of the training runs do, is that they're trying to do too much at one time. And when Wings first came out, most of the groups that accomplished beating the Wings when they first came out, they were like, when Wing 1 came out, if you look
Pay
at all
no
the guilds
attention to
that
that,
beat
Cyrus.
it, like in the first week or so, they were all guilds that were like dungeon guilds before. They all knew how to play their
Yeah,
classes.
hardcore dungeon guilds. I remember that.
So that's
Enko,
still,
I have a
like,
follow-up question from the chat that's very important. When is Melanie streaming gonna be a thing? Is that
I
real?
don't know. I asked her, and she's like,
While you're gone, is she gonna take
mean,
up the mantle of Ectogod? This is what we want to know.
I mean,
Is this...
I've got my setup here. It's not going anywhere. But, she like doesn't want to be on camera. So.
Oh. All right, guys. So this has been an
guys.
excellent discussion. I don't want it to go forever, but I do want to give an opportunity to do maybe some Q&A, sort of wrapping up at the end. So I've been trying to get a couple of questions in there or reflect on some things that people said as we went. But if anyone has any questions, we'll sort of wrap up the end of this with directly responding to you guys. Merrick put the camera up in a weird way. No, I didn't. Don't look at that.
Merrick, here's a question.
Yo,
When are we going to see
never.
blue fluffy unicorn on stream?
Put it on.
Good
Put
question.
it on. Put it on.
I won't do it.
Hey, you're lucky you still didn't have the pink hair, because otherwise it would have been a pink fluffy unicorn.
It would have been
onesie.
pink fluffy unicorns. Listen, guys, in the middle of the night, I sit up in a cold sweat, hearing pink fluffy unicorns dancing on rainbows. Okay, this is like it drilled into my brain. Ugh,
Oh, you have alerts turned off right now, don't you?
Parsival,
I do.
Parsival asks,
Oh.
how will you guys feel if there are no new raid wings for 9 months after EOD launches?
I'm expecting that. That's how I deal with it. I expect nothing from ANET, so I am pleasantly surprised when ANET does something. That's just how I look at it now.
That's a good question, and so for me, I've definitely put all of my expectations on raids on hold. We were talking earlier about how ANET might be very busy, perhaps understaffed, maybe ill-equipped to be able to do everything that they want to be able to do. I know that we've been, I think Isa has like a counter on his phone of how long it's been since the last Raid Wing was released. And it's over 2 years, by the way. It's been a very long time. So I have put all of my expectations on hold because I forgive them everything now that expansion is actually confirmed and tangible. Like I know that
Wait. You forgive them everything? Like I feel like it's the same process we went through with the previous expansion and then the one before that. Like
I didn't actually have a problem with the drought that existed until the most recent. I think it wasn't that bad for me before because I actually engaged in more content in the game. So like Cryptic, you and I have a very similar experience of the game now in that we are not. When was the last story chapter you've done, Cryptic? You can't remember. It's been forever.
Sometime in Icebird Saga.
Yeah, so it's the same. It's the same thing for me now too. I don't do a lot of the other stuff. When I was more involved in the peripheral elements of the game, that was definitely something that I had. I was more happy with. When I found out that not only was the game not going to fall to pieces, which I think we were genuinely worried about a year and a half ago, but that there was actually going to be an expansion. I don't know. Like I can be okay with that. I think. 9 months is a long time parse. That 9 months is going to be past the point of me being really itchy. I'd say 6 months after the expansion, I'll probably be okay doing the new content, doing the new story, and specifically being carried by elite specializations. I've said this 100 times. If the expansion was just 9 new elite specs and that cost $60, I would buy it happily. Very happy. For me, that's the premier content that an expansion can come up with. So by 9 months, I will be getting to the point where I'm kind of upset.
This is literally like wooden potatoes. What he said for the first expansion, then the second expansion. Like it sounds like the exact same thing. Like it's okay, we forgive them. Like I just want the new elite specs. I just like the same things. I don't care if raids are delayed.
That's where I'm at. I mean, elite specs keep content going for me. Like it just in the same way that the new build just came out and gave new things to play in raids. Like that's where the content lies for me.
I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you. I just think that this is the same story repeating itself for a third time, and then there's going to be a huge content drought. I don't know. I just don't think the game can sustain itself that way, and it's it's frustrating as a player. Like no other MMO has this kind of content drought. No other MMO.
That's fair. That's definitely fair. I think the release schedule, like we were talking earlier, Beef I know also plays ESO. And ESO has maybe the single most impressive release schedule I've ever seen of any game ever. Every time I go back to ESO, there's another freaking something, a new DLC, new expansion, new system that was added. Every time I look at it, they got something new. It does make me jealous. So like people who are just like used to playing Guild Wars 2, they probably don't complain as much. But if you play a lot of other MMOs and you compare the release schedules, it's rough. It's rough.
I mean, not even just the release schedules with like content, but patches. Like BDO, we get a patch every 2 weeks at the minimum. Sometimes we get one every week that is balance patches. Like, how long have we been waiting for a PvE balance patch? Like, that's just craziness to me. Like to not balance something, I understand like individual classes or traits or skills or something not getting balanced properly, but that being going for a long time without getting a proper tweak. But to have no balance changes at all for such a long period of time is just not something that happens in other games. Not other MMOs.
There was a question specifically to Bar Down. Did you see that?
2 biggest complaints I have with this game, actually. Yeah, it's I mean, we already talked about like community interaction, like PR basically, how they interact with the public, and release cycle. One of the things I think that they should probably try doing is like at least monthly updates. It rotates between things, so it's like month 1 is PvP season starts, month 2 is new raid, month 3 is Rovus World change, month 4 is a new fractal, month 5 will be next PvP season starts, balance patch. And then it goes back in that same cycle. So it's 3 fractals, 3 raids. Oh, actually, throw in a living story in there too. So it's a 5-month cycle. So you have a PvP update. You have like with a balance patch that affects everything. No. Then you have a new raid, and then you have a Rovus World thing, and then you have a new fractal, and then you have a living story, and then it goes back to PvP, and then just cycles through like that. And so we have an expectation that we get new stuff every month. It may not be something you do because maybe you don't do PvP, maybe you don't do Rovus World. But then you also know it's like, okay, well, if I'm a PvEer, like we got raids, I got 2 months for the next fractals. And then we got a Living Story season. And then we have another raid after that, like 2 weeks after or 2 months after that. But we also get a balance patch on a fairly predictable schedule. I would rather be in a 4-month cycle. So maybe PvP World World can be like combined events. So that way you have 3 cycles per year. If they did something like that, then each team would have, the raid team would have 4 months to develop a new raid. And if they go back to the 2-team thing, they would actually have 8 months to develop each raid. Same thing with Fract. Same thing with a PvP balance change, all that kind of stuff.
And that goes in line with like the what do they call it? A theme park MMO, which is exactly what Guild Wars 2 is, right? Like pick and choose the kind of content you want. There's a lot of stuff that may not apply to you. But if there's a steady, I think what us raiders in particular, I mean, I'm just going to speak from my own perspective. I think like as a raider, we oftentimes feel left out. You know, like we're the black sheep of the game contents. And I think that's probably true that everyone feels that way. I've heard World v. Worlders talk about that a lot. I think World v. World guys feel like they just don't get the attention that they deserve. But it has been 2 years since we've had a raid wing, and I feel like we're probably winning. I think we're winning in the neglected pool.
Have you
2
seen the
years?
last time there was a World vs. World update?
I don't know. Yeah.
Armory got announced more than 2 years, or Alliances got announced more than 2 years ago. Still hasn't been out.
That's
Like
that's true.
The last
They got mounts.
update,
That was cool.
the last update World vs. World got, like to the actual game mode, was Desert Borderlands, and that came out like shortly after HOT came out.
Let's see. Somebody else asked, "What do you think?" 6MB asked, "What do you think about underwater raids? Do you want like the meme response or like the actual response?" Because
I want.
This is like the hottest of takes. Okay, I am always the one that gets in trouble for this because I actually think that underwater combat as an idea is really cool. I would love to see underwater combat be done in a way that we liked it, and they did go back and change underwater combat and make it better. I know somebody called it clunky today, and I forgot who it was, and it made me go, oh my gosh, that just means that you haven't tried it before because it was really clunky, and I feel like it's much smoother now. I don't know if you guys were around. Enko said that he's part of the veteran club, right? The Head Start club. When this game came out, the concept of underwater combat being different from above water combat was actually a huge draw. This was something that people were really excited about, and myself included. It didn't really pan out because they didn't really support it, but it was genuinely clunky when it was first released. Would I like it if they came out with an underwater raid? Everyone's going to hate me, but yes, I actually think that would be cool. I think that would be an introduction of a brand new kind of content, changing every build. It would basically be like another elite spec for everyone that you got to play once.
If they revamped underwater combat,
I mean,
yeah, I'd love
they
it.
have the fractal that's underwater, so
Yeah, but everybody hates that.
Yeah, don't bring that up when we're talking about underwater combat.
That's the thing. Like they have to completely revamp underwater combat for an underwater raid to be fun. Otherwise, it's just going to be the underwater fractal, which nobody will like. So.
No, that's not the problem though. The reason why everybody hates underwater combat, one, like, so we had underwater dungeons, like HOT, Honor the Waves had an underwater dungeon. We had, like, there used to be big underwater fights in World vs. World. Back then, the problem was that your trades didn't change when you go underwater, and your utility bar didn't change. So your land build wouldn't work with underwater.
Requiem, I
so
agree.
It's like you had you couldn't change your stuff in combat. One of the fights in Honor the Waves, it's like you can be on land and you can go into water. And so that was one of the problems. They fixed that now. It kind of does change.
Yeah.
The big problem with it is that because there's no underwater combat, we only had very few fights in it. Nobody ever actually learned how to play their underwater rotations because there was a lack of content. If there was an underwater golem and
that's why there's a pond in the SFTA. There's going to be a golem down there.
It's like if people actually learned how to play their class. Now, granted, because it's been ignored since before HOT, like Renegade or Revenant, half of the Revenant stuff doesn't work underwater because they're like, oh, well, we don't have any underwater combat anymore in HOT and POF, so we didn't bother looking at it. They would have to fix that kind of stuff. But like Ellie underwater is quite fun to play. Berserker underwater, very fun to play. There are some like Mesmer underwater is actually really fun.
Mesmer underwater is awesome. That's actually fun, and that's the only thing that ever makes me feel like exactly what I want to be in this game, which is a Mesmer elite spec that is a bard. I want to be a bard.
You literally throw out musical notes at people
you do.
that cause confusion. But the big problem is that they didn't add underwater combat content to the game,
Yeah,
so
Tiffy,
people
that's
didn't learn how
true.
to do it. It was actually really funny in World vs. World. The reason why those underwater fights lasted so long a lot of times because everybody was still carrying around their level 5 like white weapon and did no damage. So if
That's
they actually
probably
put
still
underwater
me, to be
content
honest.
in the game- yeah. So if they actually did underwater like they actually added enough underwater content so that people wanted to learn how to do that. They fixed some of the weird quirks with underwater content, like Revenant skills not doing things, like some of the targeted skills are kind of weird. Like just have all the utilities do stuff underwater. That's like different. Like underwater combat would be a different combat mode.
Yeah.
And actually support it, and have like the golem force so we can practice rotations on it. You know, maybe get a few more weapons so we don't have 3 underwater weapons only. And then they actually add content to it.
Yeah,
I
it
think
could be
people
good.
would actually be okay with underwater combat because underwater combat in this game is actually really, really smooth and good compared to other games that have tried underwater combat to the point where it's like, I was playing Jedi Fallen Order like a couple months ago, right? They just got rid of underwater combat. They have swimming in the game. There's no combat underwater because they just don't want to do it.
Somebody brought up a
Right,
moment
it's-
ago Ion. Did anyone here play Ion? This was a game where you played as a flying PC. So basically it was underwater combat. It's essentially the same. What you're doing underwater
3D
is no
combat,
different
yeah.
from flying, right? It's the same kind of deal. So it's basically like a version. Requiem says, Merrick TV, people complain about underwater combat, but for anyone who has played a game like Ion, it's the same. The problem is the lack of attention it gets and how poorly it was executed. So that's exactly what Enka was saying. It just wasn't dedicated to. They haven't addressed it. It's super old. They did a revamp with it a while ago, and they did address some of this stuff. It actually did feel smoother than before. A lot of skills that weren't workable underwater are now workable underwater, but there still needs to be a lot of work to be done. I personally, yeah, if you had a golem and you were working on it, they addressed some of the clunky issues, and they brought an underwater raid in the Jade Sea, I would be freaking stoked. So yes, I absolutely hope so. Let's see. Somebody else asked. Oh, where was that? Lorenity also wants a minstrel spec, and I think that's probably the most hype thing that I've ever heard. That's gonna be amazing if they do that. I've always wanted a bard class in Guild Wars 2. Elsa's question: how does everyone feel about the possibility of Luxon's versus Kurzik's return? Oh, I don't know. Is this a modern? Is that a modern story element?
Bring back the siege turtles.
Siege turtles?
I think that's a Guild Wars 1.
It's a Guild Wars
story
1
element.
thing.
Oh, okay.
But End of Dragons is going to be in Cantha.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's actually something I've been kind of putting on the back burner. I think that I might try to go back and
I'll have
do
to say, Enko,
some
I
of
do
that.
like your take on like new players and raids, like actually learning your class, because I'm guilty of the whole Snow Crows thing, and like I learned it over time, like in Fractals and Open World. So you're giving me a new approach. I like it.
I watch your stream, and you know, it's like I see some things. I'm like, yeah, he didn't go to the golem practice before he came in here.
I didn't know what the
No,
golem
no.
was. I didn't know what the golem was back in, like, I'll say in November. I
Was it
remember
November?
like we have
That's
this.
crazy.
Pang had the Discord. He's like, "Oh, go check it on the golem." I'm like, what's that? Had zero clue.
That's
And
adorable.
was afraid to ask. And about raiding with new players, it actually just I forgot about to talk about it. I think there's a lot of anxiety when it comes to new players going in because you're scared to, like, you know, wipe the group. But that has to be a stigma that has to go away. Like if you wipe the group on like the first pull because of something, or like, you know, you put down condies and then the subling, like the mushroom you eat becomes snubbling, you wipe the group. That happens. Happened to me a couple times the other day. So anyway, that was my 2 cents. I wanted to say.
No,
It just
it's good.
clicked in.
That's the perspective. I mean, that's a perspective that is really important, at least on my stream, where because I bring in new people all the time, right? Like I've targeted my training raids towards people that have 0 raid experience. So far, that's been where we've been in our training raids. So, like the big speech that I always give is like, if you're gonna get into raids, it all depends on how you do it, like what manner in which you enter raids. If you join a pug, you're likely to have a negative experience. If Beef came into Pang's group and wiped the group because he screwed up Slublings, it's not going to be the end of the world. But if he goes into a pug and does that, he might get yelled at. If you can find, this is my recommendation to each and every one of you guys. Oh, hello from Beef's wife. Hello, Beef's wife! Everyone
Hi,
wave.
sweetie.
Hi to Beef
Hi,
Sweat.
sweetie.
She's stuck with the kids, from what
Wait,
we hear.
if she's watching the stream, who is watching the kids?
They're
Good
asleep.
question.
They're asleep.
Oh, they're asleep. Yeah. I
She
guess
texts me.
that's
I'm
true.
like, hey, come say hi.
It's all about community, guys. Find a place where the
I
people
think
that you're
Virus had a
raiding with
question
are
about
good
what if they
friends
raise the
with you.
gear cap in End of Dragons. Merrick, you're not clicking on Discord again.
You mean the
I
like
think
the
they-
item level
Yeah, I didn't-
of the
I didn't hear
like
him.
another tier of item above Ascended?
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. I would want that. I would.
You would
Oh,
want that.
Yeah.
Here's
yeah,
the problem
definitely.
with that, though. So they have said previously that if you have legendary weapons, I'm assuming this is going to apply to trinkets and
Echo
armor.
got a gift sub for Tanya.
When they added ascended gear, the big question came up is like, oh, are we going to keep getting more gear tiers? And the concern was about legendary weapons, because legendary weapons were originally exotic, and like we didn't have the stat swapping stuff. It was just
Ooh.
a skin basically. And then they said that this left it open ended about the question about more tiers past ascended. They said that legendary weapons will always remain the strongest tier, like even if they go higher. So if they do another tier in End of Dragons, it's a lot of power creep for the current content, like the earlier raids.
Yeah.
But because we'll have Armory coming in July, a lot of people will have legendary armor available on every single character, legendary trinkets on every single character, and weapons for their favorite characters, if not all of them.
So, I mean, I guess the solution for that would just be until you actually acquire the gear that is that tier. So until you get that ascended piece,
Upgrading legendaries.
yeah, then it would upgrade the legendary. Like there would be a legendary upgrade system where you would get the ascended piece of gear that has the extra stats. You'd pop it in the machine, and it would upgrade your legendary. And now your legendary has.
Well, you could do a whole nother legendary quest and upgrade your legendary stuff. They could allow that to be a thing. I remember back in EverQuest,
Yeah.
there was a legendary weapon that took freaking forever. It was class specific. It was a huge undertaking, giant ordeal. Took months and months. And then they came out with, another expansion, which was a level cap increase. And now the gear came out that was better. So you took that weapon and then went on a second epic quest to basically go through this whole process. It was basically as hard as doing an epic in the first place. That upgraded it to what we ended up calling epic tier, epic 1.5 and then epic 2.0. And so it would evolve your legendary to the next tier. And that could be something
Yeah.
that would be cool.
I don't think
hi-
they do that because. Sorry.
Yo, Visco.
This goes in chat.
Visco, what's up, buddy?
I don't
Everyone
think
stop
they'll
and say hi
do
to
that
Visco.
because they've already kind of said that like legendary will always be the highest tier. So
Yeah, they did
what
say that.
if they wanted to do that, what I could see them doing
They also
is
said
that
no capes.
that was a different issue. Like what I could see them doing though with that is that it's only for End of Dragons. So you know how we have downscaling right now? If you go to like sub 80 content, you get downscaled.
Yeah.
I could see them doing if you come back to POF content or hot content or core tier content, you get down level to our current like gear tier.
Yeah.
And then End of Dragons, they could have another gear tier that is only for End of Dragons. That'd be kind of a weird thing to do, but
be weird.
it would prevent like we already have massive power creep as it is in raids and stuff.
Yeah,
like
raids
that,
are
and
soloable.
and
I mean, it's
Fractal,
insane.
and-
It's insane.
So-
this is what I was saying about like the artificially created, community created expectation of people that is not made by the game. It's made by the community because technically raids can be soloed or duoed. I mean, that's how extreme the creep has become. We can literally just the staff mirage. Somebody did like a Cairn staff mirage solo that was the easiest looking thing I'd ever seen in my life. The day it came out. I mean, it's just nuts.
So if they did do another gear tier, it would be interesting, but they'd have to do something like that.
Somebody said, should I get... Exceed says, Merrick TV, should I chase full legendaries with Armory coming out? The answer is yes. If you're asking if I'm going to, the answer is probably no.
I guess.
But the advice that I give to you, absolutely yes. There's more of an argument now because Armory is coming out than there ever has been before. It's really actually going to be a very worthwhile investment. If you can make yourself go through all that process, yes. The truth is that Guild Wars 2, you remember I said just a moment ago that it's community influenced expectation on how well that you do in a raid because the raids don't actually require all that. Well, we were talking about there's no such thing as a vertical progression in Guild Wars 2 at all. Basically, Guild Wars 2 and having fun in Guild Wars 2 is all about goals. You have to have a goal. You have to have something to work towards. And this is something you have to come up with for yourself because the game doesn't actually require you to do anything. Like I said, you can literally get max level and then buy exotic gear, and then do the hardest content in the game. You could just do raids after that, and it won't really matter. You actually, nothing in the game is going to require stuff of you to keep going and going and going. So the more fun you have in Guild Wars 2, it's all about identifying goals that you like and then accomplishing those goals. And Legendary has become an excellent goal that is not only going to take a great amount of time, but to actually serve a really helpful purpose. Starting finally that they're coming out with the armory very soon. So my recommendation is yes. Do as I say, not as I do. I should probably start making legendaries, guys.
Elf was asking about monetization on the armory system. Yeah, I would expect there to be monetization on the armory system.
But they said it was going to be free. But they said,
not
Cryptic, it was going to be free. They said.
I mean, they said that about the elite specs and stuff, or not the elite specs, the
What's
templates.
Oh,
Templates.
here we go. What do you guys
I'll
think
believe it
about
when it's
artifact
in-game.
weapons?
Yeah, exactly.
Andishan said, what do you guys think about the artifact weapons in Final Fantasy XIV? Would that translate well into Guild Wars 2 with a long quest line to upgrade legendary gear?
Yeah, that speaks very much to what I was talking about a moment ago with
I think
EverQuest.
that would be wonderful. I mean, that's exactly the type of content Guild Wars 2 actually needs. Being able to progress with questing to get items.
Yeah,
that are
so that's
worthwhile.
something I agree completely. Junie and I talk about this a lot. I think the experience of questing for something where you're sort of so I'll give you an example. When Junie and I came back a while ago, we decided, let's play Guild Wars 2 again. Let's see if we can try to get some legendaries. We'd never gotten any legendaries before. Neither of us had ever crafted a legendary weapon. For some reason, we had in our head, like, we were going to go talk to this guy, and he was going to send us on some epic journey to find, craft, unlock, whatever, a legendary weapon. It felt like it should be a legendary opportunity, but what it ended up being was sitting in front of the trading post, just buying a bunch of junk and spitting it into a crafting thing and then crafting it. It isn't that experience at all, except for the few weapons in the tier, I forgot what tier it is, where you can go and do a quest to unlock the precursor. And here's the worst design of it all. Like, not only do you actually get like a kind of feeling of questing for something, where you're going on this sort of thematic adventure trying to unlock this precursor, which is actually kind of cool. It's got a little story. I remember doing it for Hope, and like there's the frog people and the poison and all that stuff. It was cool. But then you find out that it's actually it's less cost efficient for most weapons to do the precursor. It's actually more cost efficient to just buy the precursor off the trading post.
I was devastated. What was that weapon that I didn't care. I still
You
did
did
the
it anyway.
questing anyway, just
Yeah.
out of
Meteorologicus.
principle. It was Meteorologicus. I didn't buy it. I
You still get the AP though, and there are some weapon precursor quests that give you like special items like Juggernauts. You can get the Silver Mercury effect on you from an item instead of carrying around the hammer.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
The Leaf of Kudzu quest, you get a hidden garden in Mount Maelstrom. So
what? I
so there-
didn't know that. Oh shoot!
So-
I was gifted kudzu.
like some of the quests, you can get some unique things from them. It would be really nice if every single one of them had something like that. But there are benefits from doing them. I'm going to go do them anyways because I want the 9 AP from each one. But
Right. I'm
and
definitely
I'm-
gonna do the Leaf of Kudzu one now, knowing
and
that.
I'm going to have a lot of
Right.
time here in the coming up very shortly.
I mean,
poor
it's
Echo.
cool that there's some unique stuff, but I also feel like the quests themselves are like Frank said, you're not really questing. They're making you do things that you've already done in the game a million times, right? Just over again. It's not, not to reference BDO again, but like when you're doing the adventure logs in BDO, that's something they could have easily made you do, kill the same things over and over that you've killed a million times. But they actually make you go do things that you wouldn't normally do in the game, and it's like a new experience. Some of the areas are the same areas, but it's a lot of the areas are the same areas, but you're doing something new there that you haven't done before.
I don't know, man. I miss the feeling of questing. Just there was a thing about that, especially epic questing, some sort of like long-term, big investment, big story, unlock thing. Maybe requires a bunch of effort on your part that doesn't quite feel so. I mean, one of the major reasons why I've not done a lot of legendaries is it doesn't feel at all legendary. It feels like
It's a grind.
a grind.
Yeah.
It's an amassing of a bunch of currency that is all little I don't want to demean this in any way because this is literally how Anko became the god of Ectos. He does a lot of the little things. He does a lot of those really well, and I wish that I could do it. He's a better man than I am. I wish that I could do those things, but for me, like I just can't make myself do it. I want to feel like I'm accomplishing some sort of big thing. The artifact weapons in Final Fantasy, from what little I know of them, that's a big draw for me to come and do that. That actually sounds like a lot of fun to do.
Yeah, Solstice just said, just go play Final Fantasy with me. Get that experience.
Yeah, maybe I'm working
Eric's
on
like, what have I done?
it. Yeah, I shouldn't have said it. Go play Neopets,
Yeah.
Junie. Just go play.
No, I haven't played that in a long time. And I mean, and like I said, Flash, it killed the website.
Flash.
Pretty
Oh.
much.
She's so plugged into that community.
It's adorable.
So
Sometimes I see
I
her
actually have
doing
a
it.
I actually have a question for chat, and I'm going to keep bringing this up every chance I get, because I want this to be a reality. What does chat think about Guild Wars 2 getting player housing?
Oh my god! Okay, so sorry for chat, or for
I mean, for anyone, anyway, go crazy. But I want chat to respond as well. Like, you know, you don't have to wait here for them to respond. Go ahead and do your
Everyone, be
response.
quiet while chat types.
Oh my god.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I'll jump in.
Go beef.
Player housing is coming to your next favorite MMO, New World,
Oh shit!
and it has it. They have it in ESO, and it has in BDO, correct? Cryptic?
Yeah. BDO has player housing, and it's not as good as ESO, but we're getting a
ESO.
new player housing system that is it's called the Mansion system. It's supposed to be, from what I've heard, it's supposed to be equivalent to ESO. We'll see.
And there's also everyone's favorite housing in World of Warcraft, garrisons. So
Oof.
let's
Oh come on.
I'll embrace.
That's sarcasm,
embrace
right?
100%.
Okay, good. I was
Garrisons are
like,
terrible.
I was concerned that you'd never experienced real player housing. Then, if you said it's like the people
No,
that are
no.
like, oh, but Guild Wars 2 has got guild halls,
Guild halls.
or the
Right.
stupid thing that you unlock in POF or whatever, that little area that you, I don't know. It's so dumb.
Oh,
Can we
Terrible.
talk about Final Fantasy 14 housing though, as Sky
Oh my goodness.
alluded to in chat?
Yeah, but
Like,
hold on.
amazing houses and decorating that goes on there.
I have comments about this. Okay, listen. So
It's savage housing. That's what
is.
it's called.
Savage.
It's savage
housing.
housing. Okay. So the first game that I ever played that had player housing, still to this day, I think has some of the best player housing that has ever existed. It was EverQuest 2, and it was amazing. And there was a whole crafting skill devoted to house-based items, and people would like go to your house in the fancy part of town, like you would go to like nicer and nicer places to be able to buy a house. Now the house was instanced, but you'd go to this big nice door in this nice building and be like, I have a house in there, and that was cool. Now some player housings have been really, really bad, but ESO has got an amazing one that is not just really, really good and really immersive and comprehensive, but also tangibly, practically useful in terms of being able to put crafting stations in there, extra storage for your stuff in there, actual NPCs that allow you to do things in there, like real practical effect, so that you don't have to go to like these weird spread out crafting areas. You can make your ideal one right next to a bank in your own house, so much so that your guild mates want to go to your house because it's really nice and awesome and laid out and has a cool area to do all of this cool stuff. So that's definitely a thing. The problem with Final Fantasy is that the housing is too gated. Like 90% of the community of Final Fantasy does not get to play Barbie's dream house.
That's
Okay?
part of the that's
Barbie.
part of the extremeness of the savage housing.
It's
You
too
have to,
extreme.
like, you have this like requirement that you need to do, sort of like like kill proof.
Eric's like, all titles, all chairs, all achieves, Guild Wars 2, hardcore raider. Oh my god, Final Fantasy housing too hard, guys. I'm done. I can't deal with it. I quit. This is too much.
It's too
just wanted to-
expensive. And listen, the houses are not instanced. If you want to get a house, you have to, like, listen, I watched my wife lose all semblance of time and space and work and sleep. She
Space.
spent weeks sitting there staring at this little, it looks like, if you drive by a house that's for sale, it's got that weird little placard thing in the front of the
Placard
house.
parties.
They just
We had
sit there
placard parties.
with 82 other people who are trying to buy the darn house from it as well, and you're all just clicking it over and over. Weeks she spent doing nothing but this. I wrote it off as forever. Like, I will never get a house. I'm never gonna get to do this. So that's a bummer.
that's the real grind. The real grind.
Yeah.
It is.
Hey, don't call it savage housing for nothing.
Exactly.
But honestly, I want to.
Yeah,
No,
I
I
want to
mean,
answer.
that housing
Sounds
system
like
doesn't
Arcade,
sound.
actually.
Oh, is that arcade? Yeah.
I want to answer Cryptic's question honestly though, and do I think that player housing in Guild Wars 2 would be good? And the answer is absolutely yes. I think that not every community is willing and able and ready to embrace player housing. I would say that like World of Warcraft, for example, they did the garrisons thing. It was really haphazard housing, not a big deal, not done well. And of course, does the average WoW player want to sit there and play with their houses? No, absolutely not. They don't. This is just not the world that they live in. Elder Scrolls definitely more so, but I think Guild Wars 2 has the exact right community that would love that. Things coming up in the gem store being really cool, very immersive element. There's a lot of things that you know, there's like specialty areas that you can buy, like the Queen's Terrace and all that. Imagine if you could build your own in a cool place where you could hang your legendaries on the wall. You know what I mean? Like, and actually decorate it. Like, all of us are hardcore raiders. Well, most of us are hardcore raiders. Maybe we're not exactly the right demographic, but try to gauge with yourself the vast majority of Guild Wars 2 players. Do you think they would enjoy that? And do you think that would support the monetization of the video game of Guild Wars 2 for people buying stuff from the gem store? I think it fits perfectly with that.
Yeah.
They make it grindy though. That's the problem. Like, are they
Well,
going to make it, like the scribing?
I want to
Guild
unlock a
Hall?
legendary
Yeah.
stool, okay, that I put on my
Hey,
barge.
hey, there is a golden sink for the guild hall.
Oh my god.
10,000 gold.
No, I
Why?
do think.
So that guild MM can waste gold on it. That's why.
No, I do
Requiem
think it would be a
replacing
huge
that.
monetization thing. Like we
'Cause
talked
they're
about this in
terrible. I
ESO.
don't think those are
ESO's
good.
two biggest sources of income, right? Aside from the subscription thing, is first the RNG loot boxes, right? And then the player housing. Player housing makes them more money than anything else in the
Easy.
Crown store.
Easy. Yep.
And I don't understand. I feel like it was a huge misstep with Guild Wars 2 when they didn't monetize guild halls. And it's so people are like, oh no, please don't monetize my guild halls. You know, don't do that. Okay. Obviously, it sucks to have some things just like we have with costumes and weapons and stuff like right now locked behind the gem store. That sucks. But what it does is it enables if they're monetizing off it, it enables them to continue to put resources into that part of the game. So if guild halls and eventually, player housing became something that was monetized and something that was making them money, that means you're going to get more free stuff for guild halls. You're going to get more items that drop from bosses, that drop from open world stuff, from achievements that are for your guild hall, that are for your player housing system. You're going to get improvements to that system. Whereas right now the improvements are non-existent, right? Because they're not adding more of those items to the game very
Guild
often.
halls have been totally dropped. We don't see
Yeah,
anything new
exactly.
added for that.
Because there's no monetization for them. There's nothing to incentivize the company to continue to push that content. So
The only thing I want are permanent crafting station licenses for my shared inventory slots and give me more shared inventory slots. I will carry my own guild hall around. with me.
Yeah, that would be convenient. Let's see,
That's
Meg
all I
TV, would there be a point in home instances anymore, asked Requiem? Would they be in the open world? I don't really see a point in the current game to have player housing. So,
Would home instances be the player housing?
conceivably yes, but then you'd be locked into just that location. So a lot of times, part of the cool thing about player housing.
Yeah, you
Oh,
cut
sorry,
out
sorry,
for
sorry. Then you'd be locked into that location. A lot of times, player housing is not just about like what you have in your house, but where you've chosen to put your house and how drastically different each player housing area is. If you guys want to see how drastically different they could be, go take a glimpse at ESO. It's insane the differences between the houses. In my opinion,
have to be
it
a
would
house.
utterly replace the home instances. I think home instances are a terrible failure in what this could be. All the junk that you buy for home instances could easily be placed in player housing, and then we could immediately erase we could immediately erase the home instances. Though that was a failed experiment in my opinion. And it could be considered your free house. Like every game that has free housing gives you a free house. Just so you can experiment with the system and then maybe invest in it more. You get like a what is it called? Like an inn, like a room in the inn in ESO. It's like just a crappy shack room, and then you can kind of go from there. So
the home instance would be an awesome free house because if they did it right, it wouldn't just be like for the for the human home instance, you have that little inn. Talking about an inn, you have an inn, right? And there's like a room there that the lady, when you do the story, she says, "Oh, you can rest here," right? And like, so it wouldn't just be that; it would also be the entire area of the home instance, right? And that would be a really awesome free house. Like, you know, you talked about ESO. It's not just a house. Like, yes, some of the houses are just that crappy little, you know, room. Then that's all you have to decorate and stuff like that. Some of them are just giant open spaces, like giant planes on different planets. Like, it's not even on the planet itself that you're in. It's on a whole different world, a whole different realm. Yeah, you've got cool, you know, night sky effects. Some of them are like in Oblivion and stuff, right? Different realms entirely.
Yeah,
so it doesn't just have to be a house. It doesn't have to be on, in this case, Tyria, right? That's Guild Wars 2. I forgot. The lore just completely brain dumped. It doesn't just have to be on Tyria. It can be somewhere, you know, it could be somewhere else on Tyria, or it could be, you know, somewhere else entirely.
But that's one of the cool things about ESO is
where
that
the six gods went.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. That would be nice.
Yeah.
So, I have also changed my mind. I want player housing now.
Hey.
I could take all my mining nodes from home instance, and I could put them wherever I want. So I could stack them all in one spot,
dude.
and then my glyph of
Rich
reaping
player
will
housing.
gather from every single one of them with one swipe. So you just see this gigantic rock node that is also growing plants, and also has like leather and cloth coming out of it, and a Watrix sprocket and like quartz crystals coming out of it, and one swing of my gathering tool will gather from all of them at the same time.
So
I want player housing now.
We've sold Anko a player housing.
Okay,
That's plus
official.
1 for the player housing team.
The god of Ectos wants a house. Let's make this
Exactly.
All right, guys, we cannot keep going all night. We are well over the time. Enko warned us that we probably would go over time, and he is 100% correct. There's just too many things to talk about. So I want to end this with a couple of announcements. First of all, I'd love to shout out Tiffy in chat. If you guys notice the amazing art that you see all around the stream here, the Coffee Break logo itself, which you can find on our merch, by the way. If anyone wants to join the Mug Club, type !merch. It's pretty awesome. Enko's got the MTV mug.
Also, Enko, I finally put up a
mugs?
mug. But the thing is I don't know what it's gonna look like, so we ordered one just in case because it only shows one side. So I don't know if the rest of it's there or not.
We don't know. We will find out soon.
Once it comes for sale, hopefully I could buy one before I leave.
Yeah.
It's there if you want to take the chance, but we just ordered one.
Okay. Is it on your channel? Is it on your channel?
No,
It's on mine. It's on mine.
It's in the same merch area.
If you type !merch, everyone will see that. So the Pony Sonas, can't not draw attention to this. I don't know if Enko's even seen his. Enko, everyone that gets on the MTV podcast, Tiffy has drawn Pony Sonas for us, what she calls them. So you got the bar down beef over there with the basketball in the backwards cap. Enko's got cauliflower behind him and a checklist. I think he's going down a spreadsheet of some kind, which is amazing. So we really appreciate Tiffy and her awesome art. I want to shout out both of their channels, please. If you guys could shout out Bar Down Beef and Enko63. These guys are amazing streamers, people that are good friends of mine that I like to hang out with outside of this. These are just really good people to go and follow. So make sure you follow and subscribe to. Oh my God, here it goes. Does he make it? Every time. Every time.
Every time.
Every
Wow,
time.
that like disembodied head just threw a basketball.
It was
what
weird.
the heck was that? That was mind blowing. Jedi mind powers over there.
Let's see. Also, a couple of other things. Enko is deploying
hear you.
soon.
All right. I know alerts are turned off right now.
I'll turn them back on. There you go. I turned it back on just for Enko. Enko is going to be deploying soon, by the way, guys. So we are going to be without Enko for a little while. I don't know exactly how long that's going to be. Do you know, Enko?
I should be back next April.
Next April. Oh my gosh.
But deployments have been extended before. So
Yeah.
Do you have access to Discord while you're deployed?
I should.
Nice. Okay.
Nice.
Cool.
So-
Keep in touch.
Yeah.
It's the internet's a little expensive. It's $300 a month
Oh my gosh.
for 10 megabytes a second.
Oh no. So no rating for you while you're gone.
We will see what kind of ping I get. I hope to at least be able to play the game because I have somebody I want to play it with, and we're going to do all the story missions, all the DRMs. I'm going to do all the stuff like Iceberg Saga I kind of skipped. I'm gonna go back to AP farming.
We're gonna do some of that too.
Because I will not be able to raid with my lag like half a second behind everybody else.
Yep, that's definitely true. The other thing I wanted to mention today, guys, before we go, is that Pritch5, he was here in the stream earlier, is going to be hosting another tournament for streamer versus streamer PvP action. If you guys were with us last time we did those 2 weeks ago, it was easily one of the most fun experiences we've had streaming in Guild Wars 2. Yo, there it is! Anko63 just ordered the Junivision mug. Let's go. I turned on notifications, but that one didn't show, so I don't know. We'll just do it. We'll do it ourselves.
It's in chat.
It's in chat.
We'll push
Feels
it.
good.
We'll push a notification.
So that's gonna be May 30th, and it's going to be a 2v2 tournament. So people are going to be paired.
So once again, I got told some weird stuff about what I'm going to be doing next month. So
Uh-oh.
apparently, the first 2 weeks I'm going to be sitting at home, not allowed to leave. So
Oh, for like quarantining to make sure.
yeah,
with COVID?
except that like I'm local, so that shouldn't apply. But the government has also, like the U.S. government has also released things like, oh, if you've been vaccinated, you don't have to wear a mask anymore. But I have to quarantine for 2 weeks still. What? Even though I'm vaccinated, so it's about what
Wait,
I've
who's
come
muted?
to expect from the U.S. military bureaucracy.
Oof.
Because this is not the first time like stuff like this has happened.
Raz is
wait, chat.
gigantic.
He's so big. He's such a big cat. Chat, can you guys hear everyone talking? Somebody was saying muted. Is it muted? Did you just mute the stream, Sky TV? Is that... Oh, I was for a bit. It's fine now. Okay, good.
Oh, good. Okay.
Roz says hi. Thank you guys for watching. We really appreciate it. Coffee break is something we're going to try to do like once a month. So hopefully we will do this again soon. Really big thanks to Cauliflower Beef and Enko for coming and guest starring with us. We really appreciate it. And thank you guys for hanging out and chatting. This is definitely one of our favorite things to do, and we're going to do more of it. I will also be on Jebro's stream tomorrow. I'm going to be guest starring as a podcast participant on his podcast, The Lightbringers, tomorrow. So that's going to be 3 p.m. EDT, I think is the time. So hopefully we will see you guys there. Thank you for supporting the channel. Follow, subscribe to not just me, but also Anko and Beef and Junivision. Even Cryptic streams now. Go subscribe to Cryptic too. This is awesome. And
Junie has a bug now, guys.
she does. You gotta collect. You gotta collect them all. I'm waiting for my mug that's just got a giant ectoplasm on it. Can we make this happen? Is that something we can do? Ecto merch. I think that should happen.
Maybe I'll do that when I get back. I'm going to be
Nice.
redoing a lot of stuff when I get back. Maybe I'll have some actual emotes when I get back.
I like your emotes. I love the ecto heart emoji. That's my new favorite
Well,
thing.
I mean, the Ecto one itself is just like the actual
Oh.
Ecto graphic. So it's like, I honestly shouldn't be using that one. I kind of need to get my
Yo,
own.
Danny!
And then the
Let's
other
go,
one
dude.
for
Thank you so much for the gift
Violent
subs. That's
Soul Hiking,
huge,
just
bro.
Some guy on
Thank
Fiverr
you.
that
I'm
completely
Danny Boy
screwed
909.
up the
Should start
emotes that I
streaming
ordered.
again.
And like those two look kind of okay, but yeah, I need to get some new notes.
We're probably going to be trying to tackle some new ones as well pretty soon. Pee Wee Slayhouse, what's up, Pee Wee? That's a good friend of ours, another streamer as well. Thank you, Danny Boy, for the gift subs. That's huge, dude. Thank you for ending the stream on a high note. Really appreciate it. And Anko for the Junivision mug. I'm excited to see it. I just want to see it. Post the picture when it happens. If it's cut off and doesn't even have the name on it, I'm going to feel really bad.
Supposed to be the whole like it's supposed to have like the avatar in the O, but the way they put it on the mug, like they don't show you the back. So I don't know. I hope so.
I see. All right, guys. Well, we're going to end it here. Thank you again, everyone, for watching. I will be back tomorrow, like I said, on Jebro's stream at 3 p.m. EDT, but I will be streaming training rates tomorrow night at the usual time. So I'll be right around 9 p.m. EDT. Hope you guys have a wonderful night. Thank you guys again. And especially to our guests. You guys are awesome. So we'll see you next time. Bye. Oh, say hi to Dole for us.